But you got to understand, he gets a lot of people that want him to come out there, and so he doesn't mind doing it, but it's not going to be on his dime. If you want him to come out, he wants to be accommodated. You pay for his flight, give him someplace to stay, and he's good with it. So he came out here to our meetup a few, 3 months or so ago, and we went ahead and took in donations to pay for his plane flight. And then Renee went ahead and put him up in his house, for a couple of days while he was there, and he was good, but he doesn't want to go ahead and have to pay out of his pocket to go ahead and accommodate everybody's requests because, he gets them all day, every day.
Uh-oh. Sorry, I had to play.
So I didn't know if you wanted, I didn't know you needed to have him live. I thought you wanted to do it like online or something like that.
I personally don't care.
He does a podcast.
They're gotta be live, bro.
But yeah, CB thinks there's gonna be more impact if they're live. So, but what I will say though is that if anything, if there's any conversations, I think we should have prefaced that with Dave too. If there's any conversations that are going to be had from 24/7 actually getting this gig, we should actually say put some respect on my name. Like at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord shout out, man, at the minimum, because we got to get a plug, bro. I mean, that's all we're asking for. Just a little plug, just. Shout out. That's it. So people can hear that we're actually doing some things in the background. It's not just like.
So Mark has his own podcasting setup. He's got a nice camera, audio, the whole 9 yards. He does a show. He's been doing a show for quite a while. So if those could be merged in together on the screen, that way you don't have to pay for plane flights or anything. I'm sure he'd probably be open to that. I'm not going to speak for him, but I'd definitely be open to ask him.
So yeah, the potential for the viewing audience, the Fresh and Fit podcast viewing audience, which is thousands of people, could also be a potential. That could also be a potential winner. Yeah, that could be a potential winner for Mark Sargent and his expanding of his audience and such. It's great for both parties because they're going to churn up a lot of people that want to hear about what's going on with Flat Earth, especially when you got somebody well-spoken like David and, Mark and all that. But the only one thing that I'm saying, Wave, is that if we could just get a small plug, bro, because it sucks that we're doing all this work of thinking how things are going to get done and then we don't get nothing, not even a plug in return. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't think that would be a problem at all. I don't think that would be a problem at all. I think that we could go ahead and get Mark to agree, to do an online thing and, conference in the show and then have him put a plug in. I'm sure he wouldn't mind at all. But I can't speak for him. I'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
So, but if you want to, I'll get the ball rolling.
Well, just tell him where we're at right now. Tell him where we're at, what it looks like, and just based on all the information that you have, it seems like David Weiss might do it. We don't know yet, but I mean, just if he's interested.
Well, I know he's been on this Discord channel 3 months ago. I think Dude was outside and got him to, come on the podcast here for a little bit. Or the podcast, this isn't a podcast. It's what the hell, server, I guess. Anyway, I'll go ahead and when I get home, I'll go ahead and get in contact with him and see if he'd be interested in doing something like that.
Yeah, run it by him. Yeah. Just tell him where we're at, though, Wave. Like with the whole thing. So
well, I know we want to plug this, and that's not going to be a problem. If he wants to get involved with, doing that and having that, he might even do like a live stream live with his show too. What time is Fresh and Fit on?
So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I believe they do shows around 7 p.m. And that's the type of show that whoever would go down there would be on it. They call it our day show. So it's typically just the two hosts, the producer, and then whoever the guest is. And the guest is allowed to make their presentation and all that stuff. And there's not a lot of pushback from the hosts, it seems. Then I don't imagine Dave Weiss or Mark Sargent would do this, and I don't think they would even invite them to do this. But typically they'll take that guest and have them go on an after-hours show where they bring all the girls on. I'm sure you guys have seen clips from Fresh and Fit with all girls at a table. I don't think that's what we're there for. I don't think we'd be there for that. I can't imagine Dave Weiss sitting around a panel of chicks. But I'm sure it would just be the day show. So maybe an hour, 2 hours, maybe a little bit more. But yeah, they have done day shows before talking about 7-Eleven being a part-time job, and they talked about some stuff last night that was pretty good too. You guys should check out the show from last night. But yeah, just a day show, kind of a presentation style.
So just for everybody who missed, when they came in here, so there's a lot of miscommunication possibly right now happening. So Speak, I don't know if you know this, but we already got in contact with their team that work on their. So I think there's a little bit of like communication error. Like maybe you don't know, or I'm filling you in right now. But we've already reached across the table to their main guys. So the people that know the actual people on that podcast. So we've talked to. They came into this chat, and they've talked to us. They were talking to us about like these ideas and such. And whilst in the middle of all of that, we got in contact with David Weiss, and David Weiss agreed to like want to do something if it fits, his schedule and all kinds of stuff. So, but in the middle,
you want people to fly them?
Well, no, he said that it would behoove like the person to, if they wanted to fly him there, because he would bring a lot of the information to like media, like his prolific name, anyways, right? So that him doing that for them would be causing a stir, and it would be beneficial for all parties. And so, yeah, but he was one of the things he requested for them to see if they wanted to do that, for them to fly him over there and such.
Bro,
I'm not sure, to be honest, the way they're set up. I'm not too sure how Fresh and Fit does their, if they fly people out or whatever, if they pay people. I'm sure they do have some guests where they pay them to come on, or they just have friends and they meet up and join on. But it's like, out of the two, who's the opportunity? Is Fresh and Fit getting an opportunity by having us on, or is it our opportunity to get on Fresh and Fit? So it's like, the way I look at it, we should be paying to get on the show. They shouldn't be paying us. We're the guests, right? That's kind of the way I look at it. If we were the bigger entity, then yeah, they pay up. But this is a huge opportunity for us, so I think it's worth throwing some money at it if we want to get some money together to fly somebody down to Miami or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know what that looks like, or what David has in mind, or how it's gonna wind up being, but maybe we should kind of like keep in contact with him to see if there's anybody that wants to kind of like, if there's an issue with like the flight or something, perhaps we on our side could do it like a GoFundMe or something, and raise some money for him, or like whoever, Mark Sargent or something, because it behooves us. But then if it's our dime, hell yeah, we're gonna want to plug. You know what I'm saying? Like. But even so, we're still the plug in between. Like, we're the one that kind of nurtured that network possibility for them. They had nothing to do with that. We created all of that buzz on their platform so that we can make this a possibility. So that's the least I'm saying that we would ask for, is just a plug to the server so that we can get some traffic.
I think that's guaranteed, mate. I think that's 100% that they'll talk about our server. Because everybody's like, there's not been any trolls in. We've been respectful. Fair enough. I've been banned a couple of times, but shouldn't have been done in the first place. That's wrong. So hopefully that'll show some of the people like these dudes are actually normal people and they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, just some extra context for like anyone that's in the panel that's not too sure what the hell we're talking about. On Monday, I grabbed this clip from the show called Fresh and Fit. It's a little podcast on the internet. Not little, but
okay. Where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat earth debater. Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific
Chris would love him.
We're going to have John Zerko on Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat earth.
So that's kind of what kicked it all off. So shout out to the guy that donated the $100 to kind of set this all in motion. That's really what kicked it all off. Because once I heard that, I'm like, oh, dude, we need to like rally up. We need to go hang out on the panel. Blah blah blah. And it all kind of started from there. So shout out to the guy who donated the 100, and shout out to FE Dude as well. I'll try to track down that clip where they read out the super chat, and I'll play it here in the future once I find it.
Yeah, it was a little bit of crossover pollination. They came over there. We went over there. They came over here. So
Well, it was great because before the video even went live, they scheduled the live show for like 7:00. We were in there from like 6:00 up until the show started, and there was like 500. It bubbled up to 1,000 people, and we're talking all flat Earth in that panel. There was some moderators in there. Dorkhead was debating. He had a wrench, and he's like slinging flat Earth stuff. I'm like, perfect. Yeah, so that ended up spilling into their Discord, and it's all history from there. They have 1.4 million followers on YouTube, and when they go live during the day show, you'll see anywhere from like 10,000, like at least 10,000 watching live, and then during the night show with the chicks, the girls or whatever, they'll have like anywhere from like 30,000 or more. So yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big podcast, I'd say. I can only think of one other show that has that many live viewers. It's a Pat McAfee show. Like, he'll have like 40,000 live watching during his show during the football season.
They've almost had half a billion views. When you go to their views, it's 406 million.
Yeah, it's popular, dude. I've been talking about it more and more, and I hate to kind of make it seem like I'm trying to get people to go watch the show. Not for everybody, but yeah, I'm just highlighting that it is very popular. It seems to be a trending topic at the moment, this red pill type of stuff. And that's what's interesting. It's like they're almost adjacent to us. The moderators were describing some of the issues that they've had. People making hit pieces, trying to make straw men of their points and stuff like that. So they understand our quote unquote problems and stuff that we have in this community.
It's like what they do with Andrew Tate, just cutting the out of context clips.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and so I mean, we're not necessarily next to each other. They're not the building over, but I would say they're probably on the block somewhere. You know what I mean? Adjacent to flat earthers, and the way we deal with truth and red pill type of stuff. So, very interesting stuff.
Hey man, fucking right.
Yeah, and they, like I said, they get into deeper stuff too. Like they had a guy named Ryan Dawson on. I'm not too familiar with, but apparently he's been banned everywhere, and he talks about 7-Eleven. He's been talking about that for a long time. So they do get people on to open up some of these deeper type of quote unquote conspiracies or whatever, if you will. So yeah, flat Earth isn't too far off. So we'll see. And like you said, I don't know if you heard at the end of the clip there. He goes, "Chris would love him, man." Chris, that's the producer, and he has. What he did was he flipped the camera to himself, and he was like nodding, like, "Yep, flat Earth, yep." So I'll post that visual so you can see what I'm talking about. So yeah, we already got some people in the mix, if you will. Here's the visual for that donation. And so if you look closely, the person who donated has a profile picture with Sneeko. People probably don't even know who Sneeko is. It's no big deal if you don't. Well, what's funny is we ended up spilling into the Sneeko server like just a few days after. Indio and I and a couple other people central. So yeah, man. Flat Earth and these trending topics, we're getting our nose in there.
Fucking me.
Sneeko just went viral recently for his conversation with some girl named Cheyenne. You might have seen clips of her before. She was chatting with Tate. But yeah, he was just on there. So yeah, man. I don't know what Sneeko's take is on flat Earth, but
he got a lot of views as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna look up and see if I can find out how many, how trending he is at the moment. But he does seem to be pretty popular.
See that guy Mo? What's his handle in the Discord? Is it a variation of Mo?
I'm not sure.
Because I can't seem to find them.
I thought someone had the.
Well, I just messaged Darkhead there to see if he can get back to me, but no reply from him yet. Like
Sneeko has 700,000 followers on Instagram.
Oh.
And this conversation he did with Cheyenne, let me find out how many. Almost 500,000 views. Yeah. I have another clip that I want to play from last night's episode. I'll play it. We can chat about it here in just a sec. The guest from last night, Adam from Valuetainment. Not too familiar with him, but I have seen clips. I guess he has a show called The Saucecast. You guys might have seen him before, maybe. And then another guy named PBD. Can't remember his name at the moment, but he was sharp as a sword. So he's the guy talking here in this clip. Let me play it for you guys.
Because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can't be bought and can't be bullied. Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power. By the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world?
Astronaut.
Position. What is the riskiest position in the world?
Very good question.
It's not a president.
Politician?
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
You know, like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform, or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
The guys that fight against establishment. He said that's a lot of power. Who do you think he's talking about there? He's talking about you, me, this whole panel. We're the ones speaking out against the establishment. Risky? Yeah, hell yeah. What do you lose? Friends, sponsors, money, jobs even. Thought that was a very good point from PBD from last night. So we got to keep doing this, man. We got to keep speaking up. He said the vocal group. It's us. So we got to stay vocal, man. Look at the rainbow movement. I don't personally know a lot of rainbows, but they sure are making a big fuss. Everybody's hearing about it. So not everybody needs to be FE for us to make a big storm, you know. Start being vocal. There are certain people out here, like I know Orion, he's out on the highways and the byways, letting people know. Spake's over in other Discords, you know, doing his thing. So we got to keep pushing, man. I've been, why don't we get a group together? Nathan Oakley goes live Monday through Friday. I sat in the back of that class for years, maybe a year or two, listening in, taking notes. And I never heard anyone talk about 24/7. Not a single peep. He keeps saying, click the link, join the Discord. So I finally clicked the link, joined the Discord, spent some time there. And it wasn't until some globehead said something about some place called 24/7. We need to wall off 24/7. Like, what the hell is 24/7? Bam. Now I'm here. So why don't we get like an Oakley group, an FED group? I want you guys to ping me in the chat right now. If that sounds if that's interesting to you, if you'd be willing to join the panel over at Oakley's and answer the housekeeping question Monday through Friday, or just anytime. Because we can make a group, assign roles, ping the role. Hey, look, Oakley crew, assemble. Let's go. So, and when we go over there, we can plug the Discord. Hey, come catch us in 24/7. It's just a small example of how we can spread the word a little bit. I know Nathan Oakley's panel isn't the biggest audience. It doesn't have 1.4 million followers, but I listened for a long time. I never heard it. Never heard about 24/7. So let me know if you'd be interested in joining the FED panel to answer some housekeeping questions every once in a while. Just a 24/7 group. He goes live at 9 a.m. Eastern Time for me, so I usually wake up around that time. I can jump in. I know Elijah goes over there from time to time as well, so yeah, shoot me a message if you want to be a part of that little 24/7 club. We can bounce around and do things in other places. I'll get some more clips for you guys. 1 second. What's up, Critical?
Yo, yeah, that's not going to be a problem. I'll make sure Dave knows to give us a shout out at 24/7 if he gets on that show. Like, I know him on a personal basis. Like seen him at pretty much all the conferences in the past like 6 years. So yeah, I'll let him know that 24/7 appreciates his work, and we'd love to have a shout out if he goes on that show. I don't think he'd have a problem with that. Mark Sargent too. I mean, I don't talk to him as much, but I do know him personally, so I'll hit him up too.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. That'd be great. Critical.
Yeah, no problem. I've been listening to you guys like nonstop for the past year or so. Like I really love this channel. You know, I mean, it's like a podcast. Like when I'm at work, I just got my earbuds in and just I'm taking it all in. And like your 3 points, Miggy, like, you know, I'm just like putting that at the core of the activism that I do. Like I haven't been out recently, but I have done street activism, like with posters and stuff. I'm talking to people out in public. I have a small YouTube channel. But
share the link for it, YouTube, man. Put your YouTube channel on the live stream, voice text.
Sure. Yeah, it's a Critical Inception on YouTube. Let me pull that up. But if anyone watches my my most recent activism outing, which was last November, after Flattoberfest 2022, I was there with Just Jack. He's also in this Discord. We had an awesome time just talking with people for like 4 hours. It was pretty intense. I live streamed it, so the quality might not be the best, but I am working on getting like an HD quality version of it. Because, like I still have the whole thing downloaded, so any kind of connection issues that'll be taken care of.
That's all we can do, bro, is keep pushing, keep sharing information, keep having conversations, keep showing the obvious nature of reality. Because they can see it anyway. They already know that the Earth is flat and stationary, bro. You just need to put it in a way that they realise that the globe delusion is just that. And like once you explain it to them in a certain manner, like they can never unsee it again. It's like when you show them the fake NASA stuff. Like, you can never look back at NASA again and not just see right through it. As soon as it's been explained how simple it is, man.
Yeah, people definitely know like what the term flat Earth is at this point. Well, what I want to do is just help correct them on their false perception of that is
preconceived ideas. Yeah,
so that's pretty much like the only thing we got to like, or the main thing that we got to kind of like move people towards connecting flat Earth with, you know, just the idea that it's a flat, motionless plane, and no one's been high enough or far enough away from this place to be able to know what it looks like in its entirety.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who cares what it looks like in its entirety? Eh? We're never going to know.
I've been working on some clips also, guys. So I'm going to be dropping some clips that I've been working on. So shout out to Clipcord. He's been instrumental in like kind of doing all the clips that are really awesome.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. The next one I'm going to do is a 99.9% one. That's the one I'm going to do after this one.
Critical Inception, did you put your... Oh, I've got it. I'll get a sub, bro.
So that's part one of like, I think there's like 4 parts for that day we went to downtown Greenville over near where Flattoberfest was. Just talking with people, you know, laying it out, answering questions. And I don't remember exactly which part it was because we were there for 4 hours. So I'll have to try to find like a clip where like you can really tell that I've been listening to 24/7. I actually did plug it. This guy on the thumbnail, he was like a freaking troll. Like he was like arguing with Jack, saying that what was it? Fiber optics is the proof of the globe because that's how it curves. It curves the same way. The light curves around the curvature the same way fiber optics work. So it's like that's just proof. And he was just there. He was there the whole time, the whole 4 hours, just like kind of like poking us and teasing us. And then he'd like try to be our friend. Like, oh, this is so good for science and physics for us to talk about this. Well, the whole time he's like spitting out logical fallacies and stuff and nonsense. But I did tell him to go to Flat Earth 24/7 on Discord and ask for Miggy. He'll tell you what's up.
For sure, bro.
He literally calls himself Prince Ocean. Like that's what he said his like legal name was. So if you
wow.
it's crazy. So if you see anyone Prince Ocean on Discord, then that's this guy.
We'll keep a lookout.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate your hard work, man. You know.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'm posting another video, more recent one that's kind of more fine-tuned, which focused around the interaction we had with the cops, because somebody called the police, and it's like, they're like, oh, free speech, oh, you read too loud, oh, cops, make them go away. So we had to do a little bit of, like, First Amendment auditing while we were at it, and it was pretty intense, and one of the cops was very receptive. Like, he was like, whoa, this is, like, very interesting. He was taking it in. So I would actually recommend watching that one first. The one I just posted where the cops on there like what the hell? It was crazy because this one guy, as he walked past me, I tried to hand him a flyer. He took it, and then he saw his flat Earth, and he was with his family, like with his wife and his daughters, his young daughters, and he gave it back, and I was like, oh, okay, so you want the truth? All right, fair enough. So I started shouting about how the globe Earth is Santa Claus for adults and Santa's fake and that kind of stuff. Oh, he didn't like that. He left, but I could tell he was pissed off because he came back later when the cops were there, and he walked up to me. He's like, "Oh, this cop wasn't here. I'd knock you the fuck out." Right in front of the cops, so that the cop had to pull him aside and be like, "Whoa, calm down." And it was pretty intense. Almost got punched in the face, but it's all good. That's the risk you take when you tell people about flat Earth and.
Hey, man, I've had a few fucking fights, man.
That's
crazy, man.
Freaking wild. I wish a dude would try me. Dude, if you're gonna resort to that over some words, you're wilding, bro.
Something wrong with your brain, man. No, but it's just they're just
I dare you to swing on me over some flat Earth, bro.
It's usually people that are not that intelligent that resort to violence because they can't handle the cognition that you've brought up in them.
Correct.
So they're lashing out as fists, whereas other people lash out with abuse and fucking laughter, or some people even they get fear. You could tell when you're giving them the information that they're starting to get really uneasy, and you need to sort of take your foot off the accelerator with the information you're giving them because it's not doing them any good at all. So you need to be careful. That human sheeple even asked me back 2, 3, well, however many years ago since this started, their server, he says, have I got insurance for flat smacking? He says, because I could bring up cognition and somebody could like do something extremely violent, so I should have insurance for flat smacking. That's what he said. He was going to tell on me, he was going to tattletale on me that I was flat smacking without insurance.
That's mad funny.
He'd be sending me like schematics and all this stuff that had like top secret and shit on it. Like he'd pumping my DMs full of all this stuff about Metatron, like fucking holographic, like laser projection shit and all this. It was all supposedly top secret, man.
It's like, so what does this mean? Are we dueling now? So if we're gonna duel, and I whoop the lights out of you, does that mean the Earth is flat now? Because you decided you want to fight over this?
They'll be lying.
We can do that. We can go like that. If you want to go like that, we can. Cause I think Battle did this up before a long time ago. He's like, if y'all want to do flat Earth, globe Earth, boxing ring or something, let's go. Because
I'll get that.
I think they would be. I'm not scared of anybody out here, bro. Especially the way we see these globers in their mind virus, dude. Like, they probably are juiced up. You know what I mean? Like, they have a certain way they think. Blue hair. Yeah, try me. That's funny, though, dude. I haven't had anybody get that frustrated with me, but I also haven't really presented it to a lot of people, like, just on the day-to-day.
Well, I got stuck.
A couple people that I have too, like, what?
Yeah, the fact that guy got so pissed off, it actually helped with preaching to the cop, because like it just blew his mind how someone could get that pissed off over this stuff, and it really made him want to pay more attention. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Right.
You know? That's when like in that thumbnail, that's when he said, "What the hell?" Like after that guy like threatened me.
That's like what I said, because of this guy, because he's showing such an emotional reaction by banning me, unbanning me, banning me, unbanning me, kind of like that. Surely that's enough to make you think, why am I acting like this? Why has this reaction happened? Yeah. But hopefully he'll calm down, man, and he might think twice. Maybe once he has a sleep. But I think he's just acting like this because he's fucking so close to actually critically looking at the information. The cognition is hitting him so hard, he's trying to lash out, but eventually he's going to click, and his brain's going to say, all right, I'm going to have to look at this information. Hopefully.
It's like Nathan Oakley says, like they gotta share their pain. Like when they're lashing out, like they're in pain inside. It's like the cognitive dissonance is just so like intense, like they can't handle it.
It's kind of funny to watch, to be honest, bro. Like, if you really think about it, I think Tate has the clip where he talks about that. He's like, dude, if you're just getting blindly raged at something that you don't even understand, that's a problem. Like, I can't tell you how many videos I've seen of people going up to somebody on the street with a microphone. Hey, what do you think of this person? I can't even stand it. I hate it. So what have they said that you don't dislike? Oh, I don't know.
Like
so why do you dislike it? Someone told me not to like it.
Well, it's like when they talk about Trump. Like they hate him just because he's like pompous and whatever, but they can't really put their finger on what it is that they don't like about him, like about his policies or about his fucking whatever the fuck. It's like, we hate Trump, he's a racist. What makes you think he's a racist?
Orange man bad,
he's just a racist.
Exactly. Dude, this happens all the time, bro. And like, I have clips about that where girls will just throw around words they don't understand. But this isn't even just a grill on them. It's more about how globers do the same thing. They'll throw words around like gravity, refraction, freaking, science. They just toss them around. They have no clue what these words mean, dude. I'm about to play a clip about that. Give me a second.
Like experiment. Like they call everything basically a fucking experiment. Like just dropping something or water. That was the last guy. He told me that a citation for gravity was just look at water in space. That was supposedly an experiment, pouring water into space.
Here, I found the clip, dude. So you're going to hear the word misogynist a lot, but I want you to replace that word misogyny or misogynist with any of these words, these buzzwords these globers use: refraction, gravity, experiment, science. So anytime you hear the word woman, replace it with glober, and anytime you hear the word misogynist, replace it with one of these globe buzzwords.
Hold on, what does misogynist mean?
Wait.
What does misogynist mean?
Huh?
What does misogynist mean?
Oh, good job. He's asking her what misogynist means. Good job.
Because you said misogynist.
Yeah, no, it's all about these.
What is the definition of misogyny?
Wait. It's all about these ideas of what men can do and what women can't do. Like, I don't know.
But this one definitely.
That is not what misogyny means. The ideas of what men can do and what women can do. That's not misogyny, actually. Every time you hear a woman, or especially these type of modern women, talk about, oh, this is misogynistic or that guy's a misogynist, just ask them what does misogyny mean. I guarantee they don't know what it means and they're using it in the wrong context. But anyway.
It's a misogyny.
The definition.
Yeah, you called us a misogynist, so I want to know what it is.
It's just a fucking word that everyone throws around, but what I'm technically saying...
She said it's just a word that everyone's throwing around. She don't know what it means, but she's saying it.
What a way of admitting it.
How immature of you to be using a word so confidently, calling people misogynist or calling people's programs or platforms misogynistic, and you don't even know what the word means.
You blatantly don't even know. That's insane. That is fucking insane. Admitting to the fact that, well, I don't know what it is, but everybody else is saying it, so I'm going to say it. Like, what? You're fucking nutcase. It just shows you the state of affairs that education is in this fucking world, man. But I don't take it personally, man. I'll still keep fighting. It gives me just another pat on the back to keep fucking going, man. Anyone still there?
Yeah, I got one more for you. I got one more. 1 second.
Is that Fresh and Fit?
Yes. It's just funny to me, dude, because the mind virus, that's really what it is. Not just women. So I don't want anybody to come at my throat like, oh, you hate women or whatever. It's not them. It's the mindset. That's partly why I watch, because it's like a case study on people and how they think and how they act. And I don't, it's not just against girls or whatever. It's really the mindset. We see Globers come in here all the time, male or female, with the same mind virus.
Here's another symptom of this, bro. It's a mental fucking disposition that these people are in.
Yeah, bro.
Like, it's a fucking shame, man. It's a pure sign. I think it's a shame, man. I feel sorry for them.
Here's another clip where the person admits, I don't really know what it means. I'm just throwing the word around. Here it is.
It's crazy. I usually do. How women, like, would you call me a pick-me guy because I'm working on my status?
No, I would call you misogynist. Yeah, honestly.
Do you know the definition of misogyny? This is my favorite question.
Yeah, tell me.
No, well, I'm not calling him a misogynist. I'm just throwing the term around, babe. So what is it?
Tell me.
Why is he a misogynist?
Because of the way that he thinks that men are the prize. That's why I think he is.
That's what misogyny. Do you know the definition of misogyny?
Yes.
No, because I don't throw the term around.
Let's stop. Good. You know what misogyny means?
Please tell us.
Wait, who?
Oh, yes, I'm asking
Oh,
you.
no, I already said that I don't know the exact term.
So you call me something you don't even know the definition.
She's not going to quote fucking Oxford. We get the concept.
What the word is.
Crazy.
You don't understand.
It doesn't matter. I know what context clues are. I know what it like kind of means. I don't need to know the exact definition.
She said, I know what it kind of means. Okay. Yeah, ballers who do the same thing. Well, I kind of know what gravity is. No, you don't. You don't know what it is at all. So that's what you do. That's the secret. Oh, sorry. That's the secret. Just ask them to define it. Refraction. Okay, define that. Gravity. Define it. You don't even have to throw any punches back, dude. Watch how they trip over their own stuff.
I mean, I don't even know all the different kinds of refraction. I mean, I've heard them getting said, but it's not the type of thing I could call up in my mind because I've never really, like, dug into this stuff and written stuff down and fucking, like, right at the start of my, like, Discord fucking career, I had, like, notepads and I was always writing shit down, the stuff I wanted to learn. But, yeah, man, fucking, when it comes to that refraction and maths and fucking, like, all that kind of stuff, man, it doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'd rather check someone in.
So another thing too, this is what we dealt with today. Mr. Too Bad, who changed his name to I forget what he changed his name to. The guy we spoke to earlier about the rockets and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
And like you'll hear on these podcasts, they'll call people like, yo, you're just arguing to argue, bro. Like people will do that. They'll just argue. They'll just say whatever the hell they want. They don't really they're literally just saying anything. And I think that was a great example. It's kind of what he was doing as well. So I have a clip that is similar to that context. Where people will just say whatever the hell just to try and win an argument. Just take notes here, and you'll see Globers do this too.
Why do you want to be different so bad?
Because
what do you mean?
Dude, because they're girls, Nico, and every girl thinks she's fucking special.
You wanted to date a transformer, now you think Lizzo's hot.
I didn't say that I wanted to date a trans man. You asked me if I would, and I said, yeah, I would.
So you would date, okay, what if Lizzo was a transformer? Would you date Transformer Lizzo with the mechanical pee-pee?
Yeah, if we were compatible and I had chemistry with Transformer Lizzo, hell yeah, why not?
Why are you lying?
My God.
No matter what I say, Sneeko, you're gonna say I'm fucking lying.
Yes, because you are lying. He just gave you the craziest scenario. Would you date a Transformer Lizzo with a robo pee-pee? And she said she would. That's crazy. You're just giving answers to try to win an argument. Jesus Christ.
So that's exactly what bro was doing today. Just giving answers, just randomly, willy-nilly. You know, it doesn't even have to stand by. He doesn't really believe it. She doesn't really believe what she's saying. She's saying it to try and win the argument. You see that? So the Globers do this too, man. They'll just say whatever the hell to try and get away from, you know, being accountable to the things they previously said.
Misdirection, man.
Yeah. Well, it's like a weaselly behavior because she's answering the question. Yeah, I would do that when you know you wouldn't. It's like people. I wrote this down on my notes. There's like an old saying, dude. Like, don't listen to what they say. Watch how they move.
Perhaps we should put her to the test.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like people love to say things that sound good on paper, but they don't really mean it or stand by it. So that was a great example of that, where you'll just say whatever, even though you don't mean it. So just be on the lookout for Globers doing that too. They will just say things that you know they don't mean. Oh, I saw curvature in a plane. No, you didn't. We know you didn't. But you're just saying that just to try and, I don't know, bluff on the flat earth. That's not going to happen. You heard the guy.
This trigger Globy. The trigger Globy I just posted. Have you seen that one?
Oh, no, actually, I haven't watched it. Let me go on mute and watch this real quick. Because I've seen people post it. Let me watch this. Or should I just play it through the bot or something? Is it kind of sure?
You might as well just play it through the bot.
All right, I will. I will.
He's slamming down on the table.
I can't. For some reason, it won't let me play that file, but I can play it through my phone. 1 second.
Bro, you're shaking. Bro, you're shaking. You're shaking. You're shaking, bro. Medication?
What the fuck?
Some medication? Explain sun, moon, earth, space, solar eclipse. Why do you see it from Europe but not Australia? If we're not the globe. Oh, I don't have a solid rock, motherfucker. I've been at 40,000 feet. What the fuck you going with your life?
What? Dude, these guys are crazy, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, the cops had to get called over that.
No, that was some random goofball out on the crack. So I don't even know.
Yeah, so my friend in Minnesota, he goes around to the lakes in the area in Minneapolis, and he does activism. He sets up a table with memes and information about flat Earth, and he doesn't even engage people unless they engage him. So he's just setting up, waiting for people to come by. So he was gonna fall into the trap, and this guy comes along and starts getting triggered, and he's like, "Oh man, like you can't explain this, like blah blah blah, like." And like he was just like talking over my friend. He wouldn't even let my friend, didn't even give him a chance. Like it was just like nuts. And so the guy who was with my friend hanging out to do activism, like he ended up like approaching this guy who was going nuts, and like there was some pushing and shoving, and cops had to get involved. And the crazy dude threw my friend's skateboard into the lake. And so he grabbed this dude's hat and threw it into the lake too. So it was like a little back and forth. Yeah, it was wild. So my friend's working on uploading footage from the event, because that was the clip I got was from Instagram. So he's got like spy glasses footage of everything. So he's it's my friend Authentic Intent. It's his YouTube channel.
Okay. I've heard that name. Yeah, that's funny, man. I'm not gonna lie. If I was there, I'd probably get pretty riled up. But like, now that I'm sitting here, like thinking about it in my own room, it would have been just perfect just to let that dude spiral. Just like, go ahead, let it out. Yeah, let it all out, and just record the whole thing. Man, that was quite a spiral. I've been to 40,000 feet. Yeah, so has everyone else that's been in a plane. Ding dong. You're not special. Yep, dude. We flat earthers. Wow. We talk about the information, dude. These guys talk about. These globe earthers can only talk about us.
Yeah. So once the cops showed up, then he calmed down and like took off his troll face and was like, trying to appease to the cops, like, "Oh, they assaulted me. Like, it's not fair."
Of course.
Blah, blah, blah. And the cops are basically saying, like, "Dude, you're dumb. Like, they have their table set up. If you don't like it, you can keep walking."
Go away. That's like in that confrontation fit server. They're all butthurt, but they're fucking in the flat Earth debate fucking text channel. And I reply to him, he's in the text channel. What the fuck does he expect? If he doesn't want to hear flat Earth stuff, he just needs to stay at the text channel. What's the problem?
Yeah, he got real quiet when they mentioned how he was banging on the table, acting like a fool. He didn't know what to say. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I posted a video of the cops showing up. And that's my friend's channel. Give him a sub. He does a lot of good work. He does a lot of activism. Like he's had literally hundreds of hours of flat Earth activism on the streets over the past like 6 years or so. Yes, Helio. Yeah. That my friend got his phone thrown in the lake a couple years back. He had to go to court over it because I was like at like small claims court because of like property damage. Yeah, it was this old dude who got triggered about the moon landing. Like I don't even think he said anything to him. He just like saw he was recording, grabbed his phone off the table, and then just like was huffing and puffing, walking towards the lake. You can see it on the video, and it just tosses it in, and then dunk, right in the drink. My friend ended up tackling him because it's like trying to restrain him for the cops when they arrive. And yeah, like I'm telling you, the activism my friend does, it triggers so many people. And like cops show up and like all the time he gets assaulted. Like this one dude like pulled his belt off to swing it around as a weapon and like start trying to beat him with it. It gets wild, man. Globies. Oh man, you don't even know.
That's all they got. It's 2023. That's the best they can offer. Just throwing a tantrum.
Right. His channel actually, his original channel actually got deleted because of like, you know, the whole thing that went on. Because he didn't stop with just flat Earth activism. He was talking about everything that was going on. So he lost his channel, of course. But this one that I posted, that's his latest one. He had like over 4,000 subs originally on his original channel. So it's like, it's a shame, like all that content was lost. Actually, he did have some of it saved, and he started another channel to upload his older videos from pre the thing, I'll say, from like before 2020. So he has a separate channel. Let me find that link. Authentic Intent Archives, where he just like went to upload his older content that is still awesome. Like literally, it's better than any kind of reality TV show you could come up with. The things that happen, like on this guy's channel.
It's just that shit has happened to me, man. It's fucking insane if I was recording it. It's fucking absolutely insane shit, man.
Should get a body camera.
This Jewish guy literally ran away from me last week and jumped in his car and sped away. Just completely fucking ignored me and ran away. It's fucking nuts. It was like a cartoon, man. They had all the Hasidic, you know, the garb, like the hat and the hair and the long jacket and stuff like that. And it was like, yeah, the Torah says the earth is immovable, but the earth's round. And I'm like, how do those two kind of go together, man? Like, if the earth's not moving, but in the globe model it's moving all over the place. And he started getting a bit pissed off. And eventually he just bailed. I can't remember what was the icing on the cake, but he just fucking marched quickly away from me, jumped up on the wall into his car, and flew away. It's like, fuck's sake, man.
Dang, can't handle it, man.
Weeks.
I have another sequence of clips.
I just unmuted Wenby, and Wenby left the chat immediately when I unmuted him or her.
Yeah, I saw that as well. They joined and then left. I told them to come back to get unmuted. They got unmuted and left. They did have the flat Earth roll and seem sincere, so maybe they were just hiding.
Probably.
Let me play these clips real quick. Maybe like a minute total, but just kind of reminding me of the guy we spoke today. You know, well, there's experts out there. They have the answers. This type of thing. Let me load these up here.
Shit.
There's a plethora of reasons, actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m., and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there, and Google is free. The stats are very real. There's a lot of social issues that surround it. There's a lot of socioeconomic differences that impact that. If you want...
My thing is, if you're going to make a stance and make a point, then the point of the podcast is to articulate your points.
Yeah, and I feel like I articulated my point. We don't agree. We can move on.
You didn't really articulate. You said
didn't articulate anything. You said Google.
Yeah. No, and I literally said the stats exist that highlight the discrepancies in these industries. Well, I don't have the stats memorized, so I don't want to regurgitate wrong information.
Saying Google it.
I just paused it there for a second. That's literally the line you hear constantly. Well, I didn't memorize the numbers. I don't know. Someone else knows.
I'm not an astrophysicist.
All right, let's keep going.
Like, okay, then the rest of us just we make a point. Oh, Google it, bro. It's there.
But there's like.
Hold on. Look, if you're gonna make an argument on the show, you can't sit there and say Google it and then not stand.
Yeah, like fuck that. Yeah, Google it, and she was all condescending. No, fuck you. You want to make an argument? Fucking make the argument.
You're trying to claim and say I'm tired.
No,
that's ridiculous.
it's just at the end of the day, that's cool.
Dude, literally, I didn't memorize the numbers. What was that Finn Bob that Miggy was talking to? He said that literally word for word. Yes, I know the evidence is there, but I just didn't choose to memorize it. Okay, dude. Sure. I mean, dude, that's called saying a lot while saying nothing at all.
No. Nada.
There's so much facts. Look, the guy we spoke to today, there's millions of proofs. Are you where? You got one?
So give us one. Just give us one.
Well, the research exists and the proof is there, and it's just Google it and the statistics. Bro, make an argument, man. so lame.
Ludicrous, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a paragraph of literally saying nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Okay, so what is the evidence? Well, there's a plethora of evidence. Is there?
I don't know what it is right now, but I'm sure you can just find it. Google it.
Right, dude. It's like, you don't think we Googled it? Come on, man.
I think we Googled it like 7 years ago. It's a rhetorical question anyway, man.
Right, exactly.
We're not asking you because we don't know. We're just asking you so you realize you don't know.
That's one of the biggest secrets is like, we're not asking because we don't know. They have this condescending tone too. They're like, oh, well, I mean, dude, the guy we spoke to today, he's like, well, I can look some stuff up for you. We're not here for that because we already looked it up. We're at the point of showing you that what you think is out there is not out there. So we have to reveal that to you in a roundabout way, but that's totally on you. It's funny, dude. I have all these clips from Fresh and Fit, but literally the only reason I saved them, it's like something pops, something like, I don't know, I just get this, what I'm hearing is Glober. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm like, oh, I need to record that so we can talk about that. Because Globers do the exact same thing.
Yeah, man. It's exactly. It's just a safety mechanism, huh?
Yeah.
No, I don't take it personal though, because it's just them trying to save the idea in their own mind, and they're just scrambling just to hold on to the slightest little part of it, so they can just fucking stay in the safe belief system, man. Or it's either that, B, go back to the safe belief system and lash out at the flat earthers till you can just go away and forget about it, or you take on a huge fucking undertaking, which is learning about this shit, man. Takes a lot of stuff away from you, even though it's giving you stuff that fucking dismantles a lot of your past memories. It's a fucking medical condition, I would imagine. Maybe that'll end up an actual recognised condition if flat earth gets more widespread. People are like, oh, I'm starting to feel like a flat earther, doctor. I need some medication. There's some cold pills. Just take them. They're quite round.
I have these special red pills.
That's funny.
Right, we've got round blue pills for you.
Yeah, we got these silver bullet pills for you. Yeah, they'll knock out any flat earther. Yeah, they work. They work just like They work just like the gravity word, but in a pill form.
I said this in one of my songs, Sonny. I'm glad you brought that up. I said that's the flatter than a napkin. My bullets, they aren't refracted. Dude, yeah, you better watch out because we don't shoot at refraction.
If they were looking for someone, how could they ever know that was the real one from down the block? He'd be like, I don't trust that. I'm turning around. I mean, think how life would be if it was really like these idiots are saying. It's nothing like outside. They should go out more.
All right. We got Rainy Day Gamer in here real quick. Just want to see if he's in here or not. Rainy Day Gamer, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on, Rainy Day Gamer? How's it going, man?
Good, man. What's you guys all talking about? Global?
Global. Yeah, we're talking about the subject of the shape of the Earth conversation in here.
24/7, bro.
All day, every day.
Every day, all day.
What brings you by, man? Did you click a link? Because everybody that does is usually intentional. They want to come in here and see what's going on. So, what brings you by, man?
Oh, no. I've been in here a long time.
Yeah?
Oh, okay. You don't have any roles, so...
Here, I'm pretty sure I can give you a name. Let me click up here.
Has anybody got any problem with Dalebot coming back? He's banned just now. I don't know.
Is that guy?
He's one of those dudes that go around in circles, I think. Has anybody got any issue if I unban him? No?
Nah, bring him in here.
Yeah,
bring him in.
I'll try.
Bring him in here. Let's see.
So Rainy Day Gamer.
So Rainy Day. Sorry, Rainy Day. Rain Day. What was your name before?
Rain Day Gamer.
Oh, okay.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, no worries, man. But so what is your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth, man? Where do you stand with that?
Well, I think it's oval.
Oval. Okay.
Is that flat, or is it curved, or is it flat?
I don't know, man.
You're just here for taking a piss, bro.
Say what? Say what?
I'm just saying, take it easier for to take the piss.
No, I got this, bro. So Rain Day Gamer, like you're saying it's oval, but why do you say that? Like, do you know that it's
there's a north, south, east, west, right? So that means it's elongated.
What?
Elongated. Okay, so do you think it's a globe, though? That's what I'm trying to ask you. Think it's a globe?
I told you what it was.
What was it?
It's oblong.
Oblong?
An oblong what?
It's a 2D. It's a 2D. Earth is a 2D shape, is what you're saying.
Well, it's like a pancake that's been cooked. It's fluffed up.
A pancake that's been cooked?
Yeah, nice fluffy pancake, right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Like a bubbly pancake?
Yeah, one of your good pancakes.
Yeah, well, usually
English.
And it's just me coming here, but it sounds like you're slurring your speech a bit, like as if you're not running on all cylinders.
I can hear everything. There's a lot of stuff going on in this channel.
No worries, man. But it does sound like you're a few sheets to the wind. That means you're, had a little. Too
I
much
am about a sheet and a half.
Yeah, I think you're a bit more than that.
Sounds like 5 sheets to me.
Yeah.
Whoa, we're not sailing yet, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, we're about to though.
Not with 5 sheets, we're not.
We could maybe make a spinnaker out of a few sheets.
So, it's not going to be a very productive chat, I don't think. So, hey, just put yourself on mute and kind of hang tight.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, my friend.
No worries, man. No worries. Just, you can sit in here and listen, though. If you can find the mute button, it's at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and just click that little thing there. If not, we have to do it. So, all right, we got...
sounds great. I ain't going to hit nothing but push it talk.
All right, thanks,
man.
What's up, bro?
Maggie, take a look at live stream voice text. You'll see that I looked at the ban notice for Dalebot, and I take it that was me that wrote that because it looks like something I would write. Ban reason, mod abuse whiner, and lying deluded fruitcake time waster.
Yeah,
it must have been.
I'm here to tell you right now.
First.
It don't matter.
I'll be on a trial.
We don't care.
Yeah, bring his ass in here, Spake. All right, so we got Olga that's in here as well. Olga, Welcome to the chat, Olga.
Hello.
Howdy.
Good evening. How are you doing?
What brings you by the chat, Olga?
You.
I came from the Mind Unveiled server.
Okay.
Mind Unveiled, all right.
Cool. Are you guys familiar with him?
Not really. I'm not. But was there a link there that somebody supported for 24/7 flat Earth? Like,
yeah, he's like Tartaria stuff.
Okay.
If you've heard of him.
Well, Tartaria, we know that server, but that's cool. So, what interests you in the topic of the shape of the Earth conversation? What position do you hold right now? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Oh, I don't know. But there is this dude in the Mind Unveiled server that posted a video of like 19 pilots speaking out. And it was like weird. They actually said like, yeah, it's flat. We know that.
Yeah, but people can say whatever they want. Honestly, people can take
what do
flights
you
and say,
think,
hey,
though?
you know what? Yeah, hang on, Spake. I don't know. Can you hear me, bro?
So is there an upside down?
Am I not? Hang on, Ray.
Yes, Spake.
Like, why does everybody want to talk when I'm talking, man? Like, just chill, guys.
Anyways,
but anyways, yeah, you did.
Yeah,
say
Spake.
something. So did
You're
Rain.
crossing streams with Miggy right now, bro.
Yeah.
I'm what, sorry? I'm what,
I
sorry?
said you're crossing streams with Miggy, bro.
Well, I said like fucking. What do you think?
Anyway.
It wasn't. Never said I said.
Let him do his thing. Let Miggy cook, bro. Let Miggy cook.
Just trying to cook a
I only
burger,
said
man.
one fucking word.
Just trying to cook a burger. That's all. Anyways, so Olga, you were talking about these pilots that you're listening to, right? Like these guys that are talking about the Earth being flat. I guess is that right?
Yeah, I could send the link. It's like a BitChute video.
Yeah, no worries. But usually when people do that, they're relying on other people's testimonies to actually give them kind of an idea of what they think the Earth is. And it doesn't really matter who it is. It could be a pilot, somebody that's a sailor, a mariner, somebody's on the sea. But do you think that even hearing somebody out saying, hey, man, I was up there 40,000, it's flat. Like, do you think that we can rely on that kind of information as people who investigate, the evidence for the truth? Do you think that's okay? Just kind of tossing it out to you.
Pretty good evidence. At least, they have video as well.
Well, I mean, the video of those guys' testimony saying that, but I guess I would say it's most anecdotal information. Like, I don't know if that's reliable. Not to say that the guy who said the Earth is flat not reliable. I'm saying leaning on a testimony of another person. Well, so what we do here, so what we do here is that we investigate the claim of whatever somebody's saying. So if somebody's saying the Earth is flat or a globe or whatever, or hollow or whatever, right? We follow up to see if it can be verified because we want to know for ourselves instead of believing somebody, because that's how we got in the mess in the first place, right? Believing the Earth is a globe. Somebody said, well, I went on a rocket ship and I went to the moon and I looked down and wow, blue marble, right? And so that's kind of like how we got in the mess in the first place, trusting people. Instead of that, like, let's do a little bit of investigation of ourselves, so we can kind of figure this thing out. You think that's cool, Olga? If we do that?
Yeah, it sounds like really good.
All right. So I'm gonna kind of open it up to the panel so that you can ask any questions. But I just want to kind of say that about that information, so that you don't get it kind of like twisted. That we're just like, oh, really? Flat Earth pilot? Wow, that's great. Like it's more like that's cool that he said that, but we want you to rely on your own critical thinking skills. So that's what's most important.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So yeah, if you have any questions, the panel's here. They can take some questions.
Wait, okay. Like the
Like
people
any
in this VC are okay.
All flat earthers. Well, mostly. I can't say all.
Where is the shadow of the Earth? What? I mean, if it's flat Earth, where's the shadow?
Shadow from where to where? What do you mean?
There's no shadows. The ground doesn't block your view of things in the sky, bro.
And you know that we don't think the Earth is like some kind of disc where there could be a shadow cast off to the side or under the disc or whatever. Like we're not claiming a shape, bro. If you know that.
Yeah, and on top of that, we were asking Olga to ask her questions. So, Rain, if you don't mind, just let Olga kind of ask her questions to the panel. Go ahead, Olga.
Oh, well, I guess maybe my first question would be like, how do you explain things like eclipses? Yeah, okay, I'll just start with that. How would you explain an eclipse if you don't have, like, you know, a spherical Earth, moon, the sun, like in different orders, you know, like...
Anybody can take this, so I'll take point if nobody wants it, but Spake or CB or...
Take point, Miggy. I just want to post something in the chat for you. Who is this? Olga, take a look at the live stream voice text, and I'll give you the roles to see that chat. I'll ping you in there. But go ahead, Miggy.
Spake, do you want to go ahead and take this, or what?
No, I was just going to ask her, like, rather than, because we don't know what these eclipses are, like, but the eclipses, like the selenium itself, that's what I was just going to point out, that the selenium contradicts the globe story, so we've not got a story to replace, like, so we don't know what these eclipses are. We can only really observe them, just like you, just like everybody has been for centuries. But the selenium, at least, that's a lunar eclipse, but in the daytime, where the sun and moon, both bodies, are above the horizon simultaneously. So according to the globe model, they should be in an alignment, in a syzygy it's called. So there should be the sun, the earth, then the moon in alignment to cast a shadow upwards onto the lunar surface. But how can that be the case? Or how can it be a shadow from earth if the sun and moon are both above the horizon at the same time? So I don't know what an eclipse is.
That's what I asked you. Where is this shadow of the earth?
Rain, yeah.
Well, but is that what you're talking about? The shadow, obviously, it cannot be a shadow if the sun and moon are above the horizon in the selenium lunar eclipse. So obviously that proves that it's not a shadow. So we don't know what it is. Stuff. But
are you done, Spake? Oh, sorry.
On you go, man. All
right. So no, the reason I'm saying it's good stuff. Selenium eclipse to look into, but I don't want to speak like maybe 2 steps ahead of her. Like, do you know what a selenium eclipse is, Olga? Or if not, we can take a few steps back to kind of address what you said.
I know that there's one where the Earth is in the middle of the sun and the moon.
That'd be a lunar eclipse.
Okay, and then there's one where it's like sun, moon, Earth. Like, I remember this from high school.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so what I would like to say to kind of preface this particular conversation that you mentioned is that basically you've been told a story, right? So the story of the cosmology that you have right now is of one that we are in a ever-expanding universe, and there's a solar system. And in that solar system, there's planets. And those planets all include Earth, right? So, and Earth has a relationship to the moon and the sun. And so when you're talking about this, you're thinking of what I just said, a cosmology that has, you know, all these balls, you know, flying around in the vacuum of space. Does that make sense from your cosmology point?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what we're examining is all that is a story, basically, that's been told to us. Now, as an investigator of a curious mind, you want to find out, how do we know all these things to be true? Because the only thing you know is a perspective from the Earth. So the Earth, where you're standing on right now, and everything around you is things that are tangible, physical, natural world, right? You can touch these things. You can see what they are. You can do scientific experiments with things here and all kinds of good stuff. But the things in the sky, like the wandering stars, which are commonly known as planets, the sun, the moon, we don't know the physical makeup of that, or as in what's the element or whatever they are. So the stories that we hear back from the people who say they've been to the moon, been to Mars, been to low Earth orbit, that we have a cosmology that's ever expanding. We got planets and all kinds of stuff. So we get like this real elaborate story told to us, right? Now, when that information comes to you, you have to examine that story. How do I know this is true? Now, I'm going to ask you a question, because, I mean, eclipses are important to talk about, but then I would talk to you about like the cosmology. How do you know any of the stories of the cosmology are true before we address eclipses? How do you know any of that? How could you verify that information to be true, Olga? You yourself.
I mean, I don't know. I have a telescope, but like, I don't have
okay.
tools to test like physical laws and things like that.
Right. So you look through your telescope, and let's take that to the next step. What can you see through your telescope?
Like the moon, some stars.
Okay.
And it's
So with looking at something, what else can you tell me about the moon other than what you see? I mean, you could tell me that you see craters, and yeah, I get that, but how do you know the element that the moon is what it's made of? Is it physical?
I mean, like, if we're going with the idea that people have never been there and they didn't bring back samples, then okay. Well, I personally don't have any.
Well, yeah, that's the point. What I'm saying,
yeah.
What I'm saying is, as an investigator who's curious, right, and you want to know what step can we take so that we can start going from the place where we're just saying things like, "Well, I see the moon," to now saying, "I know what the moon is." Like, what point can you and I do that, Olga?
Like, there's a lot of approaches.
You can definitely get pictures looked up on the internet to see the moon.
Yeah, let's see if Olga can put on her critical thinking hat and see if we can get somewhere here.
I mean, you could do a lot of comparative things. You could look at mythology. You could look at, like, the historical things written about what the moon is, and base your conclusions off of those things. But yeah, I mean, we can't, like, physically interact with it.
Okay, so I heard you say things like we can look at stories and base our conclusions on those. Do you think that's a great way to do an investigation on something and then give a conclusion based on old stories?
Like,
I'm going to challenge you, Olga.
Okay, like, I mean...
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about religion.
Yeah, I'm going to have to mute... I wanted you to hold tight, Rain, but I have to mute you for now. Because I'm having a conversation with... I want her to kind of... I'll come back to you, Rain. Trust me. I just want Olga to really think about this right now. Go ahead, Olga.
Well, yeah, like, we don't have any way... Like, the average person, me, you, like, we don't have any way of physically interacting with the surface of the moon or any materials on it. Yeah, so that... I mean, that's, like, just in the realm of speculation, I would say.
Interesting. Now, yeah, I kind of want you to think about this because, on the other hand, they're telling us we've been to the moon. We have astronauts, we have rockets, we've been there, we've come back, we got moon rocks, on and on, et cetera, and so they're telling us this story, right? So at what point can we say, okay, now I know that what they're saying is true, versus I don't know if it's true. All I can do is take their story for what it is and just accept that, just like you said, as speculation.
But yeah, I guess it is, like, speculation. Like, I would say the strongest way that people think of the moon is that, why would NASA lie about it? Why would this group? Like, there's too many positions of authority, like sources of authority that don't say anything contrary to the main narrative. So it's kind of like, oh wait, someone has a channel linked to channel Why Lie.
Yeah, trust me, we get this asked very, very often. We get this asked very often, and rightly so, right? Because people, after being told this, they want to, like, why would anybody want to lie about this, right? So that's what we call the motive of why somebody would tell a lie. But we look more for the evidence, right? So what we do here as an investigator, like someone who's curious and critically thinks about things, they want to find out the evidence. So the motive, you could think about probably later on, once you establish that they have lied to you. So you have to first establish the evidence first. And this is what I want you to think about. Like, of course, we could talk about the motive for money, for power, for hiding God, for hiding more land, whatever it is you want to talk about, the motive is. But ultimately, nobody knows the mind of a psychopath. We don't know why they would do such a thing. Only thing we know right now is that they have done it. But another thing we can know is that the information that's being propagated out through history is used to control your thinking of the cosmology. So your cosmology right now is built on an information that you get from a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is coming from, like the education system. So the education system has given that information to you, and of course, academia continues to propagate this forward. So now you have professors talking about space. You have, your regular teachers, and just like everybody else is buzzing around talking about space and all that stuff. So now it's just like, it's everybody. They think that the Earth is a globe flying in the vacuum of space. So nobody, just believes, just like you do, that the information is true. But when you come in here, you're starting to ask questions. Then the thing is, we challenge you to actually really realize, how do I know if this is true or not? Right? Let's really start to investigate and see if we can verify any of the things. So that's why I'm saying it's like the motive, as far as like why they would lie. We can speculate to like the reasons why, but we know one thing for sure is that the information that you're receiving is controlling your mind as to how you perceive cosmology, right? So the cosmology that you have right now is the Earth flying around in its solar system and the vacuum of space, right? You agree with me on that, right?
I guess, yeah. Like I lean towards like the hollow Earth more than like the other one.
Well, but I mean, like even that, we can talk about that. But like, so
Hollow Earth's still got to be flat though. Hollow just really means there's parts that you can go in, like some other kind of doorways to other land. But still the surface that we talk about every day is relatively flat, apart from hills and valleys.
Yeah, if anybody gives you a claim, Olga, the thing to do is to challenge that claim, right? It doesn't matter what it is. Even I'd say flat Earth. Like anybody says anything, you got to challenge it. So, right now we're just trying to figure out from the globe perspective, how do we know that it's a globe, right? What did they give us that we can verify, that you and I can say, oh, I know that for sure.
Oh, well, I mean, there's things like seasons.
Okay. What about a season? What about the season tells us that we're living on a globe spinning in the vacuum of space?
The tilt, the theories to explain it all depend on that. Basically, like it starts with that presupposition, and then it adds on things.
What is the presupposition we have to have?
So the Earth, is this because it's a sphere? Then you have, and then you have the axis as well, and this is affecting the way that the sunlight hits the continents, and then that affects these different climatic regions.
Okay, so you're saying the Earth first presupposition means you're presupposing that the Earth has to be a ball first, right? But now remember, let's always use our critical thinking hats, right? If we're putting that hat on and saying, how do we know the Earth's a ball? Remember, that was the first thing. We have to establish that the Earth is indeed a ball. We can't go with the presupposition if we don't know. So, now that you mention it, the Earth has to be a ball. Well, how do we know it's a ball? Let's investigate that, because let's take a step back from seasons and go back to where if the Earth is a ball. So now let's try to figure that out. How do we know the Earth is a ball? Because we need that for the seasons to work, just like you said, presupposition, right? So how do we know the Earth is a ball?
I don't really have any good evidence of that. I know that there was some ancient mathematician, like maybe a Greek one, I can't remember, who measured the distance of two different points of land and then somehow calculated the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
I wish I had better sources.
No, don't worry about it. So if you're thinking about a calculation, I would say this much. If I was to tell you, if I have in my hand a basketball, and if I was to tell you that's a cube, how could you then tell me for certain that I'm holding a basketball that's a sphere with a radius and diameter and circumference? How would you tell me, what would I need to do to discover that it's a sphere and not a cube? What would I need to do to that basketball?
Probably just resort to mathematical definitions. Like if we can both agree on what physically the measurements are, or whatever the physical properties of a sphere versus a cube, then we can agree which category the basketball falls in.
Right. So what defines a sphere? How do I know I'm holding a sphere?
Like the properties of it. Like I feel like this is going to geometry almost. Like,
well, sure. We're holding a geometric shape in our hand, aren't we? With the basketball.
yeah.
Okay, so how do I know it's a geometric shape called a sphere? What properties does it have that I know that it's a sphere?
I'm like literally just reading like the definition, but it's like saying like something like every point on its surface is equidistant from the center.
Okay. What else does it say?
Stuff like that.
Does it say anything important about a spherical? What for it to be a specific shape does it need for it to be sphere? What does it have? What are its properties that it has?
Just a round solid figure.
Yeah. So
that's what it's
round solid figure. And when something is round, it has what? There's a C word that I want you to say.
Curves?
Yeah. It's got curves, right?
It's got curves.
It's curved all over, right? The sphere.
Like on BBW.
All right. So we have a curved sphere in our hands. And so if I wanted to measure to see if it has curves, or what if I said, no, it's a cube? What could you determine that it does have that curved surface? What would you do?
I guess like measure it, show the lack of angles.
Exactly. Okay. That's great. That's great because now we're measuring the surface of that sphere, and so the basketball would measure curvature because it would show that in any part of that basketball, I could see if how much curvature there is on it to see if the sphere that you said that I'm holding in my hand is not a cube, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I could now make a difference between a cube and a basketball being a sphere. So now I know the geometric shape I have in my hand is a sphere due to the fact that I can measure it and I can know that it has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So that same example is simple because you know that a geometric shape has curvature and its properties that it would display would be a drop over a distance. So on that sphere, you could measure from point A to point B on any point on that basketball, there would be a drop over a distance, right? From any point that you plot, A and B. All right. So let's use that same idea and apply it to the Earth. Do you think that's a great method to find out if there's any drop over distance on this geometric shape that you and I are standing on?
Yeah.
Okay.
If that's possible to even measure, like.
Well, it's possible to measure the basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with me on that? It's possible to measure a basketball.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So if we're standing on just a bigger geometric shape, what would be the harm in finding that out? Like, you think that's totally wrong and we shouldn't do that? Or you think, hey, if we wanted to know what size this big old ball is, all we got to do is measure it. Drop over distance. We did it with the basketball.
Yeah. Drop over distance? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me too. Here's the issue. You know the problem that we're having, Olga?
What is that?
This ball doesn't have any measurable curvature at all. There isn't not one drop over distance that anyone has ever measured anywhere on this ball. What does that mean? And I'm just giving you something to think about. We can actually pour ourselves over some information to figure this out. I'm just kind of getting you through a thought process here.
Mm-hmm.
So if we tried to do the very same thing, just like the basketball, try to figure out if we're standing on that geometric shape that everybody says we're standing on, and we don't have any measurements for the Earth's curvature, if something doesn't measure curvature at all, then what is it? The surface.
It's just like a plane or something. Like
that's right. You're right. It's a plane. So if we're dealing with that, then we know for sure, we could know for sure if it's a curved surface or not, based on us attempting to measure it. And there's no, how can I say this? There's no way around the fact that we're going to have to figure this out, because if you can do this small thing for me, type in your Google, what is the radius of Earth? If you can do that right now. I don't know. Can you do that, Olga? What is the radius of Earth? And then tell me the value that Google spits out at you.
3,958.8 miles.
Exactly. So now it's given you that value, and you have something to work with, meaning it's a specific size, right? It's not too big, it's not small, it's that size exactly. That's the size of the Earth's radius. So we have something to work with, right? We got some metrics. So what we do is now we take this information and we go apply it to the Earth itself. You go out into the field somewhere, right? Possibly, I would say, choose a place where there's not land topography. Land topography would probably be a factor in you kind of like figuring this out. So, land topography, right? It's mountains, valleys, hills and all that stuff. So we want to go to a place where there's not that disturbing our test. So we want to go over water, preferably something where we can demarcate a distance, meaning let's look for some markers in the water that give us a distance from where we are observing on the beach to where those things are in the water. We have a specific example called the black swan. And that example shows some oil rigs out in the distance of the water. So we know from where the observer is on the beach to where the oil rigs are is a certain distance away. So we got that much. We got an observer height where the observer's making their observation. And then we got a distance to where those oil rigs are to demarcate a distance. And then we have, of course, the horizon in the background, because that's what we were ultimately looking for. Distance to horizon. Because they're telling us, right, Olga, that the curvature of the Earth is at the horizon. So where you and I see the horizon, that's where the curvature of the Earth is blocking our view from anything beyond that. Have you heard of that before?
Yeah.
Right.
But then people get a better telescope, and then they can see farther.
Well, see, that's an issue for the globe. So if we see farther, then the globe has problems, because how can we see farther than the horizon is dictating? Because in the globe model, I hesitate to say model because they don't have one, but in the globe model, they tell us that the geometric horizon, where we can't see beyond, that's the leading edge of the sphere. That's where the curvature begins. So if you see beyond that, that's an issue for the globe, because it's just like, think of it like this. If somebody walks over a mound of dirt, like you say you have a friend and walks over a mound of dirt, you can't see your friend over that mound of dirt, right? In no way, shape, or form, because they're gone beyond the obstruction between you and your friend is that mound of dirt. You get the principle, right, of that?
Yeah.
So if they're going over the hump of the Earth's water, right, that you can't see beyond, then no amount of magnification is going to bring that whatever went beyond that curve back. Because as you know, the principle still stands. If somebody walks over a mound of dirt, you can't see them beyond that mound of dirt. So it stands to reason that if they go over a mound of water, that you couldn't see them past the water. But like you said, we can bust out the telescope or the binoculars and voila, we'll see them right there again.
Yeah.
That's an issue, right? For something that's supposedly supposed to be the curved surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it is. It sounds like, but I don't know. Did they really say that?
Yeah, they do. They actually do. I'm saying this here now, but you can.
How is that not been challenged?
Olga,
That's weird.
Well, this is the thing. You know how it is, like when you're taught at such a young age that the Earth is whatever it is. It's like the word is a foregone conclusion, meaning that nobody has to think about it because it's globe. Hello. So everybody's like, I've learned that back in 3rd grade. We learned about Christopher Columbus saying that he was going to take his ships and they were afraid they were going to sail off the edge. How dumb is that? We're so advanced now, yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So now we're at the point where, supposedly enlightened stage of humanity. So you know what I mean? Like progress and all that stuff. Like we're looking so far. We don't even talk about those. That's what cavemen used to talk about. We don't talk about that stuff. So That's why, like, that's answering your question. Why doesn't anybody ever look into this? Because everybody thinks it's a globe because it's like a religious belief. You were just born into it, like through the schooling system, and your parents learn about it, then you know about it now. So it's just been passed down like a tradition. Kind of like Santa Claus. Think of it like Santa Claus, but for adults. Like, as a kid, you're just told that Santa Claus exists and all that stuff, but you're a kid, you don't know. But your parents make up a story about a guy in a red suit and got reindeer and stuff, and it's kind of cool for the kids, but when they get older, they find out Santa doesn't exist, and oh boy, that's something that, kind of wrecks some people.
Carry the analogy.
So, yeah, what do you think about the conversation so far, Olga, before we proceed?
I'm trying to look at what okay, because I see that some people have responded to this oil rig black swan example.
Yep.
Well, you know that the black swan image, it actually comes from a video. We could probably get the link for you for the whole video if you want to see it.
Okay.
Well, it's just a still image that was taken from it, and then they sort of messed a little bit with the colours just to make it sort of stand out a little bit more.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find it.
They're putting the video already. Speak.
Oh, you got it there, right, Sam?
Some of the people put the video. So yeah, just click on that video, Olga. What are some of the rebuttals that you're looking at right now that they're saying about this? And we'll even talk about it so that we can go through them. And
okay, the first thing is atmospheric refraction is not taken into account.
There. See, it's the globe idea is very sneaky, right? They're very sneaky. So they want to insert something that doesn't actually have a representation in reality. Now they want to talk about refraction as that's something to talk about. Now with refraction, the kind of refraction they're talking about is terrestrial refraction. It's a big word, but that's what they're saying is happening. That's the reason why you can see the horizon at the place that you see it. But you want to know what the problem with the idea of refraction?
Yeah.
And them using that claim. Well, when you look up Snell's law, because that's what it is, refraction is Snell's law. If you look up Snell's law, you'll find out the reason why refraction can't happen through just the medium of air. Because air is one medium, right? And what you need with refraction is two mediums, right? As in water and air. So I'll give you an example. Have you ever seen a glass of water, and if you put a straw in that glass of water, once it passes the barrier of that water and it goes into the water, you can see it look like it's really out of place. Like it's bigger and it's shifted maybe a little bit to the left or the right, just depending where you put the straw.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's refraction right there. That's proper refraction. That's what happens when the straw goes through two contacting medium, air and water. And as it passes through the water, you can see the straw being refracted. That's actual refraction. Now, what they're claiming is that this is happening only in one media, which is only the air. It's not possible because that's not what refraction is. And of course, eye doctors use the same type of understanding with refraction to create corrective lenses so that people can actually see better. That's what refraction actually amounts to, with the eyeglasses looking through the medium. And now that they can use different focal length and strength, you're able to see better and such with the strength of the focal length on that on the eyeglass, so that you can see at a farther distance, to get better vision due to the fact that it's using refraction. So proper refraction is able to be used, but in the different context that they want to use it, it's only through one media. Only the air. And its proper context is used to two media.
Yeah, the transition from one medium to the other.
Right? So their argument stands more like they're talking about a layer cake of density in the medium. So they're saying that through the medium of air, you got different layer cake densities. And that's what causes refraction. But that's not so. because in our air, yes, we understand that it thins out as you go up in a gradient pressure, but it's not talking about the way that light travels through it. So we're talking about two media in the sense the way light travels through the air and then reaches your eyeball. So it only goes through one medium when it goes through the medium of air. It doesn't go through two.
Okay.
But that's what they claim with their idea of refraction, saying that it's going through many different densities of air. That's why refraction to them, terrestrial refraction, becomes plausible. But it's not in the sense of they're taking refraction out of context from Snell's law, where it tells you can look up Snell's law if you want, and then kind of do research as to what it stands to reason for refraction to be the case. You need two media.
Okay.
So I could go on, but I just wanted you to get like a general context of it because it's a bit more in depth actually to talk about.
And think about what they're telling you is refracted, the globe that they haven't measured in the first place, and that's why they have to say it's refracted when we go to look for it because it ain't there.
All right, did you go ahead? If there's another point you want us to talk about that you're reading, Olga.
But Olga, see, just before you move on to something else, see that the image I just posted there with it's another black swan. So it's got the same spot. So that from the same spot, that camera with a few days apart, and you can see the difference from where the horizon is. So how could anyone have ever possibly measured like the Earth's surface if the horizon constantly fluctuates with atmospheric conditions? There's literally no way anyone could have ever measured the Earth.
Okay, I have to like get more familiar with these things.
Yeah, no worries. Listen, we're not in a rush for you. We're not in a rush for you to kind of like jump right into a flat Earth. That's not the case. So what we're doing here is we're challenging these ideas that they've given you so that you can think about them and then ponder on them.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know, if you have more questions or if you want to look at like, here's what you're going to get, right? Be honest with you. You're going to come up to a lot of anti-flat Earth propaganda that gives arguments for their side because they have a confirmation bias for the Earth being a globe. So they're going to give you all the answers. And I would say, let them do their best. Bring those arguments if you want to challenge what we're saying, and we'll go through them and we'll unravel the mystery of why they say what they say and why it doesn't relate to the reality that physical and natural world is to you and me.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good.
Awesome. But yeah, if you just want to sit in here and just like listen, you're welcome to do so. Or if you think of another question, just chime in and ask us. This forum, yeah, we want to be as helpful as we can. I always tell people like I want to, have it to where the next generation of critical thinkers are actually coming from a place where they're investigating all the claims that are being told to them. So that's important for us.
Sounds good. Like this is a whole project. Like this is like.
Oh, it's big, Olga. It's big. But yeah, welcome.
It's the best place you'll find on the internet. I don't think there's any place more interactive than this.
Season 9.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, we do get a little heated in here. And everybody in here has their own different style. But know that our main goal is to put on display to the whole world that the information that we've been getting thus far has been misinformation. Hasn't been something that we can solidify in the physical and natural world. So that's why we're very passionate about this. But at the same time, we have to gauge each engagement with like a temperament. Like we have to know who we're talking to and so forth. So I appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, we have a soundboard too, so as you can tell.
If you don't know what
How do you take it? Yeah.
by now, I don't even know what to tell you.
Do you have to have a PC for to use a soundboard? I take it.
Correct.
The soundboard?
Right,
No,
yes.
You can use it. You can use it, bro.
Yeah. What do you have to do? Kind of echoing from someone.
CB, you're really muffled, man, for some reason.
Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong mic there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, the soundboard only works if you're on PC and if you're in a CB approved club. Haha.
I just wanted to see how it actually use it more.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. All right. With that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and mute Rain Day. Rain Day, did you have any questions on anything? It sounded like you were chiming in, but we just wanted to kind of flesh it out with Olga. So,
Oh no, but do you guys watch Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh yeah, is that with Native Americans?
freaking resolve, dude. I forgot he has a soundboard. So any topic?
Yeah, I have this running.
You go and see.
Sorry, my bad. I think I've been on a lag the last couple of weeks or so, but I just have a weird running colloquial theory about how, like, typically people will say women are more emotional, but it's strange because when this topic comes up, it's almost like the opposite. I've noticed that the gals tend to handle this information far better.
They don't care. They don't care about this topic as much.
Yeah, they just don't get so emotionally invested, and the conversation with the boys goes way different than the conversation with the girls. The guys
Boys love their Star Wars.
Emotional. Yeah. I just find that really interesting. It's like the complete opposite when it comes to this topic.
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna go ahead and plug my channel. I just uploaded the Mind Virus 99% certain from Clipcord. This is my third one that I've uploaded from him, so I'm not gonna play it in here. I'm just gonna put it in the live stream voice sites.
Shout out to Clipcord.
Clipcord's a man.
Hey, I found the video of my friend getting his phone tossed in the lake because of a triggered boomer.
Yeah, all good. If you want to check out some videos. Oh, sorry.
Hey, I had a triggered
148 in that video I posted. That's all.
Yeah, if you want to check out the channel that I put up there, Olga, I got a lot of good stuff in there about people refuting like the physical and natural world. I think most of the videos I have on there is so that it can display to the people that are brand new to this topic that, like, damn, am I one of those? Let me get off this ride. Once you start hearing how they talk, you're gonna be like, oh man. Yeah, I got an astrophysicist, I got an engineering student, like I got a bunch of people in there, supposedly in academia, that they don't know what basic shapes are. Ooh.
I was gonna say, I need you to put credentials out there.
Not gonna lie, man, I didn't hear what you said, but okay.
I need credentials.
For what?
How much you paying me?
Okay.
Some kind of authority.
$2 an hour.
Pass.
Cheap.
You're not worth my credentials.
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my
He spoke to over
question.
2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a
for you.
best-selling Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
study.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to
I'm
me.
more qualified.
I didn't realize for a second that was the bot, and I was like, "What the hell is happening?" Suddenly.
Sorry, I should have gave the heads up.
No, it's all good. It's just like, wow, how did it devolve into this so quickly?
Well, this is just an example of the mind virus here.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think
is an opinion.
because that's what a person's.
If I say the sky's green,
opinion
because that's
is.
my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masses agree, bro. Masses agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron?
This is what.
If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
that is objectively wrong.
Best
my
friend.
opinion is
Your opinion is green. In
I
your
can't believe that
opinion,
we're even
is
having
your
this conversation.
The
That
sky's
opinion
green.
could be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. But she said that it's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my
hold on, let me
accolades. I
stop
explained
this.
it to you. Now you're cutting me off.
Yeah, so this is the example of that mind virus, this 99% type of stuff. Well, you have your opinion, I have my opinion. You know, if I'm wrong, we're all wrong type. This is part of that mind virus that Miggy talks about on the daily. So you have to be on the lookout for that. This girl claimed she had a master's degree. And she's saying things like, well, your opinion, if you say the sky is green, that's an opinion and it can't be wrong. The mind virus is everywhere, folks.
God, that's bro.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, Miggy. Like, am I one of the 99%ers? That's what you should be asking when you listen to those clips.
Exactly.
There was we were earlier in that server, and particularly Miggy and other people, and I myself spoke with one guy. He was very receptive. He's followed through the logic that was being presented, and he received it pretty well, right? Right, Miggy? Is that an accurate description of what happened?
Yeah, he didn't have an investment either way, but he was a very cordial person to speak to. So
yeah, and then I moved to another room in the same server. And the guy was talking about manhood and how that stuff should be and that kind of stuff. And then he saw Crete, and there's a flat earther here, flat earth stuff. I'm like, oh, flat earth? Oh, what's that? And he turned into the feminist globalist that he's arguing against.
Oh, Bus?
Yeah, you gotta love that, huh? You gotta love that.
You know, the guy that was a different room, a different guy, not the same one.
Oh,
a different guy in another room that I joined, and then Crete was there, and I wasn't talking about flat earth, nothing. But he mentioned Crete was in the room, and he wasn't speaking or anything. He was just probably asleep or busy doing something else, and he said, "Oh, there's a flat earther in here, flat earth this." And then I started the conversation, trying to follow some logical conversation with him. And he mentioned, "Oh, but there's more people that believe the earth is round and less people that believe the earth is flat." I'm telling you, bro, he's over there arguing against feminism and how men should be and this kind of stuff. And then he used the same logic of the feminist logic to protect the globe at the same time.
That's exactly what I've been talking about, Gemsy. Is like they are more emotionally invested for some weird reason than some of the gals. I mean, Brenda excluded, but you've seen that with Olga. Great example. Go ahead.
Yeah, Olga's a great example. We got No Smoke that's in here. No Smoke was muted. I just unmuted you, bro. You there? No Smoke.
Yeah, there's no smoke, there's no fire.
Yeah, Smoke. I think we spoke a few days ago, right? You and I. What's up, man? Welcome back.
Oh, me? Yeah. I had a phone call. I had to go, man.
Welcome back.
No worries, brother. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. What's the conversation about?
Flat Earth, bro.
You know, it's always about.
we can pick up where we left off, but you have to remind me.
I don't even remember.
Let me look at the chat.
Is this a Lazra? Okay, the silence gives me my answer.
Is that code heretic?
No, he was here on another account before called a Lazra, and he was LARPing as like an East Indian and stuff.
Oh, this is that guy. I remember. Oh, man, you've been talking about the guy who made voice impressions. You do voice impressions, right? Is that who you are? I remember now.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, No Smoke. You did let's see, was it an Indian guy? And then after a while, you're like, "Oh, I got you guys, gotcha." Remember? You remember? It's you.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I know. But listen,
Yes, that was me. I was doing the Indian accent. That was very, very good of me. Yes, that was.
Oh, yes, my friend.
I don't know. It was all right, man. It wasn't that good. It was all right.
Oh my goodness gracious!
All right. So just we'll speak to you because we have had conversations with you, pretty heated. But we got Mr. Somebody that's in here, real quick. Hang on, No Smoke. We'll get back to you in a minute. Mr. Somebody just joined the server. I'm unmuting you right now, Mr. Somebody. Welcome to the server.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Nice. Isn't that the gamer guy?
I'm the gamer guy.
Never mind. I'm out to lunch. Never mind.
What's up, Mr. Somebody?
Yo, what up?
Yo, what's up? Hey, dude, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man. What brings you by?
I don't know, man. I
don't
just
know?
wanted to join in and see what's up.
Well, we're
You're
talking about
faking a voice. That's not his real voice. He's putting a voice on.
I know. I could. He's not doing as good as you can, but yeah, I can tell. So we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Man, how you feel about Earth?
Can I introduce this guy, Rain?
What?
If you don't mind. All right. So, Mr. Somebody, welcome to the chat. And so we're talking to you about the shape of the Earth. What is your position about the shape of the Earth conversation? Do you think the Earth is a globe, Mr. Somebody?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So what is your position right now for this conversation? What do you think about it?
I don't know.
You have no opinions whatsoever. There's nothing running through your mind. Everybody has to have something, a position of what they think, even if they're on the fence. You know, if they're still undecided.
I got nothing.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, stop the cap, bro.
I'm not capping.
That's all right.
Stop the bullshit accents, man. For fuck's sake, boys.
Yeah.
Well, dude, you can't pretend like you fell off a truck and never heard about the globe. Right, Smoke or somebody?
All right, so since it's silent, I'm just going to say something real quick. Attention on deck.
Parade! They're laughing at parade dress.
What's up, Kiwi?
What's that, man?
What up, Onk?
You know.
What's up?
Well, I'm gonna make a public announcement, and I just had some precious. Was yummy. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Can we shift over to that Discord comment so somebody new comes in?
Yeah, we got some people in here, but they're talking in weird voices. So yeah, we can shift over.
Awesome.
Yeah. So only one with my precious. Anyone else? No, just Gemsy.
Just Gemsy.
You trying to make us hungry, huh?
I was at the supermarket and then I was looking to the precious. Now I know what is the precious. Thanks.
I've been watching other people. The other night, I pulled up a few videos of world-class chefs and those guys making steaks. There's a little bit of here and there and what have yous, but for the most part, I mean, I found out these things on my own. I'm not saying that theirs were bad. I'm going to maybe expand my horizons a little bit and test it out, but what I told you is the deal.
Oh, I got good news for you anyway. See if I can.
Really? I love good news.
Well, it's good news for the server, but also for you. But it's
Okay.
let me put it. I'll put it in live stream voice text.
Okay.
This is what I got. I got this in my DMs not too long ago. Well, not today, but
Oh, Jesus, Professor Phil.
because I was announcing. Yeah, go on, Kiwi.
You see that the GIF right above Professor Phil with the Indian?
Yeah. Oh shit! That's a really good gift, man. We should save that. But no, he's had the courage. We're talking about the arena the other day, and it's now, as you can see, it's right underneath this voice channel.
I did see it.
I was mentioning it. We were talking about the objections and how that goes with like an actual toe-to-toe with somebody. As long as your objection is valid, then the referee allows you to keep that objection, which you have 3 of them. and you're allowed 1 minute. You know the rules, and like I was saying that in the chat, and old Negator popped his head out of the VC and was saying, you guys are afraid to debate me and stuff. So I started calling people out now. I'm like, the arena's open. We are now taking invitations for you guys to come in here, and we're gonna just do it the way it needs to be done. We're not gonna go to your modern day debate and let you gish gallop 10, 20,000 ideas, and then it's not gonna work that way. We're gonna go here head to head. And as much as you got, if you got the gusto, you're going to come in here, you're going to give it all you got, because I guarantee you that's what it's going to take.
What's the arena? What is the arena?
My cat's litter box is smarter than fucking Negator.
He fucking hates me, man. He's got me blocked.
Sorry, what's this whole arena thing about? Like, is there some new little concept that you got? Like, what is the specifics of it, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. Yeah, no, it's a revival of an old debate style platform that we had here. It never went away. It's just we didn't have any more participants. So
yeah,
the arena is it's what you called an advanced debate platform. And so the way it was organized was that, let's say you wanted to debate flat earth, right? No smoke. Give you an example. And I called you into the debate arena. So we would go in, me as defending the flat earth, you defending the globe. I'd be the Spartan, you'd be the gladiator. And it was a slugfest between you and me. It would be, of course, we'd do it up with the live stream. We'd make it'd be a thing, really. We'd schedule it. We'd have a day we're going to do it. And when we do it, we'd, invite people in. But then the rules to the arena were that nobody else can speak in the arena. Not like it's open here. It's just going to be me and you and a referee. And you have to know what you're talking about. I have to know what I'm talking about, because that's all we got is each other. Like, you can't run away, because then you're going to look like a freaking sissy once you agreed to do a debate in the arena and do battle with me. And then now you're going to skip off. So you have to, it's like we're locking horns in a cage match. Whereas debate style is going to be, you're going to say your specific points as to whatever, evidence you got. And if I feel like there's something you're saying wrong, that's fallacious or something that I can object to, I would say objection. And the referee that's going to referee the match is going to say, okay, pause, the chat. We're going to hear your objection. And if my objection to what you're saying is invalid, then he'll take one of my objections away. I only got 3, right? So having 3 objections, and if one gets taken away, I got 2, 1, and then if I don't have any, and if you're saying something that I want to object to, I can't. They will mute me, and then you will continue to say what you need to say. So it's kind of like, if you're saying something and that's invalid, like it's fallacious reasoning or something that can be called out, and you know what I mean? So that's how it works. So it's a back and forth at a very high level. Like, you have to be able to understand fallacious reasoning, that kind of stuff. If you're not equipped to be in the arena, then everybody's going to know it. That you're, like, from debating skills to logic to anything, evidence, whatever it is. If you don't have the right stuff when you're in there, it's going to show. So there is no outs. There isn't a crowd. Nobody else can jump in. It's just you and the other person. And it's a back and forth until one person gets completely wiped out or knocked out or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's an obliteration mode. There is no recourse from here. It's either you're going to come out as a victor or you're not. It's truly the pinnacle of what debates should be, in my opinion. But
I agree. Actually, sounds quite interesting. But the thing is, who is the referee?
We usually choose like an admin or somebody that can handle, because it's not easy. The referee's position is not easy. You'd have to actually be able to stop the conversation, and even, let's say, if we have somebody on our side, like moderating another flat earther, they'd have to stop the flat earther from like going and then hear the globe earther's objection and so forth, and you know what I mean? Like, so whoever's doing it has to at least due diligence to the referee position. Does that make sense?
Plus, they need to know the logical fallacies and stuff as well.
Yeah.
They need to be able to analyze the conversation. And
They need to be engaged. Number one.
Exactly.
Number two, they're not a vegetable there. Number two, they have to be well versed in logic. And like the gentleman just said, they have to be able to recognize logical fallacies to a point. Number 3, they have to be proficient in the scientific method. There you go.
Yeah, there is no outs here. No smoke. If you're not equipped to get into the arena, don't even set foot in it. If you think you got
basically what you said there, that basically excludes most people.
Well, no, I'm saying people do want to go in the arena, and it's like if you want to go and see if you got what it takes, go in there.
Yeah, but a lot of people want to fight Mike Tyson as well. But do you get me?
No, I know, but I'm saying like it's not restricted. Like if you feel like honey, hold my beer, that you want to go in there, do it. Like I want to see it, like. But it's not going to be what you expect.
Biggie, got a question. In the arena, is there share screen capabilities?
I think so. Because I went in there. I was testing out the perms. I think. Yeah, you know what? I think so, Kiwi. Because last time, remember, we had it in who was it? There was a Glober that was complaining, and we fixed it to where it was a share screen capability. Because of some citation they were trying to bring, it was like we enabled it. I do think that if not, then we're gonna make sure that it is.
Is this the flat 24/7 flat Earth arena? Is that the one?
Yeah, it's right below this voice channel for sure.
That's new. It wasn't here last time I was here.
Oh no, this was I'm gonna say 2 years ago that we had the original.
Right.
But it was we were doing 5-on-5s and such. It was like some of us that were a part of it was glorious. I would say it was some of the best debates that I think in the internet that there ever was.
But 5-on-5 will get a bit messy, won't it?
Well, not with this set of rules that we had. Not with
That's the referee knows what he's doing.
And of course, your team would also be a part of like who's speaking, like who's taking point. Let's say, because if there's 5 of us, if I know that you're speaking, I'm not going to overtalk you. I have to wait till you're finished fleshing out your point, or if I'm better at explaining something, or they are, or whatever we know. We've had objections, so objections were the kind of the rule of the day. So that was the important part of it. It's really hard, man. Like if you're somebody who struggles with logical
Supporting what you say.
Yeah, you can't get away with stuff, man. In there, you really can't.
If you can't support what you say via citation and demonstration with that citation, in some cases, you better go find a new line of work.
And if they really wanted to stick in there and just kind of like, I guess, hang around and see if what they got, they would get crushed, because in the arena, like I said, there's no recourse. If you don't know what you're saying, you're gonna get smoked, dude. And it's not. It's uglier because it's not like a free form chat here. This free form chat, everybody wants to jump in and everybody wants to say something. It's not that. It's just you and the other person. So.
Don't piss the referee off.
Yeah, don't do that.
I did that a couple times. I'm just saying, even me. So
yeah, we've had 5-on-5s where flat earthers got muted, bro.
I haven't done too many 5-on-5s. I was more or less naked in there by myself for the most part with most of them. So
why aren't you doing this now? Like the way you guys are explaining it is if this was going on in the past and stuff, but why haven't you done it recently?
Everybody got destroyed, bro.
Participants, dude. We need we need new combatants. We don't have them. They when I mentioned the arena, and I'm starting. Well, Phil Bellum, but I don't know why he wants to do. I guess he'd be the first guy to come in there just to kind of like let's get a fresh paint of blood on the floor. And that's probably the only reason why. I don't know why he'd want to throw himself.
You know Professor Phil, is he that guy who goes on was it Fight the Flat Earth? I think it's called his channel a lot. Is that him?
He's a mod on Fight the Flat Earth channel.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Well, that's him then, I guess. I didn't even know.
Is that him? Yeah?
Dynamics.
The really angry guy.
Yeah, the Thermodynamics for Dr. Phil.
Oh shit! I mean, I'll be honest with you. I find him extremely unpleasant.
I'm sorry. You need to watch the Numpty clip, signature Numpty clip with Professor Phil. I mean, retards are blushing.
Cue up just now, Q. Put it on
Say
the bottom. Put it on the bottom. It's just a short clip.
I can't understand you. I need a translator.
That's what I'm saying. If it's a short clip, you could play it on the bot.
Oh no, it's a signature Numpty clip. It's 35 minutes.
Oh fuck.
What's it about?
Well, I tried to be concise.
35 minutes.
Like,
he's taking.
I think that's a compilation of stuff that he said, like compilation of stupid stuff he says, like kind of thing.
I think it was all in one sitting.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
I'll grab it for you. Shit.
Yeah, please send me a link. I'll be honest with you. I watched a few. If that's the guy I think he is, I find him quite unpleasant. Like he's just very. I don't know, but it seems like he's just very unhappy in his life. Do you get me? Like,
yeah.
I think
Check it out, man. Yeah, he got his. He got his.
Why would your default position be that you are that angry? Do you get me? Like, why are you just that angry for no reason? People aren't.
Listen, man, I got two letters for you. It's QE. He lives in his head. I'm not lying, dude. He comes in here and he says, "Why don't you go talk to your daddy, QE?" Like it's all he says. That's the only is like you talk to your master QE yet? Like because QE literally like he's got under his skin, bro. Like he's just
QE. Is that quantum eraser?
Right.
Yeah.
He's General Pat.
Sorry, I don't really. I'm not very well versed, so I don't like really know any.
Well, I mean, the more content you hear about all of us in here, you'll start to get to know names and stuff. But
yeah, I've heard some of these names. I mean, from some of the videos and stuff that I watched, I have heard.
No, holy shit, Gorge!
Yeah, he's out of the loop, bro. We'll have to do some mandatory videos for him from your channel to kind of he'll get up to speed and then he'll come back next time and be like, oh, I know who he is now.
Oh shit, I put that in the wrong damn. Okay, never mind. I was in the the arena text.
Where's that? Oh, sorry.
You go ahead. No,
there you go.
Go ahead.
All right.
Somebody wanted the Dr. Phil one, so there you go.
That's for me. Yeah, thank you. Just gonna ask.
Oh, it's a treat, bro.
Box.
We are giving out the invitations to the arena, and to any willing participant, if they really want to step foot in there, they can choose their combatant. We are the guys that are in here that make up the 24/7. They can choose any one of us, let's say, or if they want to do a 2-on-2, 3-on-3, we'll accommodate. But just so you know, the arena is open for business. We are waiting for the participants, anybody who's willing to step foot in the arena. Of course, we'll give you the rundown as to what it's about, so you'll know, the rules and such.
Remember that astronomer that came in there that one time? He all of a sudden got technical difficulties.
Oh, we had such a great time. It'll be a great time again. But like I said, we need some new faces, some new combatants to step foot in there. And so we're just kind of like, from now on, we're just mentioning it every now and again. Once we get something in the works, we'll get some new participants. We'll start scheduling them in. We'll start making dates and setting them for, like, I don't know, Fridays or whatever you think we can actually. And I would say it this way, man. I'll open it up to anybody who's willing to want to take part in that.
Because some of them are definitely not going to come back. There's a handful of them, like they'll not come anywhere near us.
After the debate, they won't want to. But
they'll come back. They'll respawn. Yes, some are masochists after they respawn. Yeah, it'll happen. It happens.
Suppose like Kosho and Zanuck, they've got to come.
You know what? That's the first name that came to mind.
Kosho?
Yeah.
After reading that comment that he put earlier on, he's went like some kind of Buddhist fucking maniac sort of style.
Is he in here?
No, but somebody put a comment about him, and he wrote this big fucking message, and it was like fucking guru fucking kosho.
He's dumber than Phil is.
His incoherent rambling speaks for itself.
He's changed quite a bit from where you guys remember him last. He's like what Panto was saying. He's gone some sort of self-help guru. Yeah, it's really bizarre. It's like,
no, man, he knows all the arguments, man. He's been here. Anybody who's been around this argument that long and still a hardcore glober, there's something wrong with your mental fucking faculties.
Did he transition?
yeah, he's like, it's like he's hung around with Geo so much. Like, if you turn, he's like I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's just bizarre. That's all I gotta say.
Fucking Geo. You talk about Jane Fonda.
Yeah, the original Jane Fonda.
Yeah. Unbelievable. That's scary, dude. Is he still on? The stars spin in different directions and shit?
Oh my god.
There's 4 southern poles in his model or whatever.
What? No way. He says 4?
Yeah.
4 southern poles.
Yeah, it's a quadpodal system or something.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
So how many fucking poles are in the north?
We need him in the arena, man. Just once. Just, I don't know.
There was a globalist who had a sock account of me on the server, and he got mad at me because a globalist was pretending to be me. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You can't tell that's not me. You really can't tell. How about get us both in voice or whatever, you know?
We could probably do it. No, we could probably do it. We could probably do it old school, Crit, and just hand out some invitations to the arena. So wherever anybody goes, hand them out. Tickets are available, you know. So, and because I'm just kind of curious to see what's out. Are we going to get the same characters that we had before respawning back in the arena, or are we going to get fresh participants? I don't know. I just
mixture.
We got to get the word out.
Be a fresh. I want to be a fresh participant. I'd like to promote it too because it's your boy Lo-Fi. Yo. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say it sounded like a Glober. I'm like, we got people here now. We could just test it out, but like, we could.
Nah. Once you go flat, you can't go back, bro. It's too much. I've actually was talking to some people today about the globe, and they're already questioning it now too. They're just like, well, it is kind of weird. It's like, well, yeah, no kidding. Like, just verify it. Just verify what you think and say and claim. If you can't verify it, then you really have to ask yourself, what are you doing and saying?
The arena is it's a different style of debate. Lo-Fi. It's not a passive civil conversation. Yeah. It's blood and guts, bro. It's not. It's not.
Weird. I can handle this.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's
can't
different.
really handle
Very
it.
different.
You're roboting, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
am I roboting?
Yeah, you're roboting. Jump out and get back in again.
All right.
Don't talk, just do it.
Yeah, Phil Bellum, he put that in my chat, so in my DM. So, I mean, we could we gotta schedule him in.
Oh my god!
I don't think it's the same person I thought it was. I thought it was someone else. I'm not sure it's the same one.
That's all right.
He sounded like that.
That's all right. They're bound to be in an empty clips 1 second.
Hey, I've already dealt with so much hate already from the Lo-Fi server that I don't think I can really be affected by someone's words. I mean, honestly, though, like, the things that have been said to me are so screwed up that I think I definitely need to take a step back from the internet, but I'm okay now.
Man,
I'm okay now.
You should see the shit that I don't get as much shit nowadays, but when I first got mod on at the tail end of the last server and the start of this server, every day I'd wake up to fucking non-stop abuse, gore, the amount of shit that used to get put in my DM, man. Touch wood, it's not happened for a long time, like, but If you don't like getting
I don't even check my DMs anymore. I don't even check them anymore. Yeah,
Are very tough. Some people on Discord are very, very tough, very, very big. On Discord and stuff. I have noticed.
They're very amazing.
I love to meet these people in real life and have them say even half of what they've said to me, on Discord to my face.
Well, that's the thing. They never would. Like they absolutely. And even if they did, they would do it in a setting where like you couldn't do anything to them because of the law or something. They would hide behind something and
fuck the law, man.
Yeah, no. Hang on, guys. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Listen. The arena is meant to deal with the strength of your mental fortitude. It doesn't deal with muscles. So muscles are irrelevant in the arena. It's how how much knowledge you have about the subject matter that you're going to be talking about, and that is the true strength that we're talking about. Because none of this, I'm 10 feet tall kind of bullshit is going to fly in the arena because that doesn't muscles don't work in there.
Right. Well, mayhem. I mean, it should make you happy. Like just the sheer fact of questioning the globe is enough. It just sheer question. They can't answer it. And then what I learned too, even in person, when you talk to people about it, they will be offensive and attack you and make fun of your character. And I used to like get upset about that, but now I just let it happen. Just let it happen. Let them exhaust themselves. It's like I know it's not about muscle, but in martial arts, like people learn jiu-jitsu to attack someone who's much bigger than they are, and it's kind of like that with mental game, where somebody is literally exhausting themselves to tear your spirit down. They'll talk about your family. They'll talk about you. They'll wish death upon. It's insanity. It's like it's something you would say to someone that is unforgivable.
Let me give you the.
Well, shit, that's my kind of party.
You're right. Like,
hey, where's that party? I want to go.
Right, exactly. No, I want to be invited to this part. Mayhem. I better get an RSVP because I don't want my. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, look. This is the kind of atmosphere that I'm talking about right here. Okay, just to get you kind of like in the mood.
What is your profession?
And we accept nothing less from our side because that's what we are. We're each and every one of us who have battled our way to get like, because listen, it's not just on the internet, man. Wherever you go, you speak truth, right? And so that's going to mean that you're going to have engagements like the ones we do in the arena sometimes. Not all the time.
It's so
sometimes
true.
It's
true.
Gonna, so, that's kind of like why it's important. I think to me, it's like, it's a display of why we are who we are in this fight, because it is a war for the mind.
Oh, sure.
It's a war for the truth and freedom. It's crazy. It truly is. And who's cool when you can like spread a little truth and they'll dance with it. And then you're like, okay, this is a cool person. But the second you just sprinkle a little truth and they get aggressive, then you know who you're dealing with. It sucks. I talked about it with my coworkers at the smoke shop. It's the best job you could ever have, right? You get to be around a lot of medicine and cool people, but the coworkers got super pissed off at me. And they always connect it to religion as well, which is interesting. They're like, are you a flat earther? Are you religious? Are you one of those conspiracy theorists? It's literally just bullet points.
No,
I don't even think they're...
We debunk conspiracies. That's what you should tell them. We debunk conspiracies, specifically the heliocentric ball-tard. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, fucking right.
We debunk that. So that's what your answer should be.
Yeah. Right.
And so
they just want to fight you. They want you to fight. They want you to get mad and answer dumb questions.
Horse shit. Forget that shit. Maggie, take over.
Right.
So we got the invitation going out to even concave. We got a concave earther in there, but it doesn't matter what earth you think you're on. If you have the gumption to come into the arena, you're welcome. So come on in here. Like, we're taking any participant. You could set it up with me or any of the other moderators. We'll then put your name down. We're gonna, if you say, hey, I want to debate crit, or whatever, whoever you say in the panel that's on here, that's up to you. You can do so, and then we're gonna get your name down and we'll.
Is it Bev and Emma? They said they'd come, but they're banned.
Well, we can unban them.
Oh yeah, some guy was DMing me, and you banned him. I guess I don't. The Phil person or something.
Who?
I'll send you a screenshot. I posted about him on the in the live stream text, but hold on, let me look for it.
Oh yeah, Professor Phil. If you talk in
everybody's DMs.
Yeah, he DMs everyone.
Yeah, he. It was kind of funny though because I was having a genuinely bad day when he messaged me, and I completely avoided what he said, and I just said, "Listen, no matter what you think or what I think, this world is suffering. Everyone's miserable, and friendship is almost impossible." And he's like, "Hey, bro, listen. If you need a friend,
Bro, no, everybody's suffering, bro. What are you talking about? Stop using those terms that everybody's a slave, everybody's poor, everybody is sad and crying. Not everybody is like that. I do get sad and I cry, but that's not what I am. So let's.
You're exactly. Hey, bro, I feel. Whoa, that was the most realist thing I think I've heard someone say in a long time. Same here, bro. I hear you.
Whenever I hear rap.
That's Team America, where everyone has AIDS.
Dude, that's why just stay celibate. Just stay celibate, yo. Just too much.
Hang on, this ain't going for you, Lo-Fi. Okay, it's not going to you. So, Professor Phil, if you hear me, stop DMing the people in this server and just DM me already, so we can schedule you for the debate on the arena, man. Come on. Why are you trying to get in people's DMs?
Look at you little fucking weasel. I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking.
That is interesting. I have a little soft spot for him.
Huh?
What?
What? No, I'm talking to that guy. He knows what he DM me, Phil. Look, man.
Why don't you let him in?
What?
Why don't you let him in? Let him in.
Phil's kind of a sweetheart. Phil's kind of sweetheart.
No.
Yeah, let Phil in. He's cool. I mean, I think he's a Glober, but he's still pretty cool. Because when I gave him this,
Lo-Fi. Fucking relax, dude.
Fucking weasel.
I'm trying.
Lo-Fi, let me tell you this. Take a deep breath, and then double it down again. All right, do it 3 times, and then exhale, bro.
Hold on.
Practice the mute button.
And yeah, mute for now because you're roboting as well. So please.
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you.
Good Lord.
Why don't you let Phil in? Let Phil into the discussion. It'll be fun.
No, man, we definitely want Phil in here. Like, absolutely. But I first got to
have a soft spot for Phil.
I fucking muted you.
They're trying to say you're killing the vibe, bro. Hold on.
No, it's not that. He's roboting and talking on top of the other people while they're still speaking. Like roboting, talking on top, and talking about feelings that QE doesn't want to hear about. So go ahead.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
We got Simon is in the chat. No, bro, I'm talking about like Phil Bellum, but he messaged me in the DM, so I'm calling him to come in here and debate whoever he wants, me, Quantum, whoever he wants. But I don't think he's gonna do it. He is banned right now. We're trying to get him back in here, so he hasn't confirmed anything in the DMs. So that's what we're waiting on.
He seems to DM me every few months.
Maybe he's secretly in love with you.
I think he's in most people's DMs, man.
Oh, he's one of those.
Definitely not mine.
Sneaky dudes. Wouldn't surprise me when he hears like a noob coming in and asking questions. He's probably right on them after or even during the discussion, just to try and poison the well.
You know what'd be fun? Like, let him in, and I'm gonna do my Indian voice. I'm gonna pretend to be a flat earther. I'm gonna debate him.
Oh no, we're going straight to the arena. There is no. He doesn't pass go, man. He's going. That's as soon as I see Professor Phil, everybody's gonna start piling to the arena because that's exactly where we're going the moment he steps foot in here. Because there's no way he's gonna be in here with everybody talking. It's gonna be hand selected. Whoever wants to do debate with him, he'll be in the arena. I think we had it set that way too. Like,
so he can't infect the rest of the server.
Yeah, there was a discussion with the moderators in the mod chat to say that if we're going to invite some of these guys, these anti-flat earthers, they're only going to have, like it was before, I think we had it that way, where they could only access the arena. It was no other.
Yeah. That's exactly how it was, Miggy.
So that will be reinstated.
I'm gonna be honest, like since I joined Discord like not long ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, like I'm actually a little bit shocked and embarrassed about some globers. Like some of them are very, very toxic. Like, and you know, it's to the point where, like, you know, like there was one who came into another server I was in the other day, and you know, he was saying, "Oh, flat earthers are dumb and this and that," and he said. And then he explained something that, you know, and I said, well, why don't you explain to them why it works that way, the way that you say? And he said, well, because they're all fucking dumb idiots. And I thought, well, you're just assuming you don't know a single person here. Like, do you understand what I mean? It's just like a lot of them seem to be very, very toxic people. I have noticed this.
Smoke, send them to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, dude. Give them the link. Say, hey, just check this out, man. Go in. If you want to, it's that easy, man. I want to see you kind of knock these flat earthers out, man. Go in there, man. Just yeah.
The thing is, but these people, I don't even think they want to. They just want to put people down to feel better about themselves, and that's where, you know, I draw the line where I'm a little bit different because I'm actually searching for truth. You get me? I've got no dogma or anything to defend, and I can admit when I'm wrong. But the cognitive dissonance, like I used to think it was just on the flat Earth side, but you know what? It goes both ways, and yeah, it's fucking embarrassing.
I'll tell you this much, man. Just hang back and listen to the conversations and listen to some of the arena debates that are going to happen here soon. Because, yeah, you after some time, you're going to start to see what we're dealing with.
I've seen it. It's from both sides. But I'll be honest with you, some of the most toxic people I have ever come across, literally, and I mean like overall, have been so-called, you know, globers. Well, rather the people who are anti-flat earthers, basically. Anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, let's see who else. Cheapy's in here right now. Cheapy thinks the Earth's a globe.
I think the Earth is a globe, but that doesn't mean that me and you can't have a civilized discussion, does it?
No, that can happen in this room. But I'm talking about the arena though.
Right.
Very, very distinctive way that we're going to actually, and it's not to say you have to go there. It's an invitation. So the way we handled it before was I would invite you to come to, like, I want to debate you in the arena. Let's say the gauntlet was thrown down. Debate me in the arena, no smoke. And then so you would say yes or no. Depending on your answer, you don't have to agree. You can say, no, I don't want to go to the arena, which that was up to you. But the gauntlet would be thrown down by me to say that you need to go debate me in the arena. That's where I want to handle this. And so, you know, it was up to you. If you said, yeah, hell yeah, let's go do it. Like, you know, and then we go there. But if not, you didn't have to. It wasn't like a, you know, forced. But you knew the stakes were high, or you would know the stakes are high. So in the arena, it gets shown like what you're made of in there, as far as like what you know. That's why it was important to us to like actually call people into it, because it wasn't just like a discussion like we're having now, where you could disengage anytime you wanted.
I don't understand. You said you got no participants, so like, what happened? Did the debates get so out of control that people just like didn't want to turn up, or like what happened?
We crushed the globe so badly that they didn't want to turn up for debates. After a while, they started to say that we were being unfair, that it was not, you know, it's only biased, and then we're like, dude, if you got a logically consistent point and you make your point, your referee would not stop you from keeping your point valid, and then it would show that we were like let's just say, right, me and you were debating, right, and you're a globe earther, and if I'm crushing you with the points, or if you had a point that could crush me in any way, there was never the side that flat Earth was getting crushed because our points are always logically consistent. We had everything, to evidence to back up what we're saying, citations. We had everything on our side. And it seems like you think the globe Earth would have it on because they have all of academia, bro. They have everyone that they can pull from to actually get what they're going more salient, like their points more salient. So they don't. That's the,
you know what the problem is, bro.
That's the fucked up part about it, is because like you would think, right? Because they have all these professors, all these people who purport to call themselves, wise intellects or whatever. They don't have shit when it comes right down to it, and so that's why after a while they didn't want to come into the arena no more. And it's just like, nah, that's, you guys are just biased. And like, bro, if you had some evidence to back up what you're saying, we wouldn't be winning all the time. Like, but that's not the case.
The thing is, shall I be honest with you, and this I've noticed myself, that a lot of these, like you say, globers, even though they have all of academia and all of this, very few of them actually understand the fuck the science says. It's like, for example, I always laugh when atheists say, oh, well, science debunks God. And that statement proves how little you actually know about science, because if you actually understand, let's take physics, for example, you look into it, eventually you realize that there has to be a God, because there's just no other way to explain, like, for example, the law of conservation of energy, or the 25 universal constants that were present at the moment of creation. They don't understand the science, is what I'm trying to say. And they'll say, oh, that was debunked. How? Tell me how. Most of them can't.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why they didn't show up, No Smoke, after a while. Like, it was started to like dwindle, and then we just didn't get anybody else that would want to come in and challenge in the arena. So we just, we hung the close sign on it, and just kind of left it there for now. But I think the revival of this should be kind of ushered into like the new era of like where we're at today. And even after many years that we've been away, we've only gotten that much stronger and like in our points, and a lot sharper, man. Like it'll be even worse, I think, today than it was previously. And the thing is, right, we want to put that on display. That's the most important thing, because we do it in here, right? We already do it in here, but we want to do it to a place where you understand this specific debate platform. It's not like the other ones where the moderator's like, okay, you got 5 minutes. You don't got 5 minutes. If you don't have evidence, you're going to be running scared the whole time. Or making shit up, either one. You'll probably be making shit up on the spot. Or both.
Usually both.
I'll come at some point. I'll have a debate someday. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we'll wait for you if you want to do that. But, like I said, the gauntlet has to be thrown down. Somebody either has to invite you to one, or you can call somebody out on one and say, look, I want to debate you in the arena. Let's go.
Well, what I'll do then is like, I'll check my schedule and stuff. What I'll do is I'll ask, say, 3 questions or something, and I'll say, who want to debate me on these 3 points, kind of, and then any one of you can jump on it. How about that?
Well, you can invite anybody, yeah. That's another way we can do it.
Like literally, like what I'll do, like I'll say, well, these 3 points, and then you guys put up an announcement or something saying, right, well, anyone wants to debate this guy on these things. I don't mind, like, whoever. It'd just be fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, can you handle, just like, it's a disclaimer, bro. Like, it gets pretty intense in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because in here, there's a lot of people that interject and stop, and it's not the same. But anyway,
that's my problem. That's one thing I get. There's 2 things I just will not take. One is people insulting my family, and 2 is people like constantly, interrupting and talking over you, asking you questions and not letting you answer. But if it's the way that you've explained that, there's some kind of civilized, setting, then that's fine. There's no problem whatsoever. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
So
you said the stakes were high, and it just reminded me of a clip that I have So this will be like when we finally open up the
Patching a hole. Speaking of which, what do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kind of small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy. So you best bring your A-game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the price, you monster?
Living.
Is that from Dragon Ball?
Bro, what the fuck was that?
Series. See, it's kind of funny though. He says it almost that's the abridged series on YouTube. We shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the fate of the galaxy. And it's like so true because we're gonna take that away in there. So.
Whoever's watching Dragon Ball Z, don't ever talk to me again.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball Z slander, brother.
You haven't seen
it. We don't accept that here.
My friend tried to get me into it when I was young, and basically, like, I watched one episode, and there was a fight between, I think it was Goku and someone else, and the fight went on for 3 episodes. I'm like, fuck's sake, man! 1 episode is just him turning into.
No Dragon Ball Z slander in here, brother.
All right, well, that Dragon Ball aside, like, you know, Cheapy, you're a globe earther, man. If you feel like Froggy, you want to go into the arena.
Oh, man, I'm just trying to chill, brother. I ain't trying to debate.
Listen, if you if you want to
Miguel,
have
don't ruin Dragon Ball's legacy by turning it into a flat Earth meme.
All right, we got Big Daddy Wolf that just joined our chat. Let me unmute him.
They've already lost so much.
Goku Black.
Big Daddy, hang
Goku
on,
Black
guys.
Swan.
Oh,
hello.
sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, yo.
All right, so
Welcome.
Big Daddy Wolf, are you there? Big Daddy Wolf, are you there?
Fed.
Well, welcome to the chat. Either way, jump on the mic if you want to talk to us, and we can have a conversation.
Kiwi, your protege is here, Sir Edward. Nice to see you.
Good evening, madam.
What? I don't have any damn proteges.
I'm a protege?
You talked to Sir Edward the other night, and he was.
Oh my god!
He was doing very well after he talked to you.
Oh, okay.
Touched. Is that QE?
It's not your sister.
I don't know why you sound like you have there's something about your voice I gotta peg down because I feel like I've maybe heard it somewhere else or something.
Oh,
weird.
Really?
But good to see you again, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spoke to his friend. Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead, Miggy. I'll catch up with you. Go ahead.
We spoke to his friend Cole, who came on the mic on Memorial Day.
Yeah.
And it was quite the event, I think, when we spoke to him. So I actually clipped that out and put it on my channel. Me and Elijah were talking to him. He was a bit apprehensive, so it didn't go well for him because, he still thinks Earth is a globe no matter what. So he was gonna just die on the hill, basically.
There's 2 horizons. Whatever. No big deal.
Can I ask you guys a simple, quick question? What is Memorial Day? Like, what is a memorial for? Like American Memorial Day. Like, what is it actually about?
It's for soldiers who died in war.
Any war, or is it like the Civil War or something in particular? Like,
no, it was started after World War II. I believe,
okay.
And I believe that's correct. But yeah, it's kind of just of any.
Right.
Some people aren't. Some people, you're not allowed to celebrate some deaths or honor some deaths of certain wars here, right?
I thought it was the Civil War. That's why I asked.
No.
Anyway, yeah, but we were talking to Cole that day, so it didn't turn out well. for Cole.
Nah, he.
Miggy.
Yeah.
Danny, the fuckwit Faulkner showed up. He's out on the circuit again. He's talking to churches and shit. Guess what he posted in his last presentation to a church? I screenshotted it. Look what that fucking piece of shit did. Do you notice?
Did he put that text on the bottom of that, or are you talking about
that line? Just take a look. I'm not going to give you any. Somebody, of course, has to post another fucker. What?
Are you on about the blacks, the thingy?
The thing. Yeah, I'm on about the thingy.
He's altered. He's done something to it. Wait, there's something not right about the.
What is that? The line underneath Habitat and Hill House? Is that what we're looking at there? That dark kind of line there above the numbers, below the letters?
You're getting warmer.
Cut off the bottom.
Here, I'll give you a hint.
Oh.
You talking about the bottom text is gone? Can't be that.
Yeah, he left that out, and then he followed.
Replaced the argument for his whatever imaginary shit, and
he replaced the argument as it was a 6-foot observer height.
What the?
Yes, he did to a church.
That fucking line snake, dude.
That doesn't even help him. What a stupid lie, though.
He going to hell.
No, but him not being honest about it, he could at least presented it the way he heard it and the way the image is. But he altered that image.
Who is he? Who is the guy? Like, is he got like a YouTube channel?
He's an astronomer from Answers in Genesis that back in 2015 wrote a book allegedly debunking the flat Earth.
Okay.
That's who he is. And who I met up with real quick because I was on a forum, the Evolution Fairy Tale Forum. It was pretty big back in the day. Mm-hmm. And I was a well-respected guy back there, obviously, because of my fucking acumen. And that you found that funny, didn't you? So I was way up there in hierarchy, fucking, Supreme Council and shit. I just posted, I had one post and I said, can you guys tell me in 2016, because I had just, been challenged with this question. Can anyone tell me how you can have gas pressure without a container? And as soon as I did that, as soon as I posted that, all of them, every single last one of the hierarchy turned on me. And including the website owner, who was a pretty famous guy. I'm not going to mention his name. He had a radio show on YouTube. And they just started. I said, listen, I'm just asking a question, dude. I mean, what the fuck? What the hell's going on here? Right? And he goes, well, if any question. So he couldn't answer my queries because as soon as he started being a smartass, that's my kind of party. And I started to get fucking very hyper specific with him. And he goes, more or less, that any questions that you might have there, I think my name was Daniel back then, or Enoch 2021. That's who I was. You could just get in touch with Danny Faulkner, and he posted the link with his book. So guess what I did?
Go in touch with him.
Yeah, I called Answers in Genesis. I talked to Danny's secretary. Of course, he was on vacation, probably picking up cans alongside of the road. When he got back, he got in touch with me, and we had a little text debate over email, which I proceeded to drag him around by his fucking short hairs. So
what was the debate?
It all started with Dr. Danny Faulkner.
What was he about?
What was he about? Well,
no, the debate.
I told him after I fucking crushed all his arguments in 2016, I was just brand new to Flat Earth. May 15th, 2016, I became a Flat Earther. And
no, I'm saying, you said you had a little text debate with him. What was the debate about? Gas pressure.
Debate about every fucking thing. About his baltard. And I just drug him around by his fucking short hairs for about, I think it took a week back and forth. I still have all the emails, by the way. And I reached a conclusion at the end after he told me, well, some of the astronauts were Christian. So your arguments
Freemasons, actually, most of them. But yeah.
Those types of arguments, a couple other ones, hydrostatic equilibrium that I just fucking crushed. There was a bunch of arguments that I just drug around by short hairs. And then I said, you're a fucking astronomer? I said, there's only one of two choices. You're either a fucking retard or you're lying. That sort of ended the debate. That's it. That's all I had.
Critical. You should add Matthew Learns to that little compilation of people there. Matthew Learns. He's another person in academia who is teaching people in church school the heliocentric
comfort in there. Anyone?
You haven't seen QE?
I know who Ray Comfort is.
He's super anti-flat Earth. He hates flat Earth, man.
Oh, really?
He's done videos on it. Yeah, like whole feature-length videos trying to debunk flat Earth.
No shit.
Yeah, Living Waters.
I know who he is. I got it. Can you post one of those videos, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who's Ray Comfort? What does he do? I know Kent Hovind, obviously, and Steven Anderson.
Christian apologetic.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Danny Faulkner participated in it too.
Steve Anderson. Oh, that fucking guy, dude. He wags his finger at the camera and says, all you flat earthers are stupid. And oh, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that talk he gave on basically against flat earth. He was saying that basically flat earthers who use the Bible to justify their claims are misguided because and then he goes into here's what the Bible actually says. That's him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks.
There you go.
Video, man. Critical Inception. Thanks.
Yep.
Oh, I've seen this guy, Matthew Learns.
Yeah, you know the thing that he said to Heretic, who's in here right now. Or is he in here? Let's see, Heretic. No. Heretic's another person that's in our server, Flat Earth. And he told him at the end of one of their debates or discussions, he said, well, I'm sure glad that I don't have to tell you about the flat Earth. You got your friends and family that'll do that for you.
What?
Fucking snake, dude. Yeah. They come in here as these, really friendly types, really nice and easygoing. Meanwhile, they're turning that knife in your back as they're I swear, man.
There's a word for it, bro. It's called a sociopath.
It's fucked up, man. But yeah.
I'm going through this video and just flicking through. I see Danny Dumbfuck Faulkner in here, the fraud. I'm not seeing Ray Comfort, even though it's on his channel, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he specifically makes an appearance, but I mean that's his ministries. Living Waters.
Yeah, that's right. I think I see him at the end. Sorry for the interruption. I'll have to go ahead and listen through this. All right, thanks.
Yeah, just wait till you see their ultimate globe proof. It's hilarious.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep.
Oh, Nathan. Hey, Meggie, Nathan dragged him around by his short hairs. Danny dipshit. Danny changed up his little verbiage in the little block of instruction he was given to the church, and he was showing how you get angles, right? And then he changed it from on the surface to in the surface of the earth, like down in the middle of the earth. So that's hell, right? So yeah. Nathan made a thumbnail. It was hell's angles.
That's apropos, yeah.
Yeah, you need to check out Nathan's videos, man. They're pretty fucking sharp. There's a short one, Mickey, if you want to play it.
Yeah, you got it.
It's only 2 minutes.
Yeah,
hold up, I got to get the ads out of the fucking way first. I'm getting sick of this shit. Here, what? Oh, hold on a sec. Mickey, do you want me to get it for you?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes and 14 seconds, dude.
That's funny. The thumbnail.
But if you go farther north, it's going to be higher. If you go farther south, it's going to be lower. And so if you extended that rotation axis to the Earth up above and down below, now halfway between, that would be the equator. That's your line there. Now let me pick a location on the Earth, say the Ark encounter.
Anybody notice that he said on the Earth?
Yes, he did. He thinks he's in the center of the Earth, on the Earth.
And the angle that you have drawn comes from the center. But you said on the Earth. What you're drawing is not on the Earth. So you've lied to a congregation full of people, Danny. May God have mercy on your soul.
From the center of the Earth to that point up on the surface of the Earth.
A moment ago, it was on the Earth. Tricky with words? Obviously, with a Christian audience, you'd expect him to be of the utmost sincerity with what he says. So now we're in the Earth, burning in the fiery hells of the molten iron core to acquire this lying angle. I'm going to suggest not. Nobody's getting angles from a hell-like molten iron core.
The horizontal line and that second line I just drew there is equal to your latitude.
How can that be possible? It isn't. He's also made it clear that we're in the Earth taking this angle. But that is not taken from the center of Earth.
It's close to 39 degrees.
When you're in hell.
What he's showing is the celestial sphere model and ignoring that that's the flat plane that bisects it is the Earth you're stood upon. And he's saying instead of it being the Earth you're stood upon, you're actually inside in hell. It's ridiculous. And it's the most sacrilegious thing I've ever heard said in a church.
Tell them, Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, you are nodding along to a man telling you that you're measuring angles in hell. On screen now, we've got an elevation angle measurement and you can assume that the star is Polaris. Well, if this is an elevation angle measurement along a flat baseline to give you the 90 degree here, and it's at the GP, that's ground position of the star, that your flat baseline is meeting for the angle measurement in the first place, then this is a flat Earth proof. It's not taken from the fires of hell. It's taken from the surface.
There you go. Of course, you'd have to watch the video because it's a little bit more visual, but you get the gist.
L's angles.
Yeah. Yeah, nice touch. Reminds me of me. He's a lying piece of shit, Danny.
Yeah, I know.
Like I said, remember back in 2016, Danny? You're either a retard, which you are, or it's more of and you're a liar. Now you're busted.
I met the guy in 2019.
How they're unashamed to continue the path that they are, though, QE. That's,
Yep.
I was at the Dallas Flat Earth Conference in 2019, and Danny was there just slithering about, taking notes and watching everybody, writing his book. I knew he was bad, but I didn't know how bad he was. So I was like trying to be nice with him. So when I went up to him, I was like kind of teasing him, saying that like, you know, maybe you'll be kind of like that book with Case for Christ. What was that author's name again? Kiwi, you remember that book, right? The Case for Christ.
Negative.
It's where the guy the atheist starts trying to debunk the Bible, and he does like some serious research into it, and then he ends up realizing that it's true, and he becomes a Christian.
Oh, I heard that story before. Yeah.
Yeah, the book's called The Case of Christ. So I was like telling Danny Faulkner, like, hey, maybe you'll be kind of like that, like with flat Earth.
I looked it up. It's Lee Strobel. He's
Lee Strobel.
Yeah, Lee Strobel. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, he just laughed it off. Like, yeah.
Well, we've got a newcomer. Welcome, Rock.
Hey, what's up?
Rock, what's going on, man?
Not much, just listening.
Pretty good. Hey, so, introduction to all new people here. What is your position on the topic of the server, which is the shape of the Earth conversation? Do you think the Earth is a globe? Are you on the fence? Do you know the Earth is flat? What is your position, Rock?
I would say flat, but I don't know. Is that like a trick question?
It's an introductory question, asking to get to know you better. That's what it is. So, what got you kind of interested in looking into this topic, or how do you know that the Earth is flat indeed?
Well, I've just been doing some research. I got stuff in my recommended, just kind of, I don't know, appealed to my curiosity. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Well, I'm still pretty new to it, but all the stuff about space and all that, it just kind of I don't know. I'm still kind of new to it, so I'm still trying to find my way. Rock? But I would say a couple months.
Okay.
What stuff in particular about space?
It just seems like a weird concept to me in general.
In what way, though?
Sorry, what was that?
In what way?
Just the concept. There's some things in life where you're just like, this doesn't sound right.
But what is it about it? Is it the concept that it's just an empty void with things floating around in it? Like, what part of it is it that? Or is it parts of it that you don't understand? Like, I'm just trying to...
it's just I don't know, the size of things, how it's explained, just doesn't seem right.
About the medium.
Medium?
Yeah, the medium of what they call outer space. It's purported to be a vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr in deep space. Does that rub you the wrong way?
I wouldn't know much. I'm not much of a space guy, so.
Well, it should, because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Really?
It means it's a vacuum.
You can't have gas pressure without a container. If the vacuum of space was actual, you wouldn't be breathing right now.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah. I just wanted to help you along.
Can I pipe in as well? Like, let's have a bit of a biased approach.
I'm thinking no.
No.
Yeah.
So
he's a glober.
Let me explain to you. So imagine if you have a circle, bro. You draw a circle with a diameter of 1 inch, right? And you draw another circle around this first circle with a diameter of 2 inches. The first circle is the Earth. The second circle is the atmosphere. That's how gravity keeps on. And that is your lid. That's how you get the pressure. And
what? That's some horseshit.
How?
What? The atmosphere, number one, the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number one. Number two, gas isn't a container for fucking gas.
Gravity is the container, keeping
Gravity
everything.
is the container. Okay, huh? So, can you show a picture of this container?
Just look outside.
Oh, just look outside. So, So fucking the dark matter and black holes are responsible for gale force winds.
This whole thing with dark. No, wait. Let me just stop you.
My proof? Just walk outside, man. So let's delve into this gravity a little bit more. Which type are you talking about?
Well, the thing is, we have two frameworks that we use to look at gravity. We have the Einsteinian framework and the Newtonian framework. But either way,
have one.
Listen, let me finish. They're not complete.
We just have one.
Well, they're not complete. Our theory of gravity
they're
is
not complete. Well, one's a scientific theory, and one's allegedly a law. So which one? So they're both not complete.
No, they're not. Neither one.
Oh, neither one. So you have an incomplete scientific theory.
Well, yeah, because no one actually, and no one knows. First of all, we can't explain what gravity is.
No, you don't have an incomplete scientific theory. That's another paradox. Because then it's not a scientific theory. Hello, McFly.
The Einsteinian framework. When you get down to the quantum level, they
get the fuck out of here. Quantum level. Stick with what gravity are you talking about, Sunshine?
Hey,
shut the fuck up.
That's not right, brother.
Who is this?
It's Cheapy. He's stepping in the line of fire. The line of fire is hot, so stay out of it or else you will get mauled.
So, no smoke.
Shut your fucking mouth.
So, you're going to have to pick one. Which is it? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
I said both are incomplete.
No, they're not. Newtonian was superseded 108 years ago by Einstein.
I know the history, bro. I know the history. You don't have to educate me on the history. I'm saying.
Well, yes, I do, because both are in play, and I just educated your dumbass on the history. You follow, Sunshine?
I told you they already know the history, and you're not letting me finish.
Yeah, I am letting you finish. You already finished. You said the two were in play. I said, no, there's only one in play, Einstein, who superseded Newtonian's bullshit law, of which he said not even to ascribe that shit to me. So Einstein, you're 108 years out of date, Sunshine.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I am listening. Everyone heard what you said, you fuckwit.
Adults can explain at the...
Yeah, we don't need an explanation from you. We just need yes or... They're closed-ended questions. So, is it Einstein that you're appealing to for gravity? Yes or no?
No, because I'm not feeling.
No, then you're 108 years out of fucking date, Sunshine.
Whatever you say, bro.
It's not whatever I say. It's absolute fact. You want me to prove it to you? Hold on.
You see the wheels turn. Like, do I want him to prove it to me? Fuck.
So, 1 second, please. Yeah, I'm there. I got too much stuff, man. Thanks. Appreciate that, man. All right, no smoke. We're getting ready. Hey, would you like to read those citations out for everyone at 9:43, please? Oh, no smoke. 9:43. Wiki, your alma mater, Science Alert, Phys LibreText, Nature.com, Science Daily from the University of fucking California, Los Angeles, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Please, floor is yours.
He left?
Did that fucking guy leave?
Yeah, he dropped out.
About how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
All right, so let's just take him to the woodshed while he's not here anyway. At 43 minutes after the hour, like I was fucking telling him, from his alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, yeah, right, but I digress, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Phys Liber text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by fucking Einstein. From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote scientific journal in the entire fucking world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened the window on a new radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulation of the laws of gravity. And finally, from Science Daily, Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. You're a dumb fuck. Take that with you.
He couldn't grant that? I don't think that's like disputed.
Oh, I'm wondering why do they always try to combine the two? Like, why do they do that?
Because they're retarded and they're just parroting Wiki, but they don't understand what Wiki or Discovery Channel is saying. That's why. Oh, and by the way, for your fairy tale fucking gravity that doesn't exist, that is the container for gas pressure. Are you aware of the water cycle by chance? You see, what happens is the sun evaporates fucking water. It breaks the hydrogen bonds. And when that happens, then water becomes water vapor, a fucking gas. Guess what direction it goes? Up. Up. Thereby debunking fairy tale fuckwit gravity. Thank you. I'll be in the area all week.
Hey, doesn't it have to do with relative density, though?
Thank you.
Gravity and density can coexist, I think.
What?
No, I said gravity and density can coexist. They're not mutually exclusive, right? Oh, no, don't even.
Cheapy, you want to be next on the chopping block?
Man, I wasn't trying to get serious.
That's what I'm saying, man. Don't come in here just teasing everybody. Because you're just.
I don't know, man. The water cycle's a water cycle. I don't know.
Are you really want to do this? Because you said earlier you didn't want to. Now you do. Don't run away like no smoke.
I ain't running away. I don't know.
Right, then.
All right, I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh, you want to do it?
I don't know.
On this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you.
I've been here a few times.
I know.
I ain't trying to hate on anyone or badmouth anyone.
Season 9.
But you think the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
All right, but you don't have any evidence to support your case. You're skipping around and speaking about things that are.
Wait, I do.
You're presupposing that the Earth is a ball already, and all the physics work as such to then allow your fairy tale gravity to work on it. How do you know it's a globe?
I got evidence.
Okay, what kind of evidence?
Video evidence.
Video?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that need to be, verified by direct measurement?
I got video.
But wouldn't that video need to be verified by direct measurement?
What is this, Cheapy?
It's my evidence. What's that? What'd you say?
Are you going to answer my question?
Direct measurement?
Wouldn't you need to verify any video footage at all by direct measurement?
Heat the Flatsy. Hold on a fucking second. Miggy was on him.
I guess.
Okay, go.
Hold on a second, Flatsy. You'll get your. Just because I said he was trying to hit on you doesn't mean, right? So.
Whoa, what?
What? Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
He posted a video from Red's Rhetoric basically saying that's That's his fucking reason why he's standing here and saying the Earth is a globe.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is from 18 years ago from Reds Pretender.
I don't know the flat Earth lore, bro. I'm sorry.
Flat Earth lore.
The flat Earth lore.
That's pretty fucking funny. Okay, so what's your? Is this scientific evidence?
It's observation.
No. Is this scientific evidence? So what's the argument?
Look at the video.
Well, look at the video is not a fucking argument.
People post video links responding to me all the time.
I already yeah, because you're a numpty, and so are they. Now I'm asking
a numpty? Wait, let me look up what that means because I don't.
It's an
numpty.
Okay. Go ahead. Bruh. He can look at that. He can look it up.
Intellectual person.
Smiling, waving picture of him.
Yeah, let me go on images. Oh, yeah, you're right. Holy shit. Fuck, dude. Here's me. That's crazy.
Okay, so is there an I know this video. I watched it when it first came out 18 fucking years ago, and it's a belly laugher. That's why I'm asking you, what's the argument associated with the video?
You can see the boat disappear beyond the horizon.
Okay, so is that a natural cause and effect relationship?
A natural cause and effect relationship?
Yeah.
What?
So
boat disappears over horizon, therefore curvature?
So the cause of the boat disappearing is curvature. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know we have a method here that deals with those natural cause and effect relationships? It's called the scientific method. You have your dependent variable and your independent variable in your hypothesis, because we're going to have to validate this shit, right?
Sure.
So what's your hypothesis for this video?
I hypothesize that the boat will disappear over the curve.
Over the curve? Isn't that begging the question? That's what you're attempting to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're using fallacious reasoning as your hypothesis, really?
No.
That you're starting off with 5 fucking stars.
GTA. That's funny. That's a good one.
Right. So how can you roll out, how can you roll out anything other than maybe fucking tide or waves and shit? Did you roll anything out? And of course, you don't have a hypothesis, so you didn't have an experiment, right?
No, I just watch video. Video tell me curve. I agree.
So you just look. Do you know what curve is? Curvature. What's the definition of curvature?
Curvature is when I look down. I use the restroom.
You see your toe.
What? It's up and slightly to the left. That's what I see as curvature.
Oh my!
All right, dude. You're not serious, man.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm just fucking around.
I know. I made an example out of you anyway.
Yeah. It was funny though.
Nope. Nothing personal.
Yeah.
You're a dipshit though.
I'm not in the mood to, not in the mood right now.
Even if you were on your best day, you would lose miserably.
Yeah.
You gotta pick a day, Cheapy.
You're just trying to snatch wigs, brother, aren't you?
I don't want your wig, Cheapy. I already have it, bro. Like you can give it to somebody
too bad
else.
I'm bald, so
yeah, but you can use put a wig on.
Snatch. Huh?
Yeah, that's why you have a wig.
It's not about having hair. That's why
I have a toupee.
Well, we'll take that
snatched off.
That's not a wig, man. That's
so why does the term toupee exist?
That's a reasonable facsimile of a wig.
Yeah,
because it can still get snatched right the hell off. But Cheapy, pick a day, man.
Most of the time, they snatch it off themselves, like Cheapy does.
Yeah,
because
when I sneeze, it comes off. Yeah, I'm a numpty.
Exactly.
You have a hairpiece on your head.
Humpty Dumpty, huh?
Hairpiece on your head.
No, I actually have a nice hairline.
Oh, it's Indio.
Yeah.
Look,
I have a hairpiece on my head. How does it look?
No, I'm just saying, if he was on his best day, it still wouldn't even matter. Like, it doesn't really matter.
So finally, you have recognized you are an numpty. Now you concentrate on the solution of that, and that's you have to recognize reality for what it is, and not believe.
I gotta go to
what
school
someone
now
is
to get
telling you.
educated. Gotta
Damn,
bring
bro.
my IQ points
Did the
up.
middle of my sentence interrupted the middle of yours? My bad. I said that backwards. Did the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours?
Yeah.
That shit's copyrighted the right way around.
Yeah, but that's why I said it the wrong way, because nobody can sue me or something. But anyway, now that you finally recognize that you've been a numpty for a long time, now you can move forward.
Yeah.
Finally, welcome.
I'm enlightened.
Not yet. We haven't hit you over the head with the Flat Earth Billy Club just yet. Well, it'll be coming soon.
Okay.
But the one we have for you has spikes on it, so it might hurt.
Wait, so what's the proof for flat Earth then? Can I ask that?
Go look outside.
Wait, are we getting serious now, or
I don't know if he's serious, bro.
Go look.
Nobody can tell if you're serious or what, man. Because we're gonna engage with you, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, dude, I gotta go. It's time for sleepy." No one's. Are you fucking serious? Because we're gonna engage with you if you want.
I don't know. Can you at least send me a link to something that I can read?
when you're ready, you got to let us know when you're ready to get serious, man, or at least
You're really
sincere in some degree. Pick a day, pick a time.
You have any resources here?
Yeah, lots.
Yeah, I posted it in the live stream.
You're not ready.
There's about 100 proofs of flat Earth in it.
Oh, this! I keep seeing this. Fucking these oil rigs.
You should know the argument by now, then, right?
They're gonna haunt you in your dreams, dude. If you don't,
if you've seen it,
so many times. I can't sleep at night because of flat Earth.
No, but seriously, though, if you've seen this many times, do you understand the argument?
What, for the Black Swan?
Yeah, the thing you've seen many times.
In that same video, don't you see another another shot where you
Well,
can
I'm
see
asking, do you understand
oil rig disappearing?
Yeah, but do you understand the argument if you've seen it this many times? Do you understand what it's saying?
That is also a Black Swan.
Yeah, you're only supposed to see what, 1.2 miles because of the observer height.
Yeah.
That's the start. Is that it?
So what's the reason for the discrepancy? Because in that same video, it shows the
It's not a fucking ball.
The reason is lack. The reason is lack of curvature limitation of the horizon distance.
Okay.
The horizon's not a physical ball edge. Otherwise, it wouldn't move around.
So
that's the original claim, Chibi. That the original claim is that there is a geometric horizon, a place you can go, basically plant a flag in where the Earth starts to curve. So this is a response to that claim.
You asked for the evidence, dude. You're being serious. Then there it is.
So it couldn't be anything else.
What the fucking else could it be, bro?
If you,
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, let's jump in a time capsule and go back to 2017 because your teammates were saying yes, the horizon is Earth curve.
Who's my team?
Okay, all right. Well, you can be in a vacuum, but the Team Globe was saying that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. So when you say, well, could it be anything else? That's what we've been arguing for years. Yes, there are lots of reasons why it's not a physical position. As you see in the side by side, it can't be a physical position if it's moving.
Can't physical things be distorted though?
No, but if you have a hill in your front yard one day, it's not going to be in your backyard.
It can't be distorted. You've never observed anything physical being distorted.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Not the point, bro.
If there's a hill in your yard, in your front yard, it's not going to be in the backyard tomorrow. It cannot physically move around.
What?
How is it so confusing? They're saying that this is the physical curve of the Earth. So it can't be moving and shifting around. That would mean that the globe was like inflating or deflating or something.
So let's jump in my time machine.
No, that does not make sense.
I want to jump in my time machine. Let's go back to 973 AD when Al-Biruni used the horizon to measure the circumference of the Earth. So if the horizon is not a physical location, how did he do that?
What'd you say?
Al-Biruni.
He knows speak English anymore.
Al-Biruni, he was a Persian. He measured the dip angle from the top of the mountain.
I didn't hear what he said.
The circumference of the Earth.
It's always got to be, you're always got to be disparaging someone when they ask questions.
You guys always do this. When we get serious, you're like, well, I don't speak English.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. Follow along, man. I said there's a hill in your front yard one day and a hill in your backyard. You're like, wait, what? How do you not understand this? Look at the side
I said what? That doesn't make sense. What? So
yeah, I know.
you're saying that
Al-Biruni climbed the mountain in Persia, and he measured the dip angle to the horizon and used that to measure the circumference of the Earth. But if the horizon is moving around, so say we use this black swan to measure the circumference of the Earth. So want to know what the circumference of the Earth would be? 1.6 million miles. Yeah, with a radius of 315,000 miles.
Yeah. Sorry. Shit,
What do you think about what do you think about
Yeah,
Indio?
sure you did.
He didn't hear you, Indio.
It popped out of my my cord.
I don't
popped out
speak
of my headset.
English.
Okay, so I'll say it to you again.
Okay, I don't speak English. Sorry.
So
We need to get a globe whisperer in here.
Yeah.
No smoke. Help your boy out.
So Al-Biruni observed the black swan to do his measurement. He would measure a Earth circumference of 1.6 million miles.
Okay. Based on what?
Based upon the dip angle.
Okay. How do you measure that?
With an astrolabe, that's what he used. So you can measure the angle, right? So you got level, and then you measure the angle. The horizon is off of level, and then that'll give you an angle. And if you presuppose the Earth is a ball, you can say, hey, I know my elevation above the ball. This dip angle says the Earth has a circumference of 3,959 miles is what he thought. If the horizon was a geometric location, but if he would have went on the day the black swan happened, or any of the other ones, he would have got a different value, right? So that's what we're saying. You can't just bring your own globe. Bring my own globe idea. There is a claim on the table. Radius 3,959 miles. That robust. Because without it, orbits don't work, right?
I guess if there's a huge size discrepancy, right?
Yeah, huge. It's orders of magnitude. Not just like, it's off by like maybe 1.5 or 20%. It's off by 10,000%. I know it's hard to believe, but
no, just reading the comment.
Can you say the Burundi part more? I was kind of
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Biruni. B-U-R-I-N-I. He was a Persian mathematician.
And he did what?
Astronomer. Climbed to the top of the mountain, used an giant astrolabe to measure the dip angle, like what the dip to the horizon was from a allegedly known elevation on the mountain, right? So we used the astrolabe to measure the angle, right? Because we can use the Pythagorean theorem, right? In trigonometry to figure out how big something is, right? Visually. So he calculated the height of the mountain, went to the top of the mountain, calculated the dip angle, and from that, you can infer a globe radius or circumference. And from the circumference, you can get a radius, diameter, etc., surface area, volume, whatever you want. So this is what he did, but he used the horizon. The horizon was the spatial reference point that he measured. So if the horizon's moving around, then the whole foundation, right, is a bunch of shit.
But that's how even today the size of the Earth, they're like, oh, Biruni did it was good.
Well, that's like, that's advanced level. So it used to be Eratosthenes and the Sticks and Shadows, and then that was debunked. So the Globers evolved to Al-Biruni, and then that was debunked, and now they're on, just trust us, bro.
But that's kind of like where the R value came from.
That is considered the most accurate R value. what he came up with at the up until, you know, I don't know when they changed it. I think they changed it with bezel, which was like in the 17th century. So for 800 years, it's what Al-Biruni said. Then they changed it because they switched methods. They got better at measuring the angles to stars.
And then they still really close to what he said?
I mean, 10% difference. But it has underlying assumptions, right? Because you don't have measured distances over the ground, and you're actually it's a bunch of affirming the consequent circular logic. Because you're measuring the stars to infer positions on the Earth, right? You measure angular changes in the stars, right? And then you walk some distance, and you go, "Oh, that angle must mean the arc length is this, and if the arc length is this, it has a radius of that." Right? But there's discrepancies. They're all over the place. So if you get into geodetic surveying, they have to do things like say plumb lines are curved and say there's a lumpy gravity all over the place, deflecting level and all sorts of nonsense. You know what a plumb line is, right?
I do. Or sorry.
You ever seen
I didn't mean to cut in there.
Well, no, it's fine. I mean, like the devil's in the details, as they say. So, have you ever seen a curved plumb line?
I have not, no.
In geodetic surveying, the people that claim that they're measuring the Earth and its size and its form and figure, in their mathematics, they have curved plumb lines. They don't have straight lines. Like when you hang a string, that string's actually curving. Take a weight, stick it on the end of a rope or a string or a chain. According to them, that is a curving string, chain, rope, whatever. Which is ridiculous. We've been building using plumb lines since, you know, who knows how long, a long time. How do you build a building, right? Stack bricks, right? So if you make a brick building, right, stack stones, use the plumb line to make sure that you're building straight up. Right? And that plumb line hangs straight down towards the ground.
So Glovers have made plumb lines curved and also have made triangles curved.
Yes. In their head.
What's next, I wonder?
Well, what they actually did was they just switched to non-Euclidean geometry in which straight lines don't exist. So there you go. Mm-hmm. If you just claim that straight lines can't exist, then you're good to go. You don't need to do anything. Everything's curved all the time. It's very convenient.
And they want to have it both ways.
So it's kind of like the same thing with the falling and curving around the Earth at the same time. Why they say you can put things in orbit.
Not really. What they're saying is there's big lumps of stuff under the ground making the plumb line do weird stuff. It's called lumpy gravity. Potato Earth.
Yeah.
The Earth is like a sphere, but the gravity's like a potato.
Well, I like my mashed potatoes creamy and smooth. I don't like them lumpy.
Yeah, well, don't go to the geological survey.
Yeah, that whole bumpy potato Earth comes out. For some reason, they'll be like, "Oh, well, it's not a perfect sphere." Your head doesn't need to be a perfect sphere either to sell you a hat or something. You can have a potato-ass head, and I can still measure that and then give you a fitted hat. So this requirement to be perfect isn't necessary. Some more excuses.
Yeah, so the point of all this is that the horizon is supposed to be in exact place. Otherwise, what do ships go over? Otherwise, what do sunsets around? Otherwise, why can't I see the bottom of that mountain? Right? This has been what we've been, like CB said, been dealing with this since 2016. Black Swan comes out, all of a sudden, horizons apparent. There's multiple horizons. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's change the subject. What about NASA? You know.
Were you involved in Flat Earth when that particular time when that was happening?
Yeah, all of us were.
Wow. And when was that picture or video?
2017, 2018, 2019. I think 2019 the Black Swan came out. Was it 2019?
January 1st, 2020.
Oh, okay. I was a day off. Sorry.
And that happened. Midnight. So that happened, and then COVID happened. Do you think that was in response to Black Swan?
No.
Like, we got to shut the planet down real quick, and everybody
don't go full conspiratard on us. Come on, man.
Fuck it with you.
They got the Black Swan. Release the Kraken.
You know, we gotta just lock them in their houses for a minute while we figure this out.
That would actually be the wrong thing to do, right?
It definitely was. They've gotten other things wrong too, that wouldn't surprise me. Sorry, it was too good. So that all happened.
The Black Swan removes over any argument that when you can't see the bottom of something, that it's because of the physical edge of the Earth. It just rips all that away, because you have to confess that the horizon is an optical location. What we've been saying the entire time. And that, like, listen, it's not like, oh, we said it, they said, listen, go on Nathan Oakley's channel. You can watch hundreds of heated debates going on for a 3-year period of them just hammering away. Ships over the horizon, ships over the horizon, ships over the horizon. Because we see too far. And they're like, refraction. Okay, but ships go over the horizon. So they have, like, you know, they're both sides, they have trying to have both sides of the argument at the same time. So, Huey, and with the help of the Black Swan, ripped the rug out from all that.
And no one had thought to do that experiment before. Just zooming in far away.
There are other ones, but there wasn't one that was like as clear cut as that, because we have the oil rigs as a distance measure, right?
It's not an experiment. Sorry, Indio.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's not an experiment. We have the oil rigs as a distance measure. So we have a distance marker where we can actually definitively say the horizon is past this point. It's supposed to be before these oil rigs, and it's after these oil rigs. That proves that it's not, because most, like, so-called, you know, ships over the horizon, all those images from Globers, you don't get camera height, how far away the horizon is, how far away the ship is, anything. You don't get any information. They just go, look, can't see the bottom of the boat. Good enough for me. Like Cheesy was just saying. Creepy or Cheapy or whatever his name is. Cheapy. That's what he was just saying. I saw ships go over the horizon. I seen a video. I couldn't see the bottom of the boat. I think I can. So I think I should. This is what you think in your head. I should see the bottom of the boat, and I don't, so it has to be curved. Your premise is wrong, because you shouldn't see the bottom of the boat.
So should I trust my eyes for everything?
For everything?
That's how you made it here thus far.
No, yeah. I know. I know.
When you go out to the club, do you trust your eyes?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't go around by touch, right? Checking people's junk out, right?
Checking junk out.
Wait, so what happens when I go to the beach and then all of a sudden my skin gets darker after a while? I didn't observe anything acting on me.
What?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when I get a tan.
What about it?
Yeah, like I don't see anything around.
Typical.
I don't observe anything physically giving me a tan.
First of all, you don't get a tan while you're in the sun. You get the tan after.
No.
Yeah, because it takes a while for your body to, like, it has to stop being exposed to the UV radiation before it'll start making melanin.
What does that have
Is
to
that
do
true?
with what does that have to do with geometry?
It's a sunburn. Let's say a sunburn then.
What does that have to do with geometry, by the way?
No, this has to do with observation.
No, it doesn't. It has to do with
Yes, it
geometry,
does.
So stay in context before I mute your dumb ass.
We were talking about observation.
Yeah, observation. Yeah. So do you see
Yeah.
something? Yeah. Do you see it?
No, I didn't see anything burn me.
So you don't see anything. So it's not a fucking observation. You just
All right,
ripped your
but
own wig off.
I observed that I got burned, though. That's what I'm observing.
You felt that. That was your
No?
sense of touch.
Fuck
What?
off.
Wait, what'd you say?
That was your
I
sense
said
of
fuck
touch.
off.
And he said fuck
I said
off.
I observed myself getting sunburned.
Touch
That's
the
what I
fuck off.
observed. I asked a question.
Yeah. It's a
What is the question? You observed your sun getting burned, and?
Yeah. Well,
And?
something burned me.
What? Well, we call it a sunburn, but it's not actually like.
I know, but what burned me?
Infrared radiation.
Okay. Can we see that?
No, but we know it exists by accident.
All right, but can we observe it with our eyes?
Not with our eyes, no.
Okay. But we can observe it.
No, we cannot observe it with our eyes.
No, you can't.
With instruments, yeah.
Yeah, we can. Well, it wasn't. Well, technically, infrared radiation was discovered when somebody left a prism next to a thermometer, and outside of where the rainbow was, the temperature of the thermometer was going up.
Yeah, yeah.
So they accidentally discovered it.
Same thing with microwave.
Yeah. So what does it
Yeah.
have to do with fucking geometry?
I'm just saying we can't observe.
bro.
I'm trying to say we can't observe these spectrums of light, but they exist and they affect us.
Yeah.
With
So what?
We can't see with our eyes.
That's lovely.
So we can't trust it. And what I'm trying to say is we can't trust that infrared radiation.
Shut your fucking dumb ass up.
Hold on. So if we can't see something and it's imperfect, we can't trust it at all. Great logic, buddy.
That's stupid.
That's dumb,
isn't that the
So
argument you
it's
guys
either,
use?
it's either no, you're making an all or nothing fallacy.
Yeah.
That was a nice try, though.
Yeah. Good job.
I'm just saying I can't observe it, but we know that it's real.
Oh, brother.
Is that not true?
No, you're not true. You're a dumb fuck.
I can't observe it.
You can't.
But I know that
what
it
does that have to
exists.
do with what does that have to do with the conversation, Sunshine?
Look, tell me, how did you get into the room you're in?
Well, someone mentioned earlier. They said someone mentioned earlier that you can't have zero.
Answer the question.
Yeah, please tell me how you got in the room you're in. Did you use a cane, a CNI dog?
I use my eyes and my
You
legs.
sure you're actually in your room?
Yeah.
Are you
on my
sure?
computer.
No,
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
here.
100% sure you're on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, you can't trust your eyes. You could be at somebody else's house.
No, I can trust my eyes.
You could
for
be at
certain
your neighbor's
things,
house right now.
but I can't trust
some
my eyes
things.
to observe ultraviolet, infrared, X-rays.
Well, you can trust them. You can trust that you can't see it.
I can trust my eyes for the visible light spectrum.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
Yeah, the visible.
There's
Like,
nuances. These idealistic black and whites are silly, dude. They're childish.
No, I'm just making a statement.
Just
That's
making
all.
a statement that has no
Yeah.
fucking point.
Hey, can I ask my question quickly?
Well, yeah.
Hey, can I interject?
No, you may not. Freaking cockblocker,
Wait. That voice wasn't real, was
Go
it?
ahead, Ryan.
I thought this guy would be a great one for this question I came up with is, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
Wait, what?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any reason at all?
The observation of curvature.
Observation of curvature.
All right.
When
How about,
will happen?
all right. All right. The sun setting?
The sun doesn't set.
No. So what does it do?
Hilarious. So the horizon's
Sunrise-
physical again?
Sunrise and both sunrise and sunset. That's rhetorical language. The sun doesn't rise or set on a flat or a sphere tard.
All right. Does the sun go away when you go to bed?
Yes.
What if I go to
Okay.
bed in the afternoon?
What? Oh shit. What if you go to bed when the sun
Is
comes
there
up?
sun and then there's no sun?
You could say it goes out of sight. Might be another choice of words.
Are you retarded?
Out of sight?
All
right, so what? So
I got a serious question. Are you retarded?
yeah, I am.
Yeah, I know. We could tell by the queries and your nonsensical proofs that don't have a point.
Extremely retarded. All right.
You're a numpty.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
hold on, I want to point something out. A couple minutes ago, you were saying the horizon is not physical because of the black swan, and the horizon's moving all over the place. Now you're saying the sun sets behind an optical illusion.
Is the Earth physical?
Yes, the Earth is physical, but
if the Earth had curvature, then the curvature would be physical.
Yes. Can you see
and
it?
based on your height of observation, it would appear to be different because
like 1 foot above the sea level, and that the horizon should be 1.232 miles away from the observer's height in feet.
You're also showing a photo with heavy atmospheric refraction.
Atmosphere. Stop
Go
the
for it.
fucking presses. Number one, atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo is air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no fucking inherent shape. You said refraction. Can you define refraction for everyone, please? With citation.
Yes.
With citation, please.
I'll cite myself. It's
No,
Here,
that's
I'll-
a fucking idiot. You're not
Xanax.
Xanax.
Dude, there's a factory somewhere that just pumps them out, man. It's just making them. Dude, Glober after Glober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a dumb fuck, man.
Me
Yeah.
and every other scientist that studies this shit.
Scientist, you're not a fucking
And
scientist.
he said other scientists, other
Scientists. Number one, this isn't a scientific fucking topic. You don't know what natural science is. How's this fucking science?
How's it science?
I'm more.
Yeah, I like that laugh. Yeah, that's that laugh when you have absolutely fucking nothing. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the science in the globe Earth? Can you please tell? What is natural science, by the way?
Why am I
Natural
getting all
science.
tingly?
So you're getting a boner?
The thing that scientists do that you cited, what are they doing? Why are they important? What's their deal?
What, natural science?
Yeah, so they do natural science?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Okay, what is
science of the science of the world.
Science of the world. That's it. There you go,
Yeah.
Indio.
Natural world.
All right. Natural world. Okay.
Well, there's the synthetic world.
Yeah,
As-
there is a synthetic world too.
Is there?
So what's your hypothesis, Mr. fucking scientist, for the globe tard?
Dude, did we just go in a loop?
Yeah, I think so.
We circumnavigated the freaking argument.
Can you explain the sun setting?
Yeah, the sun moves.
Oh, what?
The sun moves, not you.
He's trying that fucking diversionary tactic. Give us the hypothesis for the globe tard. Just one.
All right, you gonna mute me if I keep talking?
Yeah, if you don't give me the fucking answer.
Well, we're trying to get a straight answer.
I asked a
out of
question.
you. I answered it.
asked you a
Yeah,
fucking
he's
question.
not being serious, dude.
Yeah, we already established that, so I don't know. What do you want to do, NDO? It's up to you. It's your.
Just tell me. I gotta ask a question.
All right.
So,
Yeah,
if
I'm here.
something goes away from where you are and you can't see it anymore, does that imply that it went around the world?
No.
Okay, then. So the sun moves, not the Earth, dude.
But if
It's so hard
it were moving away, wouldn't it get smaller?
It does.
Does it get smaller?
Yes. Actually, the sun is
How?
magnified. What do you mean?
How does it get smaller?
It gets visually smaller. Its visual angle gets less.
Yeah,
Actually,
but
it
wouldn't-
magnified on the horizon sometimes, as a matter of fact.
All
Yeah,
right.
what's
I don't know, it doesn't make
what's the
sense to me.
video?
Oh,
What's
it
that
doesn't make
video
sense.
with
That's
the,
the standard of proof. Is
the wind
doesn't make sense
farm?
to cheapy.
Wait, what is it? What is this, bro? What?
There's a lot of things that
That's
don't make
not the
sense to
sun
you.
changing size, bro.
Bro, we gotta decide whether you're going to be sincere or not, GB. You're,
That's an
faking
optical
going in
illusion.
and out of your sincerity.
Oh, now the sun is
It's
optical.
optics.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay, is there anybody else?
The sun doesn't change size.
Shut your fucking mouth.
How we perceive it, maybe.
The angular size changes, for fuck's sake.
Okay.
The angular size changes in the globe model.
What if I show you a video where it doesn't
so-called
change?
globe model.
What if I
Well,
show
and
you
then I'll
one
show you one where it does change.
fucking documented that it does change?
Well, then, can you explain the videos where it doesn't change?
No. Can
That's
you
a white
explain
swan.
when it does change? Fuck wet.
Hmm?
Fuck wet. Can you explain that it
I
does
asked
change?
explain the sun.
Fucking shut the fuck up. Explain the sun.
It's magnified. Sometimes it's magnified larger than its size of solar noon. Sometimes it's smaller than the size of solar noon. The sun and how it appears changes the way it looks. Well documented. There's something like 20 official different types of sunsets. This isn't news, man.
Man. So,
Yeah,
you
right.
got
So
the
the
hypothesis for the
only
globe card just
time,
yet? So do you got the hypothesis for the globe tard just yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a globe. It's not flat. That's my hypothesis.
That's not a fucking hypothesis.
That's a basis.
What's your hypothesis?
Your sister?
That's not an hypothesis either. I guess we're on the same page.
I didn't claim that the flat earth was science. You claimed scientists with your globe tard. That's the difference, fucktard.
You're claiming the earth is flat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
right.
we're not claiming science proves it.
It's a globe. You're making the claim.
Yeah. Listen to what Indio just said. Say it slow.
Okay, I'll say it really slow for slow people with sub 73 IQ. The claim that the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim. So scientists can't prove the Earth is a globe. They're using the wrong tool for the instrument. It's a category error. Do you get it now?
Yeah, and you're right.
Yeah.
Scientists wrong. You're right. Random dude.
No. Scientists agree with me, not you, dummy.
You just said scientists are wrong.
That's not true.
They agree of what science is. Nobody claims a geometric figure and figuring out whether it exists or not is science. No one claims that. Nobody claims carpenters are scientists because they measure tables and determine the rectangles. Right? Is that science? Determination of a figure? Is that science?
All right. So you're saying
I'm
that the Earth
asking a
doesn't
question.
spin?
Is determination of a figure, a shape, science? Is doing that operation science?
Doing what?
The
I'm so
operation
sorry, I know
of the
speaking
determination of a figure. So I have a floor. I want to know what the shape of it is. I take out the tape measure. I determine that. Does that make me a scientist?
No, it makes you dude making measurement. That's all.
Exactly.
Okay.
So how to claim that the Earth's a globe? How do you do science to that?
Because other shit.
What other shit?
The rotation of the Earth. It explains
the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, the orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of either of those?
I mean, I can find some evidence.
No, we don't want somebody's claim. You claim your parent.
Bro, you're the one claiming that the Earth is flat.
Dude,
that the Earth doesn't rotate around the sun.
It's obviously not moving.
There's a physical dome on the outside of the planet.
I didn't claim a dome. I didn't claim a dome.
Okay.
I didn't claim a dome. The Earth is obviously flat. It looks flat.
Your team
right?
does.
Yes or no? My team?
I've not heard a single
Flat
person
Earth.
here today
Fuck
mention
you.
anything.
Oh, bro, don't be disingenuous.
I want a t-shirt.
You know, Flat Earth claims that there's a dome. You mentioned a container.
Yeah, container doesn't imply dome, dummy.
So what does it imply then?
All right, so what is it then?
You said to me that there's not.
You're a fucking bitch.
So explain the pressure gradient of Earth.
Pressure gradient? Why would we explain that? Explain gas pressure first without a container. Fuck what?
If you stop muting me. There we go.
Muting me as well. I'm getting muted too.
Just mute
Yeah,
Gems. He's not talking anyway.
because you keep fucking scattergunning, gish galloping. Explain how you can have gas pressure without a container. Fuckwit.
Explain. All right. Serious question.
No, don't explain it. Go back to your claim that the globe is proved by scientists. He's getting off that. No, go back.
Okay.
We're rewinding this. Rewind. Science proves the globe. Go. What science? What scientist? Where? How?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah. So that's why you have to for an experiment, because science requires experiment. What experiment can prove the Earth is a ball?
Experiment. Not an observation?
God, why did I stop drinking?
Well, do you have an experiment that can prove the flat Earth?
That's not
not an experiment, a measurement, sure.
Bro, stop muting me. Let me. Okay.
Dude, you can kick rocks, dude. We can move on to no smoke. Someone who's actually being sincere, hopefully.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
These guys are clowns.
We need some soundboard, something that signified time waster.
To the globe advocate, it's interesting that you talk about science. There has never been one scientist to ever prove motion of the Earth around the sun, not one experiment. And other than Einstein, there has been nobody to prove 186,200 miles per second that light traveled, and nobody has ever measured inside the equation of gravity 9.81 meters per second squared. Nobody has ever measured the radius or the mass of the Earth, which makes up gravity. So when you talk about science, claiming that we live on a ball, that is absolutely stupid, because no science has ever proven we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
Not only hasn't it, it can't. It's not possible.
You said you need a soundboard for the time wasters. Got it.
Yeah, you got. Oh, damn.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
See the whole thing behind behind heliocentrism is the fact that we have motion of the Earth around the sun. But absolutely no scientist ever has measured more than 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun, or movement. When you Google it, it says 30 kilometers per second, or 6,600 miles per hour, and the 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second measure could be simply the sidereal rotation of the sky on a stationary plane, which translates motion down to the Earth. So it's real simple. We don't live on a ball. There's no measurements. There's no scientific proof we live on a ball. But you were told at age 5 that you did. You grew out of Santa Claus, but you never grew out of your globe.
He pulled the ejection seat, man. Like, he ripped up the canopy, went flying, he flew out of the airplane a while ago.
I think after you look at this whole situation, you find out that the globe is held together by trillions of dollars and indoctrination, but not one scientific proof.
Held together by
Tell
peer
him again,
pressure.
Indio. Indio, tell him again.
Yeah, he left, bro. You're
No,
talking.
tell this guy.
Tell what?
Science. They not only has science not proved it, whatever science may be, it can't.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. It can't. It's a category error, like Indio said.
Yeah, it's like trying to it's just the wrong tool for the job. That's the way I think about it, right? It's like you brought a screwdriver, man, and you have a nail. Good luck with that. You can't do the required experiments because you can't do an experiment on a geometric figure.
Yep.
What's the cause of a triangle? That's dumb, man.
The man who is drawing.
Yeah, exactly. I guess man causes triangles. You could say that man causes globes too. Quite honestly.
How is a bread box rectangular? True or false?
Oh, it's not good. My keys are making noise. My keys are making noise.
Red box.
It's all good. It's all good.
Who the hell are you talking to, Jonesy?
That's a pretty girl right there. She's pretty, yeah.
Really? Come on, man. I wanted to hear where Jonesy's in my area. I want to know where he's at. There's a pretty girl around.
Okay, yeah.
What? Jonesy, where's the pretty girl? You hear me?
Oh, there's a pretty girl. Always listen to mommy, okay? Always listen to mama.
Oh, somebody better put him on mute.
Okay, I muted him. Might get weird.
Yeah, it got weird quick.
I hear Atheistic and Smack Man. I'm like, whoa, no.
Well, I thought that was precious.
Dude.
Yeah, you would, you little vixen.
He's talking to a child, clearly.
Either that or a dog or something.
I thought he was talking.
You ought to
I thought it was a dog.
He also could be into some weird shit. So
okay, Flatsy. Okay, let's qualify this. He's talking to a child about a dog.
What?
That's what it sounded like to me.
Sounded like he was just complimenting someone's child being pretty and saying always listen to mama or mommy.
All right, let's get some clarity on mute, Gemsy.
Yeah. Hold on. My hypothesis is Gemsy was walking with his daughter and someone walked by with a dog and his daughter took a liking to it and then he started talking to the dog.
No, James is playing some video game and it's saying, "Come to mommy." He wants to kill that guy in the video game.
Gotcha, that's dark.
What?
Jamsy.
You know, come to me, and then he's coming and he's shooting and healing, and that's it.
I guess I gotta find out later. Jamsy.
Are you playing video games?
He got his phone in his pocket or something.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I understand everything apart drop over distance.
Oh yeah, Sasha, you gotta love when the Globers go, what, English? I don't speak English. Dude, Cheapy did that like at least 5 times.
So how did Cheapy go from having no clue about any evidence to scattergunning?
The cope is real, the cope is real.
The DMs are real. That's what I think.
It's like he was fading in and out of consciousness. Like, sincerity, no sincerity. Serious, not serious. It's like he was trying to drive with the foot on the gas and the brake at the same time. Pick one.
At one point where he went silent, dude, and it was like he was searching for his wig under his chair. He was like, "Where'd that wig go?" It was here a minute ago on my bald head. Now I can't find it.
He would be good arena bait, I think. Just because, like, dude, I told him, pick a time to get serious. I guess goof off 24/7, won't you? Pick a time, get serious. Let's get down to business.
No, he's one of the ones where he won't be a flat earther until all his friends are flat earthers. And then he'll have been a flat earther the whole time. Yep, basic. Totally.
Is this wig snatchers thing? Is this a new thing? I saw I guess there's a site or a YouTube for wig snatchers, and that term just sounded really familiar to me. And first thing I thought of was the guys, the powdered wig guys. And so I had to look it up. But if it's relevant to what to this new thing that I'm seeing about wig snatchers,
like it's slang.
It's it is now, but it used to be like an actual an actual thing that would happen. Like, I mean, yeah,
I brought it to the market.
Oh,
I did. I did. It's a saying. It's a saying in a different context, but I thought it applied to this context appropriately. So Miggy jumped on it.
Gotcha. Right on.
Yep. In fact, I was watching a reaction video of Zeppelin, and it was Since I've Been Loving You, and there was this black couple that was doing the reaction, and they stopped it halfway through, and she said, "He's just snatching their wigs off." So I took it and ran with it because I had never heard it before, and I brought it to this. I brought it to this genre, like most things.
God, the internet is useless for a definition for that. Wow.
That's the full story.
Since I've Been Loving You, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because nowadays it's only going to like that term's only going to apply to, you know, certain people. But back then, back in the day,
and
I mean, it's like, you know, stealing someone's pocketbook, you know, like a pickpocket, wig snatcher, same thing.
I didn't know that. I didn't go back to the etymology of the phrase.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Wigs
Cite it.
wigs are worth a lot.
Cite that some bitch. Put it in live stream.
Do you want to hear the shit of the week, John?
No, I'm looking up wig snatching.
But you didn't. Did you hear the for the shit of the week?
The what?
Shit of the week.
No.
The shape of the water is a ball, but the water itself is not curved.
That's special.
I told you.
That sounds more like the contradiction of the week.
Yeah. The white is black, but itself is white.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that because I'm teaching my 3-year-old colors, and when he sees something white, he calls it black. Or if he sees something, he's really not distinguishing the two. He sees them both as the same. I don't. Maybe he's dyslexic. I don't know.
Because
Like I said,
you're raised right. It's because you're raised right. You know what I mean? He doesn't see color when he sees people.
Amen. No, it's like, nah, just do just do things. And the funny thing is that he skips 5 and 6 when he counts. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Goes right to 7.
Well, 6 is a Satanist number, so he's on the right track.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys must think this panel is a freaking dance recital or something. They brought their tap dancing shoes with them. Start clickety-clacking around the questions. Not gonna happen.
So, similar in meaning to the slang term shook, wig originated in black drag culture where it derived from the slang phrase, my wig just got snatched, as a response to something that is shocking or original. There you go.
It's kind of evolved from that a little bit, though, hasn't it?
Evolved? What's evolution mean?
Shit, I don't know. Don't ask me. Yeah. Let's just say it's a change. That term is changed into. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. CB. He said shocking or original. Now the original part, that word doesn't really apply technically, but the shocking part. I mean, I was surprised when I found out the Earth was flat. So the definition applies still.
I don't know, Ryan, because like. The important part is that they come in with a wig on, and so you're exposing them, right? They expose themselves by letting it flop off their head and hit the ground, or you rip it off their head. So it's not just like shocking information; it's you just expose this person.
Oh, I follow you.
It's the pretender clowns. Those guys wear wigs. So the goal is to just snatch that shit right off. Or make them drop it.
Yeah, so take care.
What?
Can I ask a question?
I'm thinking no.
Don't make me say may I.
Go ahead, man.
And I kind of asked about it last night. I've been thinking about it. I went to, and some of this we'll rehear this. So I went to, I can't remember it now, like Debate Flat Earth or something like that, just to see what they were doing, hearing that. And they were talking about bouncing the ham radio off of the moon.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And how that clearly proves that it's 200 and whatever thousand miles away. What's the rebuttal on that? Like what needs to be even looked at? Like I don't know how to say. They're like, well, we pointed at the moon, it bounces back, and we point it to the side of the moon or whatever, it doesn't.
I never heard. I never heard. Go ahead, Indio.
That's horseshit.
There's like
there's a fucking moon.
There's a
Earth,
shit
moon,
ton.
Earth bounce, EME moon bounce. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to, like, what is the rebuttal?
Something called long delay radio echoes, man. You just Google it.
long delay radio echoes.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, you could just laugh. You could just laugh out loud, real.
I know.
Hear you. I mean, it's always good to laugh.
Let's think about this Earth Moon Earth bounce. What would you aim at?
The moon?
Pray and pray, bro.
Would the moon be there by the time the light got there?
They say it gets there and gets back in like 1.5 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's cool. What happened to general relativity?
I don't.
So the
please help
speed of
me.
light is a constant. It only goes at one velocity.
Mm-hmm.
So the velocity of the Earth is not added to the radio wave. That means if you aim at the moon, you're going to miss the moon. The moon's going to move by the time the radio wave gets there. Because it's not like, I'm in a moving train, you're in a moving car, and I throw a ball to you while you're in the moving car, and the velocity of the train adds to the velocity of the ball, right? And it just goes right to you. Don't work like that because it's constantly the speed of light.
It's like long range shooting. It's like a sniper. You gotta aim ahead.
Yes,
right?
you would have to lead it. You'd have to lead the moon. You'd have to aim in front of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd have to aim up to the spot where you would rotate to and move to for it to bounce back and for you to receive the signal.
How many different directions are we going at that point?
Yeah. There's that problem. I wanted to keep it simpler than like the 32 vectors that you're supposedly taking.
It gets worse.
And you have to remember something that Einstein threw out the ether and replaced it with empty space.
No, he didn't.
Well, what did he replace it with, quantum?
Ether.
Einstein replaced it with the ether?
Einstein believed in the ether, and he wrote about it at the end of his career.
Yes, I heard about that one. I did hear about that, but for special relativity, he threw out the ether, Michelson-Morley, because he wanted to keep his special relativity.
Well, in general relativity, he reinstated it.
I've heard that. So yeah, it's very.
Why do all these old guys right before they die they go back on what they said? I think
because they cashed their check. That's why.
No,
even Darwin too, right?
No, it wasn't before he died. He published it in 1923, I think.
Yeah, he died in 1955, so he had lots of time to think about it.
Yeah.
My argument actually has nothing to do with Einstein per se. It has to do with the constancy of the speed of light and how it's not additive.
So to even, according to them, perform this experiment, like you're saying.
What experiment?
Yeah. So they have a couple problems.
Oh, shit.
Number one, they have to lead the moon. They have to bounce it off a part of the moon where the angle arrives back at wherever they're going to be, like 2.5 seconds later, right? With the rotation of the Earth, like you're at the equator, 1,000 miles. So now you've moved several hundred feet. The moon has moved 530 kilometers. And you're bouncing it off something that's supposed to be a sphere, right?
There you go.
Yeah. There's the other problem. A spherical reflector is a non-starter, bro.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. It was a small point, but very important because for it to reflect back and not diverge, right? You have two problems. Number one, if the moon's a sphere, then it's not going to bounce right back, right? It's like bouncing fucking light off a disco ball. Number two, the moon's not a smooth spherical surface in the heliocentric balltard. So all those fucking rays are it's gonna bounce off the contours of the moon in all different directions.
So it's doing that, and the types of the types of waves that ham radios use.
Oh, they ain't using.
Are they? Oh,
that's another problem.
They're called radio waves, but they're not actually waves.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, QE, why doesn't modern day physics recognize ether if Einstein, decide to reinstate it?
Because what is it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know. He reinstated it, but most people didn't catch on, probably because he couldn't fucking verify it or validate it.
You think people back in 1923, 25 didn't get the memo, huh?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going down the ether rabbit hole, man.
I asked a physicist a couple weeks ago. I said, he threw out the ether and replaced it with empty space, and the guy goes, "No, he didn't. He threw out this big term at me." It's like, I've never heard of that before anywhere. You just made that up.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, is that what he called it?
That's very possible.
Okay, so we got the spherical mirror problem. So on Earth, when we want to bounce signals, we make parabolic reflectors. We don't make spherical reflectors. Why is that?
That's too high level.
Because they can only be used for this particular
because they don't have
hobby.
a focus. You don't have a focus. There's no focal point.
Yeah.
The focal point is actually like inside the convex surface.
And that helps. So
well, if you don't have a
concentrate focus it.
Exactly. So you have the spreading of the waves and beam divergence. Then when it hits this spherical moon, they diverge even more than they were already diverging. Right. So by the time you get to there is no signal. There's no comeback signal.
What the fuck?
It's noise. It's just noise. There's no signal in that noise.
Okay. So there can be the observation that something happens when you point it at the moon.
But there is alternative hypothesis, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Long delay echoes, right? These have been known about for a long time. They go like they don't happen all the time, but you can flip on a radio transmitter and, turn on your CB and go, hey, and sometimes you'll get back a hey like 9 seconds later for no reason.
Okay. See thank you. I'm just trying. I know there's something. I just don't have it all in my pocket.
Like,
right?
Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of shit, dude. Like,
yeah,
they're gonna keep it's like claim stacking. Like CB says, claim stack. They'll stack claims and claims and claims, and they think the weight of a bunch of baseless claims somehow equals one proof.
I found it fascinating. August 8th and November 1st and 3rd in 2022, I've realized for the first time that the sun doesn't illuminate the moon, even though, the Bible says it probably doesn't. So I realized that for the first time. And then today, somebody told me online, it's going to be a full moon June 4th. And I said, oh, I'm going to go outside and take a look. So I took my P1000 out and I did this little thing that I just posted at 56 minutes after the hour. Showing that the moon was the illuminated part of the moon was higher than where the sun was in the sky. And line of sight would say that the moon was self-illuminating. So I went ahead and posted it so if anybody wants to see it.
It's nearly impossible to determine what's the cause of the moon's light, if not impossible. Because how would you test that?
It's definitely not the sun.
Thank you, QE, for that.
It is definitely not the sun, because there's plenty of course, they call it an illusion, but there's plenty of observations where the sun does not align perpendicular to the terminator.
Yeah.
Right. So that don't work exactly.
I think for the next at least 2 or 3 nights, you're gonna, if you want to go out and see it, you'll notice that the sun is not causing the reflection of the moon's light.
So this is from the Oxford Compendium of Visual Illusions, because of course it has to be a visual illusion, because we all know it's a globe. So that was sarcasm. Anyway, in case your sarcasm detector's broken.
So Einstein said this in 1920.
Yeah, it's 1920. I thought it was 23.
Oh, it's fine. It's cool. It's cool.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Thank you for posting the video.
No, thank you for thanking him for posting the video.
Yeah, I got the P1000 third week.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, this is reminding me of the scenes in Spies Like Us. Doctor.
I don't know if whenever you film it, it's with it being zoomed in so far, it's hard to track the overall, like where the sun is and where the moon is, though. And that's just, I'm just kind of scrolling it through. It's like, it's just really hard. I don't know to visualize it.
Yeah, if you know,
great thing.
If you notice it's 2/3, whatever that's called, gibbous or whatever it's called, gibbous, and so obviously it's looking up about 1:30, and when the sun is close to the horizon, here it was the tree line. Obviously that's 4 o'clock, 3:30, down quite a bit away. So obviously the sun line of sight is not lighting the part of the moon that you're seeing lit. So just the angle, just knowing where the horizon is, where the tree line is, will tell you that that's not, the sun's not doing what we're told, or what we're taught that it does.
Yeah.
But if you're in the United States, the next 2-3 days around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, I'm in Central Time. If you go outside and you have good weather, you'll see what I saw. What everybody could see.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, please do. It was somebody online who told me. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to go." So I just took my camera and went out in the backyard, and there it was.
So Foucault's pendulum, Edward, have you heard of that? Has a Goldberg ever brought that up?
I have. I don't know exactly how it's supposed to be working. I've seen a video of it in a museum or some shit somewhere, but not really.
So
what's it doing?
Just go look up. If you type in Foucault's pendulum manual, you can look up a manual for those museum pieces, those museum Foucault's pendulums.
Mm-hmm.
And in the manual, they have adjustment screws and you can change the voltage of the motor to make it swing faster or slower, to make it process at whatever speed you want it to process at. So say you're at 45 latitude and the globe prediction is it processes at, speed X, right? Whatever degrees per hour, 8 degrees per hour. Well, if you turn it on and use it and then it's processing at 10 degrees per hour, well, you just adjust it until you get the 8 degrees per hour. Does that seem like a legitimate scientific experiment? Evidence of rotation of the Earth when you can just change it to whatever preconceived notion you have?
Certainly a convenient type of science.
It's convenient. It's not science, for one thing. Number two,
No.
they're going to snatch their own wigs off because the Foucault pendulum works under the concept of Coriolis effect. So that means that shit is, you got two separate reference frames. You got an inertial reference frame, and then you have the non-inertial spinning reference frame. So if the Foucault pendulum is in fact true, then a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would take 1.5 hours instead of 4 hours. Right? Because the plane is separate in the inertial reference frame. And it's going west while the Earth is spinning from west to east. That means you have to combine the fucking rotational speed plus the air speed. So at Charlotte was about the same latitude as LAX. So they're traveling about 860 miles an hour due east. but you're flying west at what? 500 commercial airline speed. So that's about 1,350 miles an hour if you combine them both. That's a 1.5 hour travel time. Does that happen?
I've not seen that one yet.
Have you floated in a fucking air balloon from North Carolina and for 3.5 hours you catch a fucking Dodger game?
I've always wondered why, but what's going to be their response to that?
There is no
Einstein.
There is no response.
Gravity locks it.
Yep.
If what they claim was true, if what they claim was, bro, of course I want to time, and you've been hugging the mic. Shut up. So if that was the case, there will be an airplane crash every single time.
Fucking numpty.
Yeah. So, listen, Jemsy, we have a controversy. We heard some of what you were saying about like good girl or something. So we're speculating on what happened. Was it you talking to a dog? Were you talking to your child about the dog? Like, what was going on?
Well, the lady was helping me out, trying to find a spot around there. Not her spot, but another spot that she knows about. So I use her. I use my mind tricks to have her telling me what I wanted to know by complimenting her dog and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and she told me what I wanted to know. So there you go. So, anyways,
I knew you were parking. I just didn't just mention it. I knew you had to be parking because it sounded like it. It's a bitch.
Yeah, it's a bitch parking around here anywhere. Especially if you want to find a spot. But anyways, if the globe was right about what QE was saying, there will be an airplane crashing every single time. You will go. I'm going to the Dodgers game, but you're not gonna make it because kaboom.
Now,
go ahead.
The comeback is the planes fly backwards.
Well, I mean, if you were good at gymnastics, you could do some somersaults and you could probably be there in 6 or 7 hours. Wait for the Earth to.
There you go. Why catch a plane at all? Just jump.
Yeah, just I'm not jump. Kidding. I'm not kidding, Edward. I took them to their logical conclusion, and the conclusion was that planes are flying fucking backwards, man.
Guys, don't you understand? 9/11 proves that the Earth is a globe. You see, the planes were stationary, but the buildings hit the planes.
Yeah.
So this is all just whoever gave them the permit to build the building's fault.
See, there is no refutation to the argument. There ain't one. They can always just reassert it or say you don't understand the Coriolis effect or whatever else they say. But they don't actually have an actual intelligible refutation.
They have some pretty good belly laughers though. Planes
they'll say
backwards. Conservation of angular momentum, which is a fucking train wreck because that's derived from Newton's third law, and Newton's laws, which are debunked by the way, only apply to inertial reference frames. But they deny that inertial reference frames exist. So it is a jumble, a clusterfuck. It's just like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, and then you got the actual, apparatus of the Foucault's pendulum and its numerous spurious results, right? You don't get consistent results. The ones in museums and strip malls and all that stuff, they're all adjusted to get the result you want. It's just a bunch of crap.
It's just a tourist attraction at that point.
But you have to think that this is the way I think about it. It's this is the best you can do. The best you can do for a rotation is this. Surely you can do better than that.
And what is the actual? Just say, and it's kind of what they're. Why do they claim or why do they say that Foucault's pendulum?
They don't understand it.
Yep.
Because it's one. It's like a meme.
Or did he say?
Yes. But Foucault's if you look at Foucault's original article, it's about 2 paragraphs in a published periodical in France at the time. No one took it seriously until he died. And in his eulogy, it said, It was the eulogy title because he was a professor at the Paris Academy Universelle or whatever the hell they call it, right? I don't speak French, so the name of the eulogy was Foucault proved the Earth is a wandering star. So
proved.
There was a lot of political reasons for making declarations of scientific discoveries back then. There was a lot of competition between France and England about crazy astronomical claims. There's controversy about like Neptune, Uranus, who discovered it first, eclipses, like all sorts of crap, dude.
Okay.
When England does this thing where like someone else discovers something and then they claim that they discovered it first. Calculus. I can go on and on. They do this all over the place.
If you live in the States and you drive on highways or roads, have you ever noticed a crane that has a ball hanging down from it that nobody's working at it and they haven't for a couple of days probably? Have you ever noticed that it's never moving because the Earth is moving? Because the Earth isn't moving. That's the reason the ball was always stationary under the crane at the work site.
Dude, that'd be a very dangerous job working under one of those if there was a Coriolis effect.
I mean, would that, and I'm not sure how the device itself is constructed, but why or something like a chandelier not moving constantly. And
do you understand what we're talking about with reference frames? The Earth is its own reference frame, the rotating ball. Outside of the Earth, that's another reference frame. Right?
What's the
on the ball?
What's the definition of reference frame? I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what you mean. It's like I can grasp at it a little, but
I don't know the official
that hasn't gotten me very far apparently in life. So
I think the best analogy for a reference frame is somebody's traveling 60 miles an hour on a train, and they're going by a train station, and somebody's at the train station perfectly still, and they see the person, the train going by 60 miles an hour. So one person has a moving reference frame, and the other person has, a stationary reference frame, and that's the whole idea. Reference frame is basically deals with light and where you are and where you see, and of course you see through light. So where you see it. So the person going 60 miles an hour in the train sees something different than the person that is stationary at the train station. And so that, it's reference frame. It's kind of where you are looking from, because that's the whole idea behind special relativity. It's what you appear to see.
Yeah, it's relative motion.
Relative motion. Okay.
How I understand it is that you can have multiple reference frames inside of a reference frame.
Okay, it's turtles all the way down, I guess.
So then going back.
Well, I mean, where does that end, Brandon?
Well, the Earth is a reference frame, and the train moving is also a reference frame. And the person standing stationary watching the train is also a reference frame.
Yeah. Well, person standing stationary is in the Earth's reference frame.
Oh, okay. Well,
so it's attached to the Earth, right? The train is technically attached to the Earth, but the tracks are attached to the Earth. The train is moving. So relative to the tracks, the train is moving. Relative to some stationary observer, the train is moving. Relative to the surface of the Earth, the train is moving. But let's keep it on point, the Coriolis effect. The device is attached to the Earth and it is moving within a rotating reference frame. And somebody, like an airplane, right, is outside of that reference frame. It's not within the rotating reference frame, it's outside of it.
From Isaac Physics in cooperation with the University of Cambridge, a frame of reference is a set of coordinates that can be used to determine positions and velocities of objects in that frame. Different frames of reference move relative to one another, just like India was saying. So there you go. It's official.
Yeah, you can't have multiple reference reference frames inside of one reference frame.
Really? So can you?
That's
have
what
a
you just
non-inertial-
described.
So
No, they're just
can you
separate
have a
frames. They're not within
non-inertial-
each other. They're not
So-
nested Russian dolls.
Oh,
Sorry.
shit.
Sorry, man.
So can you have a non-inertial spinning reference frame inside of an inertial reference frame? No.
Yeah, those are different reference frames, though.
Yeah, but that
Not
debunks
just
your
those
point.
two.
Yeah, that debunks your point.
It's one.
But
Yeah,
there
one.
are different, multiple types of reference frames.
You just
not
keep,
just two.
you keep on saying. I understand that, but for the purposes of our discussion, there is just two.
Well, okay, for your discussion, yeah, there were just two, but
Yeah.
in general, there can be more.
Yeah, I know, but we just debunked your previous point.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Are you dying on a hill that's freaking not even on the
Yeah,
same
it's a
fucking
non sequitur
world?
hill.
And so in the pendulum, the reference frames in that are, you have the Earth and the pendulum. Is that what they're saying? Somehow?
Yes.
Okay.
There's two reference frame. One,
Yeah.
the pendulum itself is attached to the,
Yeah.
but it's on a sort of a swivel, right?
Which is attached to the Earth.
It is, but it isn't, because the swivel, yeah, it's all kind of fucking jacked up.
So there is some sort of linkage or something. So it's not just like a chain hanging down. There's something going on where they claim that somehow separates it from the Earth.
Like I said, if you follow it to its logical conclusions, you just go to the North Carolina LAX flight.
Okay, so another one is hurricanes, right? They say hurricanes are caused by the Coriolis effect, right? And that's why, yeah. So they're like make a little circular like spiral, right? Because of the Coriolis effect, right? But the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection. It's not an actual, real curvature. It just looks like it's curving to somebody on the surface of the Earth, according to them, right? Earth-based Coriolis. Fire a bullet, it deflects, in a direction because the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning out from underneath the bullet.
You're going to have to identify them.
Well, them.
Because most of them don't know that.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Flat Earthers.
No. Most of you gonna
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, who knows this? Flat Earthers know this, so I guess it has to be them. Like,
flat Earthers don't even know this. The Coriolis effect argument can be convoluted in a fucking microsecond. And listen, just go onto my channel and type in Coriolis effect so you can get the fucking story. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
it takes too long here.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I brought it up, because he's been coming in here and he has lots of questions about like Glober said this and Glober said that. And the Coriolis effect is the one that is just like a train wreck, time sink, fall down the stairs. Like, what the hell's going on?
Yep.
So I figured him being a new guy, he needed probably a brush up on that.
Yeah.
And I definitely don't ever want to mess with the flow of the conversation or anything. I just know that if I go and watch a video, this is not 100% of the time, but half of the time, something else, there'll just be a distraction essentially, right? But if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, I'm just listening to y'all, and it just makes more sense. That's not necessarily the best use of your and our time. So I appreciate y'all being willing to help.
Yeah.
But I will assume quantum stuff breaks it down clearly and simply. So I can go over there.
I also got a good illustration of what I'm talking about, right? If you're in a merry-go-round, like one of the ones like at the park where you spin around, and you're sitting in the center, and you throw a ball away from you toward the edge of the spinning. That's the rotating reference frame. If you throw it, it appears like it takes a hook, right? It appears like the ball curves. But if you take a camera and you look at it from outside, you'll see that the ball is actually going straight, and it's you that's turning, right? Your frame of reference
just
is
the way you
rotating,
see
and the ball exactly. You see it curve, but someone outside will see it go straight. That's how a bullet should work. That's how hurricane should work. That's how all the crap should work. Good. The Coriolis effect exists. The question is, does Earth-based Coriolis effect exist?
That's it. Look at Indio.
Yeah, that's right. Trademark quantum racer.
So, Sir Edward, have you ever seen the movie with Mark Wahlberg with Shooter?
Yeah.
It's interesting, because in the beginning of that movie, when they interview him, the Danny Glover asked him, how do you know about things? And he goes, well, we got to adjust for, the bullet, that for spin of the earth. He says something like that, and it's just like Hollywood tells you that, and that all you have to do is, there's three things that I remember is that Craig Harrison, who's famous for that 2,700 yard shot in Afghanistan that killed 2 Afghanis. He has a 45-minute video out. He was interviewed at the 35-minute mark. The guy asked him, what do you do for the shot? And he explains at about 300 yards, it stays level. But then as you get higher and higher, you got to lob the shot. You got to lob it, up and over. And he mentioned nothing about Coriolis, nothing whatsoever. And then you get the Shepard Humphreys guy who did his shot, the longest shot ever, 4.4 miles. It took 24 seconds in the air, and that was September 20th, 2022 in Wyoming. And he even wrote a email to Jaron, who said in the email, you can actually find it, that he took no account into Coriolis whatsoever over 4.4 miles, that the bullet stayed in the air for 24 seconds, and it was the 69th shot that he actually hit his target. But so a lot of these things that Hollywood, like Mark Wahlberg and Shooter, it's like that's the biggest lie ever, man.
See, and it's I'm not surprised that some old wives' tale essentially has slowly but surely made its way through propaganda into just the minds of everyone who has never taken a shot at all or really tested it, looked it up, anything.
Listen, I'm retired Army, half of it in the infantry, and I spent a lot of time with snipers, so I knew this shit right off the fucking bat. Yeah, you're just getting these stories from these guys that are trying to impress chicks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it really comes down to, man.
That makes more sense than all the globe arguments.
I guess there's this book out. I guess there's this book out. Go ahead.
Nothing important. I was basically saying, what kind of chicks are you trying to impress? Freaking killers?
I guess there's this book out that somebody told me to read sometime. It's called Inside Delta Force. Maybe QE knows about it. It's by Eric Hanley, Haney, and he explains what they have to do to be able to make a shot over distance, and they even have to find out when their heart is not beating, when they release the bullet, because even that can cause it to go off target. So they are so precise on what they have to do over distance that Coriolis is just a joke to them.
Yeah.
And is there, because in my head, the way the myth works is something like, it's in the whatever, the sniper manual. If you go to sniper school in Virginia or whatever.
Bullshit. No, it's not. Even if it is, who gives a shit? They don't look at their manuals anyway.
Yeah.
Fair.
There's rifling drift, but that's a very small amount.
Listen, I fired every single weapon in the United States fucking military's inventory from 1983 to 1992. I fired expert on it.
I believe it.
I have never, ever, not even taken into account. I never fucking heard of it. Coriolis.
Yeah, my dad told me the same thing.
Okay, that's refreshing to hear. I know that's a very common one, right? That they'll just be like, "Here's the flat Earth killer, Coriolis," and
I love that.
Okay, so that's good to hear y'all's perspective on that.
QE was
a video in here. His name's Lunatic, right? I'm going to upload it. Might take a few minutes because it's kind of big, but he debunked it with one 18-second video.
QE was talking about flying east to the west. Imagine trying to navigate that from north to south when you're starting out at 700-800 miles, per hour spin at the at 40th latitude, and going to 1037 at the equator, and then going back to 800 in the southern hemisphere. Imagine trying to navigate that as you're flying your plane north south or south north.
You essentially cross over an invisible line, and now all of a sudden you have to jerk to the right at some untold number.
See, what I'm learning is pilots really don't do much when they fly commercial. I mean, they take care of the takeoff and they take care of the landing, but the rest of it is done by autopilot. And autopilot doesn't take care of Coriolis. They just point the plane where they're going, put it on autopilot, and drink their coffee or whatever they drink.
Yeah, there's the 18-second video, Sir Edward.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions, let me know. You might have one. Let me give you the briefing. What he did was take a drone and hover the drone and look at the sky, the moon, stars around it. And while the drone was hovering in the inertial reference frame, if you're a globetard, the stars and the moon should not fucking move. But they do.
Okay, so he sped this way up then.
Yeah. The time lapse, it's 18 seconds. As soon as that moon moves, it's fucking over.
Which it really seems to kick around 6 or 7 seconds for some reason. For me, anyway. But,
it's over. Right there. The entire heliocentric Baltard religion goes bye-bye with that 18-second time lapse. It's over.
And why is that?
It's that simple. I just told you. Once that drone enters the inertial reference frame, because, see, according to the Baltards, the reason the sun, moon, and stars fucking move is because the Earth's rotating. Well, as soon as you take that drone up and you relieve yourself and you're not tethered to the non-inertial spinning reference frame, you are now, the drone is now in the inertial reference frame. The sun, moon, and stars, we don't have the sun here, we have the moon and the stars, shouldn't move a smeg inch.
Okay.
That's it.
And so that's when they're going to try to say some bullshit about how it's locked to the Earth, even though it's floating in the middle of the air.
Well, bye-bye Coriolis, if that's the case.
That's correct. They're screwed.
I'm gonna need to sit with somebody one day and draw a map for this. That's just a bunch of if and statements. If Glober responds with A, then hit here.
Sir Edward, go ahead, QE.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just jump on my channel and fucking start hitting the playlist, dude.
That's it. And I need to.
Sir Edward, have you looked into Sir Edward, looked into Michelson, Morley, Michelson, Gale, Pearson yet?
No, I've heard the.
It's a good thing you didn't say experiment, because I was ready to jump on that.
No. I don't. I try to stay away from that.
It's like, I really just try to come in. I keep it to about 9 words that I've got mastered.
Yeah, I know experiment is not a good term for our side.
Hey, listen, it's been cool, but I got a break, man. So it's been a lot of fun. So take
Pleasure.
care, guys. Catch you on the flip side.
Take
Have
care.
a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sir Edward, if you haven't looked into Michelson, Marley Michelson, Gail Pearson, with relative motion of the Earth around the Sun or lack thereof, it's because the whole heliocentrism thing is motion of the Earth around the Sun, and if you debunk that and get rid of that, then their little fairy tale religion dies. Just boom.
Okay. And I definitely just heard I've always heard it Mickelson or something, but do you know if QE has something on his channel about that as well?
I'm going to drop in voice text the 130-minute video that I know a lot of people really love, including myself. And it's really easy to watch once, and it's also easy to watch 2 or 3 or 4 times because it's only 30 minutes long. But it's really, really good, and I'll drop it so you can see it.
Thanks. And I'm trying to think because I feel I heard which globe someone saying kind of the same way we do, but it's like, yep. And if that's true, then there goes Mickelson Morley. Completely.
Yeah, so we got a new guy in here. I'm gonna unmute him and see what's up with him.
Yeah.
Here goes Storm. You got control of your mic.
Well, this is anticlimactic. Come on, Storm.
Come on.
So Kappa to Dito Burrito, you're up. Yeah, you're unmuted.
Oh yeah, I just happened to catch the stream because I was looking around just trying to find other communities. I'm just tuning in, don't mind me.
Okay. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, whatever, just speak up.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just happy to find other people, Yeah.
Happy to find what?
I'm just happy to find a server so I can just learn about it, Just connect with other people.
Cool. What do you know so far? How long have you been looking into the topic?
Honestly, not too long. I just happened to catch a documentary, and I was really fascinated by the experiments I'd seen. I just wanted to sort of take a closer look, just dive deeper into the ideas.
Which one? Which one did you see?
I don't even remember the name. I just saw it on Netflix while I was scrolling through. I just thought it was super interesting, and that was about it.
Okay. So let me ask you about it. Did they use a laser in that test?
Yeah, it was that one. Like they raise it to test, like if it's gonna land on a board. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they didn't use a laser.
Like a light or something.
So that so-called documentary is a mockumentary.
Right.
Not really serious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they selectively edited to make it look a certain way.
Yeah, I bet.
So what happened was, there's people not in this server. Well, there was one person that was there. They're not in this server right now. So like that part where he says, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That didn't even happen, and that happened 4 hours before that test.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that's just a sleazy thing. But let me tell you a little bit about. So the idea was to take two boards with holes, right, and shine a laser through the holes. And if the Earth was curved, then the laser wouldn't go through the holes.
Right.
Problem was, to stop beam divergence, a laser you'll buy separately, what's called a collimator, which will make it so that the rays that come out of the laser, the rays of light, are parallel. Well, they accidentally left the laser on too long and melted it to the laser. Okay, because you can only have it on because it focuses the beam. It gets super hot, so like you can only leave it on for like 4 or 5 seconds and have to shut it back off. They accidentally left it on and melted the laser. So they said all these people are here because there's like 100 people there. They're like, fuck it, we'll just try it with a flashlight to see if it works. There was no possible way that it could ever possibly work.
Right.
And I'll tell you why. Because there's something, like I just said, it's called beam divergence. Every time light passes through a hole, it spreads out.
I think I remember hearing about this.
Yeah, it's called diffraction.
Diffraction? Okay. Yeah.
Diffraction. So when the light goes through a hole, it spreads out. So the flashlight, it has its beam divergence, which is probably, who knows, because the flashlight could be like 20 degrees. So you're not getting the whole intensity of the light on the board through the hole. And then even when it goes through the hole, it spreads out again, then it hits the other hole, then it spreads out again. So there's no way the camera, the light is too faint for the camera to pick up. But when you take the light and lift it over the boards, now it doesn't have to go through the holes, right? And you're going to see the light. Now think of it like this. If you took 2 pieces of paper and poked a pinhole through them, and you took a camera, do you think you could see a light through those pinholes, through those 2 holes in the paper?
I guess not, huh?
But if you take the light and put it over the paper, you'll see the light, right? No problem.
Yeah. Okay, that makes so much more sense. I see where you're going with this.
Yeah. It was an ill-conceived experiment. I mean, it was just dumb. Like, I'll just say it straight up, it was a dumb idea. Because they didn't. Jaronism is like, he's a nice guy, but he ain't like no scientist. To put it mildly, he was like a fucking CBS manager. Nothing against CBS managers or his job, but like, he was trying to do something outside of his capability. Okay, so let's put it. I'm trying to be nice about it. It like, because just even if you were like an engineer, and you had the help of like construction workers, it would be hard just to set it up so that the holes were even over that distance. It would just hard to do, just as an engineering idea. So the idea that like a CBS manager can just like, what did it walk out into the world and just fucking set this up and make it work is.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then we have the other one, right? So we have the fiber optic gyro. In the video, they say it's a $24,000 ring laser gyro. No, it was a $7,000 fiber optic gyro. It was never owned by Bob. Bob didn't even do the tests. The tests were done by a guy named Rob Zimmerman. They weren't done by Bob. And Bob misread a Skype chat because actually I was in that Skype chat. There was a Skype chat when they had it about running tests and the results and all that shit. And Bob misinterpreted or misread or whatever he did what the results were, because the actual result was 1 Earth rate rotation every 2.24 days.
Yeah.
And it was enough that it was so far off, they actually contacted the company and said this shit's broken, because that would mean that means the Earth spins every 2.24 days for 1 rotation. Think about it.
Yeah.
I see. Are 2.25 days long, right? I think like what would it be, 50 hours long?
Yeah, I guess so.
What they were measuring was something like I think 7. Let me think. They were measuring like 1 minute intervals, the angular change, and it came out to like 7.3 degrees per hour or something like that. So anyway, regardless, even if, but Bob said yes, they measured 15 degrees per hour. That's not even possible unless you're on one of the poles. Right. So it rotates at 15 degrees per hour at the poles, according to mainstream, not anywhere on Earth, just the poles, because you have the axis, right? And the axis will be tilted relative to the axis of rotation. So you're not going to get the same drift. So that whole Netflix documentary is just a piece of trash.
Right. So even despite
they did a bait and switch on the people. They said, "Oh, we're going to give you copies of all the videotapes. You're going to have access to everything." And then once everybody did it, they were like, fucking kick rocks. We're going to make what we want."
Man. So even despite all those flaws, like you mentioned, I guess there were flaws in it, but it's kind of ridiculous that they refused to show, like, I guess, the truth about those experiments to begin with, huh? Like,
well, yeah, it's just selective editing. You know, that shit happens all the time. It's just the media. That's what they do.
Right. It's kind of scary, to be honest, don't you think?
Well, I mean, it doesn't stop there. So, like, okay, so there's a National Geographic video. It's on YouTube. It's flat or round, or flat Earth versus round Earth. I'll post in the live stream chat a link to the video. Now, this is National Geographic. You know who National Geographic is, right?
Right, of course, yeah.
Reputable, supposedly scientific organization, yada, 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 right?
Right.
So, so I'll post a link. So this video, so they do a so-called experiment where they go to the Salton Sea, they take a flag, they stick it on a boat, they sail across the water, they got stripes on the flag, and eventually one of the bottom stripe disappears, and they declare the bottom stripe disappears because of the curvature of the Earth. Because you can't see the bottom stripe.
Yeah.
There's a huge problem with that. Because the bottom stripe is supposed to disappear behind the horizon.
Right.
Well, let me show you this image if you look in live stream voice text. What's the problem here?
I don't know. What is the problem? You walk me through this.
The horizon's behind the flag.
Oh, right. Okay.
And National Geographic declared that this was curvature of the Earth. A reputable so-called scientific in live stream voice text. A reputable so-called, it's been around for over 150 years, a scientific periodical with doing shit this sloppy.
That's ridiculous. I don't understand how on earth they get, like, surely there has to be some sort of regulation behind, like, just putting in sloppy work like this, right?
No. There's not.
Really?
It's called the news, too.
We're the regulators. This video has 5.7 million views.
Man.
So 5.7 million people ostensibly watched this and said, fucking dumb flat earthers. Look, the flag disappears because of the curvature of the Earth without looking at it closely and going, fuck, dude, the horizon's behind the flag. This video shouldn't even be up. This is an embarrassment to National Geographic.
Right.
Okay, and there's another one. So there was another one back in the day. It was Discovery Channel with Stephen Hawking, right? And they proving the Earth is round, whatever. So they take they take a helicopter. Like, there isn't a lot of details about what exactly they did, like where they did it or anything. There wasn't really details in the video. So they fly the helicopter away, and they look at it through a telescope, and the helicopter drops down, right? Because you can just hover with a helicopter. They hover down, and eventually you don't see the helicopter no more, and because it's behind the curvature of the Earth. The thing is, they faked that entire video. They faked it. Not like, oops, we made a mistake. Oops, we didn't. No, they actually literally faked it.
What the hell?
Because I'll post a video in the chat that shows what the fake is. 100% faked it, no doubt about it. The video is no longer on their main channel. Because it was a series, and that was an episode in the series. That particular episode no longer appears on their website.
Wow.
Once somebody discovered it was faked. Right, so we know it's fake because there's a part, right, when the helicopter's in the air, there's 3 birds that fly in formation across the surface of the water. But then when they show the helicopter missing, the same 3 birds fly across the freaking image.
Wow, that is sloppy. My God.
And there's another problem. The telescope they used is called a Cassegrain reflector. So it doesn't have a lens in it, it has a mirror. And that mirror is a donut. Right?
Wow.
And it reflects it, so the light comes into the telescope, the mirror donut reflects it up the center of the telescope onto another reflector and then through the eyepiece. Well, this image shows a crosshair. How do you get a crosshair on a fucking donut mirror?
That's ridiculous. Yeah. Huh.
So this is completely faked. It's way beyond the other ones. One is a mistake. This is one was like kind of propaganda. The other was a mistake, and this is just a complete fake.
Jesus.
So like, yeah, exactly. Why is any of this stuff even made? Like, why are we even in this situation? So like, this is this is all. Yeah, I wonder why. This is stuff that happened back in 2017, 2018, 2019 time period that they were pulling all these shenanigans. You know, and it makes you have to wonder why. Like,
yeah, they can't do that anymore, because they know the hound's on the trail.
Right.
It's on the scent. He's got the scent, and they're gonna have to be a lot more elaborate. So you just keep your eye open and watch out.
Hey, have you guys talked about the light experiment already?
Which one?
I don't know. I think Captain Tippo brought it up a while ago.
The Netflix.
Maybe. I mean, we can try the experiment ourselves. Prove them wrong.
Prove who wrong? Who what
the
wrong?
People who said the light should bend.
Who? What? What are you talking about?
It was the light with the two holes, right? And they said that if the light passes through the hole and bends, the Earth is curved. If it doesn't bend, then the Earth isn't curved, right?
Not what they said.
That is not what they said? I'm pretty sure that was the entire experiment.
They said if the light was curved, that the light wouldn't pass through the holes. But if it was not curved, it would pass through the holes. And if it was, it would not pass through the holes. But that premise is incorrect because of what's called light diffraction. When light passes through a hole, it spreads out.
It should spread out, but it shouldn't change angle, though, right? If we use Snell's law.
Do you get this idea? What are you talking about, Snell's law?
Use Snell's law, we can prove that light shouldn't change angle. Only if it changes medium, it'll change its angle.
What are you talking about?
Let's we can run an experiment where we send a laser through water and then back out of air, and the angle should change. But if we send a laser through just something that doesn't have a different index of refraction, the angle should stay the same.
Okay, what's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
If we prove that that's true, then we can prove that the light shouldn't change angle whenever you pass through the
Do you know what diffraction is?
Yes, that's diffraction. That's how diffraction works.
No, you're talking about refraction. Refraction is what you're talking about. I'm talking about diffraction. Diffraction.
With diffraction patterns.
It's a different phenomenon. It's a different phenomenon.
Yeah, but diffraction patterns shouldn't change because light works as a particle and a wave.
Dude, you're just saying word salad. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just stop before you embarrass yourself.
I'm sorry. I just want us to have a proper discussion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, stop trying to bamboozle people. It ain't gonna work.
I'm sorry. I was just, I feel like physics is the way to go,
Yeah, you don't know anything about
diffraction is physics, right?
I think when you go ahead, Indio. Sorry.
Yeah, diffraction, when light passes through a hole, right? The edge diffraction on the edges of the hole make the wave, because light is not a wave, but it has a wave nature. And because of that, it spreads out wider, right? So it doesn't pass through the hole like a beam. It passes through like a wave, and then it spreads out, right? So I'll post an image, a diagram in the live stream voice text of what happens. All right.
So is this the one? This is the one.
Look in the live stream voice text. So this is what happens when light passes through a hole. It spreads out like this, right? So what happens is instead of the energy being concentrated in a ray, it's spread out and weakened. So if it has to pass through another hole, then it gets weakened again. But if I took the light source, right, and I lifted it above these panel, like this barrier, right, you'd see the light no problem, because the light is, you're getting a direct view of the radiation, not being spread out. So one way, and I just said this to your friend, that one way you can think about this is, you had two pieces of paper and you set them on your desk and you poked a hole in them with your pin, and then took a flashlight on the other side of the two pieces of paper. You could not see that flashlight through those holes, right? But if you took the flashlight, lifted it over the pieces of paper, now you could see the light. That's what this experiment is. It couldn't even have worked, even in principle. It was ill-conceived.
Yeah. So is this kind of like when we were in elementary school and we wanted to look at the eclipse? You take a little piece of paper, poke a hole in it, and then you look at the eclipse and you can see it.
Yes, that is a diffraction. That is a diffraction effect. Yes.
It blocks light.
Yes, it is a diffraction effect. Yes, I'm agreeing with you. So this started, like, they started doing this with what's called camera obscura. You can actually you can actually do this to your room, right? If your room faces somewhere, right, you can black out a window completely, and you can cut like a 1 or 2 millimeter hole in like that blackness, right? Like, say, use black construction paper or something.
Yeah,
it'll project an upside dim image of the outdoors onto your wall.
Huh.
Yep. Well, it's all really. I think the biggest thing you have to be concerned about when you start talking about waves, particles, you get into wave particle duality, which is quantum mechanics, and you could argue for waves. Wave superposition is two boats passing each other, and they both create waves. When the waves hit each other, they make a bigger wave. You can argue for that. That's just fine. But when you start talking about particles, you start talking about light, you start talking about photons, you start talking about photons traveling billions of years and trillions, quintillion miles to get to your eye, then you're getting into a fairy tale, and you got to be careful with that.
Fairy tale land. Can I just bring up something, because there's something that I witness when I observe the moon. When I see clouds coming in, or I look at the moon, and there's like clouds all around the moon, but there's no clouds in front of the moon, and I see fast moving clouds come into my vision between my perspective from where I'm looking at towards the moon, and I see clouds coming in as they're moving in fast, and then as soon as they start to get to the moon, they start to slow down.
Okay, that could just be an illusion, or I don't know. I have no answer for that shit. I don't know what that has to do with that.
I mean, no, this is just an observation. This is just like an observation of the moon and possible, like,
it could just be like a visual, like, because you're comparing something to something else, right? It might just appear faster. Like, so when the moon is on the horizon, appears to be larger than they say its actual size, because of the terrain features make it appear larger than it is. This is what they say, right? So this is
not the size. This is not the size of the moon, but this is
but that's how you gauge speed, right? How fast something moves relative to something else. How you gauge speed visually.
I suppose, but you have like where I am, I often see a cloud layer, and then another cloud layer. One cloud layer is not moving, the other cloud layer is moving. But so this is just an observation, right? So
yeah, I mean, I've seen the same thing, like in cartoons.
But when the clouds approach.
Well, you've seen it, like the clouds and the moon and all that shit. If you're you cut out or whatever, disconnected. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're having a storm. Oh, he ran away.
Hopefully, he got a little taste before he left, though.
Yeah, he A for effort. I wanted to bring up like they want to talk about stuff, man, but like they never ask for like what's your evidence for flat Earth. They never ask that. Why?
What's your evidence for flat Earth?
Direct measurement. Direct measurement showing the surface of the water is not curving. And if the surface of water is not curving, the Earth can't be a ball because it's supposed to be a water ball. That's what people keep forgetting. It's a water ball. That means nearly the entire surface of Earth is supposed to be covered in water. If the water is not curving, it can't be a water ball.
It's
a water plane, right?
When you measure this water, what do you mean specifically?
You measure the distance that a laser is from the surface of the water.
Measure the distance.
So you're measuring up. You're comparing two things. You're comparing a laser beam, right, with the surface of water, and seeing if they separate, if the distance between them gets larger or closer over a distance.
Okay.
So look in live stream voice text. So you can measure a deviation of a laser from the surface, right? Because of curvature, it'd be a deviation. So if we start at 3 feet, the surface of the Earth is curving, that distance should increase. After some distance, it'll be 4 feet. Some other distance will be 5 feet, and so on and so forth as you get farther and farther away from the laser source. So these experiments have been done, colloquially, experiments, tests. These have been done. These measurements have been done. Multiple times.
Let me check my phone.
And what's the rebuttal?
Nuh-uh. I mean,
prove it. All right, so we got the laser.
You and not NASA. That's the rebuttal. Then don't believe me. Go do it yourself. It's pretty fucking simple. Lasers are pretty cheap nowadays. Though the distances that have been done, you're going to need a high quality laser and some type of aiming system because you're never going to be able to do it by hand.
And so looking at this meme, whenever this whenever these types of measurements are done, this never occurs. It's always the laser always stays a foot above the water or an inch above the water. I don't know.
All the ones have been done. There's never like the distances that are done. The laser should be hundreds of feet into the air. Not a little bit, hundreds of feet.
Yeah.
So at 25 miles, it should be something like 420 feet in the air.
Wow.
That's a 40-story building. So that means if I have a laser 25 miles away and I'm beaming it in some direction, the only way I should see the laser from that distance away is if I was standing on top of a 42-story building.
I think, Sir Edward, if you Google 19-mile Utah laser test in March 5th of 2021, Tapu Conspiracy did 18.83 miles over Bear Lake, which is Idaho, Utah, on March 15, 2021. 30 to 34 degree air temperature, 34 degree water temperature, perfect conditions, no wind, 18.83 miles, 5 feet observation height, one laser, 5 feet observation height, the other. There should be 149 feet plus of curvature, and they saw each other. So that, just right there debunks the globe. I mean, a lot of things debunk the globe, but that one little test in those ideal conditions debunk it all.
So, which is nuts.
So
that one for some reason gave me a little shake.
Yeah. So when the water temperature and the air temperature are the same, there can't be any like refraction.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean,
because there's no exchange of heat. There's no gradient. There's no temperature gradient. So people say, well, it's the density gradient. That's not what changes. That's not what the primary factor for refraction is. It's a temperature gradient, which is the primary factor. And this isn't just my claim. This is in the primary literature. You can go read what Andrew Thomas Young says. It's got all the equations. He says, well, you can see according to the equations, pressure, humidity, all these are non-factors. They're negligible. The primary indicator of whether a light ray bends is temperature. A temperature gradient. And if there is no temperature gradient, equal air and equal water, then what are we talking about?
And Sir Edward, I just saw a 9-minute video, 2 miles over land, and the lady actually stuck a temperature gauge on the ground, which was dirt, and she had one in the air, and she showed us during the day, over a couple days, how it looked over just 2 miles. And when the temperature of the ground, temperature of the air was right, it was like you could see beyond. You could see quite a ways beyond the 2 miles where the cars were going by. And when they had a difference, it was just like you couldn't even see the cars very well 2 miles away, let alone beyond it. So what Indio said is perfectly right. When I got here to Lake Michigan in mid-February, I bundled up, went out. Went to look at Chicago from 38 miles across from Michigan City. I saw it perfectly. I saw it was 35, and there was still a little bit of ice on the lake, so it had to be right around that temperature too. I went back 2 weeks later when it was like 20 degrees warmer, and the water temperature was still really cold. Couldn't see a thing. And I went out today, perfectly blue sky. 80 degrees. It was, and the water temperature about 60. Couldn't see a thing. It was the most frustrating thing. It was like blue skies, 20-degree difference in water to air. Couldn't see a thing. I was so mad.
Yeah. So
hold on. I know that,
I don't know why someone deafened speak. I undeafened you speak. So there's also another test, which is not a laser, that was done on a lake, on a frozen lake in the dead of February in Canada. So what this guy did is, so everything is measured, literally everything. There's no GPS involved. There's no calculations. There's no anything like that. Everything is measured. Everything. So what he did was he took lights. He took road cones, right? And he has these little lights that he took and stuck on top of them. And he spaced the road cones. Now they're all identical road cones. They're like 1 foot road cones. And he stuck a light on the top of them. And this is a frozen lake now. So right to the ice, road cone, light. Drives a mile, road cone, light. Drives another mile, road cone, light. Drives another mile, road cone, light. Drives by his odometer, drives 8 miles away from the last one. And then records all the lights simultaneously. And every single one's supposed to be under the curve of the Earth. But they all appear in a straight line on the horizon. No light appears lower than the other or anything like that. But the distance is measured. He measured it with his odometer, right? Now there could be some slippage and maybe there's a discrepancy, like maybe 10%. But of what the distance is. But like here I posted in the live stream voice text, this is the image, right? So all these lights, they all should be behind the curve, increasing amount, right? So 5 miles, 9 feet, 6 miles, 14 feet, 7 miles, 21 feet, 8 miles, 28 feet. But we see they're all in a straight line, right at the same level. So did the ice just, when it froze flat? Shouldn't it be freezing curved?
Those are some great measurements. This one that Indio just did, and then the Bear Lake one.
I mean, it's hard to pick out my favorite, but I think even though this one is a shorter distance, this is to me, this is inarguable. You have to make some crazy argument that each light had its own unique refraction conditions that made it look like it was at the same level as all the other lights. That is just a crazy claim.
It is. I might have to wait till January to get, sadly, might have to wait till January to get 62 miles across Lake Michigan from St. Joseph to Chicago. But I'll do it if I have to. In the meantime, but I'm not going to go tomorrow morning, but there's like 3 parks here that have beaches that don't close. They close, but they don't really close. You can go at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning if you want to. So there's 3 of them that it's not going to be tomorrow morning because I'm up too late. But I think in the next 2 days, it's supposed to be sunny. It's supposed to be like 60, at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the water temperature is about 60. So I'm gonna go and see if I can see the lights of Chicago from like 30, 40 feet observation height with my camera. And I'm gonna go with the air temperature, water temperature is about the same. Hopefully, I can see something.
Yeah. One of the major factors, humidity, though. Humidity is really what determines
it really
distance.
Is. I'm telling you. Until you live on I've never lived on a large body of water in my life until February. Unless you're actually looking for it, like I've been looking for it, you don't notice it. You don't notice it. If you're on the ocean, you don't think about refraction and all that stuff.
No, you don't. Oh, come on. You do. I do.
Yeah, you have to think about it. Otherwise, you'll never sink another naval vessel, man. Like you'll always be shooting at a mirage.
You got to know what you're looking at. Man.
Well, speaking of that, have you looked into that military one? The military laser test, India?
No.
Which one?
Which one?
The one that Timbo and AI talk about it. It's supposed to be like 150 kilometers or something, or 100 kilometers.
Oh, yeah. The Hawaiian Island ones, yeah. I'm the one who found that, actually.
Right.
Yeah. That one is just it disproves the whole diffraction claim completely, or refraction claim.
Refraction, because they used like 3 different colors, didn't they? So
exactly. And like they should have all been separated by like 20 meters, but they recorded them all through the same telescope at the same time. That was the point of the experiment. Right, the point of the experiment was to measure the turbulence in the air, right? And because of this different wavelengths, right, they were going to take like each wavelength, right, record like what's called a speckle pattern that each laser creates. So what they did was they took it into the telescope. They have filters. They filter each frequency that gets it sent down its own fiber optic cable to its own analyzer, where they analyze the speckle pattern, and they try to correlate the speckle patterns of each wavelength to figure out if they could come up with a model for turbulence through the air, so they can obviously develop a laser to kill people with, right? Or whatever their reason is, right? So, because it's the military. So, they did this experiment, and lo and behold, someone modeled the experiment after the fact and was like, oh shit, this shouldn't have worked. Because the laser should have been separated by 20 meters and the telescope was only 3.4 meters in diameter. So how did they get all the lasers into the telescope at the same time?
Oops.
Yeah, oops.
My bad.
Yeah, it's like trying to fit a 10-foot pole sideways into a 2-foot opening. Like, it's not happening, bro.
I know Flat Earth Dude will confirm this with me. But there was a chief of the Cherokee tribe named Asofa Mangomba. He shot an arrow one time 354 yards and had to hit a Union soldier right in the heart. He let it by 2 inches because the earth curved 2 inches underneath the arrow when he let it go from 354 yards.
Goddamn Glover Indians.
That's one of my golf games all fucked up.
That's it, man. I've been I've been front rimming everything.
It's like
the earth is flat, man, but it's actually my basketball court is curved. Well, it has to be curved, right? Because when they made the basketball court, right, they made it level, and on the globe, level is curved. So the basketball court has to be curved.
That's why the Celtics lost last night?
Yes, exactly. Oh, yes, there's the excuse. Yes. The Miami Heat were flat earthers, so they won.
That's right. That's all flat over there in Florida.
That's right. Flattest state, man. That's why they won.
Yep. Boston was accounting for the Coriolis, and there is none. So there you go.
Or curve.
I knew they were going to lose right off the rip, dude, within the first 5 minutes.
That Nat Geo picture, man.
Whenever you're playing a championship game and you come right out killing the other team, you're going to lose. It happens every time.
NDIC
it's just something I've noticed. Like if you're playing a championship game and you like score on the first play of the game, you're going to lose that game. Because you get we're going to kick their ass, and then like they're all like, fuck, we got to take this seriously, and it ends up flipping.
Imagine how the odds change and the amount of people betting actually come in, and just what money actually moves. I do want to say thanks, because that's a good point to bring up, because I think even when I was first here, I felt like, well, I definitely know the Earth is not a globe, even though I didn't know it well, but that's where I was stuck. But you bringing up flat Earth proof, that's a very valuable thing. And I don't know, man, that for some reason, looking at a few of those, it just, because in their eyes with the laser, right, they would essentially be damn near leaning back and looking way into the sky and seeing the laser go over them.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Right.
The laser, so 10 feet to 4 feet, 25 miles, right? At where they observed it at 4 feet, the laser should be over their head 42 stories. They should be looking up, straight up, and going, look, the laser's way up there.
Yeah.
But that's not what they did. They just looked across the water and saw the laser.
Go hike a 500-foot hill.
There
you go.
You'll be huffing and puffing by the time you get up there, man.
And you're like, what the fuck is going on then? I don't know if this is the right forum for that conversation, but it's just...
Go climb a 42-story staircase. See how you feel.
There you go. Yeah, you'll be fucking wrecked.
Dude, I go up 9 flights and like get fucked up and the elevator's broken, man. 9 flights wrecks me. That's like 4 times as far as 9 flights.
Damn.
Yeah, I ain't walking up no 42-something foot staircase, man.
400 feet.
Yeah, do you know how dead your legs would be?
Oh, dude, I'd be...
Yeah, you
I'd
wouldn't
have
make
to
it.
stop and have a beer and chill out. Relax.
So, Sir Edward, do you ever get the feeling when you talk to people who are global believers that if they would give in to the fact that we live on a stationary, plane instead of a spinning space ball, that they'd have to recognize that the place was created and there might be a creator? Did you feel any hesitance with that?
Not. Have I felt any hesitance with that, with myself or with Globers?
When you talk to them,
like your friends, or your best buddy,
yeah.
I mean,
for them, I think it doesn't even get to that, because it's just a full-on mental block of realities.
It's like, dude, Ed, bro, man, Edward, I love you, man, but fucking stop it. Don't talk about that shit, man. You're great,
Yeah, what the fuck does it matter? It's fine. Like, this is bullshit. Whatever. Let's get back to the game.
Get a beer, man. Let's order pizza, man. Fuck that.
Please fuck and see. Yeah, that's where I even get in my own head. Like, wait, where the fuck am I even?
But at least having the conversation give you a perspective of fundamentals of reality and how you can operate in the world based on not the belief of other people that is being pushed and passed down by I don't know how many people. And you can operate in reality, and the sense that you're finding with the talk that has been happening, because I've been listening, and you said, oh, that makes sense, this makes sense, oh, it makes more sense than that, or whatever. It's based on the foundation of your senses. When you open your eyes every morning, and whatever you do, you're dependent on that stuff, on your sensories. And these people are claiming the opposite of your senses, the opposite of your experience, claiming the opposite, and making that, by definition, nonsensical claims.
And that's the only way any of their shit works, right? beat the shit out of your intuition to where it has no voice at all, no weight.
And remember, yeah, we can develop technology and verify what we already know. It's motionless, horizontal. People describe it as flat, and we can use descriptions to describe reality and talk about it and realize things. But there is a lot of other people opening their mouth with made up words and fantasy lands and trying to push that into you, and it's up to you to decide if you're gonna believe it or not.
Made up words in fantasy land.
We have Cam in the chat wants to open his mic. Should we allow that?
Yeah. As in, like, can I borrow? Where's a can?
Okay, Cam,
Okay.
you're unmuted.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Cam.
Not really, but
Okay. So answer me this. If the Earth is flat,
who taught you? Oh, first of all, who taught you manners, dude? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
You just like
good one,
barge
bro.
into someone's house. Answer me this.
Answer me this.
Do you normally just go in a room and go on a table and put your boots on the table and say, serve me dinner? That's what you do?
Yeah. Answer me this.
and I'm never hungry.
That sounds good.
Put it that way.
Well,
Hey, Cam.
Okay.
What best you can eat?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You have been here since today, but you've been on Discord since 2017. So good on you, and welcome. It sounds
I've
like
been in the server a little.
It sounds like you're
a little
upside
while
down.
ago.
Are you upside down?
Not quite. I'm like next to Australia. I'm in New Zealand.
Close to ups. You're down. You're upside down compared to where I'm at. Yeah, you're completely upside. Got it.
Okay.
Or I'm
What
upside
is the
down.
question? What is the question, bro? Come on, bring it.
This is an
Everybody
interesting one.
waiting.
So, if the world is flat, all right, then so gravity goes downwards, right? World is flat, gravity goes down.
Well,
so with
let me ask you this. All right, guys, I've been muted for a while. Let me just ask him something. When you ask the question, you formulate the question in your head, in your mind, right? And you say, if the Earth is flat, that flat thing that you're thinking about in your mind, how does that look like?
What you talking about, bro?
Exactly.
When you think-
exactly. Yeah, go ahead.
When you think about flat Earth, in your mind, what do you see?
I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm here to get an image. I'm here to get the opinions of people who do believe in it. Because
The problem that you're having at this moment is that you're trying to stack something in your mind that you have a question, but you're stacking gravity. How does gravity works in this thing that I have in my mind? But you don't even know what it is, the thing that you have in your mind, but you're stacking something that you don't even know what it is, gravity. You don't know what gravity is. You don't know what this flat thing is. And you're just asking this question that you don't know what it means. Nobody knows exactly what it means.
That's right. That's a loaded question, exactly.
Okay. So, then let's dig a bit deeper. What is gravity? That's a big question. And how does it relate to flat Earth? Like, how does it work with the flat Earth?
Has nothing to do.
I don't
with
know.
flat
Next
Earth.
question.
Things fall. If you want to call that gravity.
So we've got it that far. So things fall, right?
Yeah.
So
well, hold on, slow down. So globe earthers conflate things falling with gravity, but that was supposed to be the effect of gravity. The claimed cause of gravity is an unproven, untestable hypothesis. So the claim of why things fall is mass attracts mass. There's no experiment that actually demonstrates that, and there's no way anybody can actually do the experiment to actually demonstrate that.
Isn't the fact that we rotate around the sun proof?
Because
it's a greater mass than us.
What's the evidence for that? What's the evidence for that? Okay, what's the evidence for that fact?
No, I'm just like, okay.
I'm asking you a
isn't there
question. You said it's a fact. Now I want the evidence for the fact. What's
isn't this proof of, like, you know, how we have
the thing
time?
that you don't have evidence for, that I'm asking the evidence for, that's proof of something. How does that work?
Huh?
That's
I'm asking. You said the Earth rotates or orbits the sun Where's the evidence? What's the evidence for that?
Like, isn't that a year? A full rotation? That's
so. Like, if year, then Earth's orbit.
Huh? Yes. It's one full orbit around the sun.
So
yeah, the problem that you have.
Can't the sun circle above the Earth?
I mean, isn't there proof of rotation of the sun when we see things like solar eclipses?
No, you're just like
it's affirming the consequence.
Okay, so let me bring him. Then let me try to bring him down to the ground.
Dude, he doesn't even know his own model, dude. He's just like doing like this. I don't know, like you just
so
like, threw the globe model in a fucking blender and just like threw shit. And it's like
get him, Jimsy.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's like the Swedish chef now, like throwing food all over the plate. Bork, like this fucking.
Remember, he's thinking about this from the outside place that he's never been to, right? So he's thinking about it from the outside. So on the ground, bro. You're standing on the ground. The ground is not moving. That's your immediate experience. That's axiomatic. If the ground starts moving, you'll know because you're going to feel it, okay? That's your sensory system telling you something is happening. The ground is moving. You're going to feel it, okay? You don't feel it because it's not moving. Then you look up and you observe the luminaries doing the sun moving, doing what it does in the sky. You observe it moving with your senses, with your eyes, and that's what you observe, right? And now you're asking us the opposite of what is actually happening, and you're asking us to explain you that thing that nobody observed and nobody can verify.
Are you saying that the sun moves around us?
Above your head every day.
So we don't rotate around the sun. Is that the point?
Correct.
Ding ding ding. You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't revolve or move around the sun. So and we don't do it in we don't do it in an elliptical orbit. And you know the fun thing about math, the physics of math says that the reason we don't have circular orbit is in the math, a circular orbit around the sun, quote sun, is impossible. So they had to make an elliptical so it worked in the math. It's not in reality, but they make it work in the math. So basically the math proves your ball because reality does not.
Okay, could I ask, genuine question, I'm not like dissing or anything, but if the sun and such, like I assume the moon as well, would revolve around us, then how do seasons work?
Relative position of the sun to the earth. Same excuse the globe gives.
And what do you mean by seasons?
Like, so just on a very basic level, like winter is colder than summer.
Sometimes, in some places.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying on a very basic level.
Yeah, sometimes in some places winter's colder than summer. There's other places where it is not.
Like the equator.
Equator's pretty much one temperature all year round.
Yo.
Talk about.
So how does that work?
Depending on what your elevation is and how close you are to the ocean.
So North Queensland is pretty warm all year round.
So there's other variables other than whether the temperature is one thing or the other. So in San Francisco, it's colder in the summer than the winter. Why is that?
Interesting.
Because of the sun? Yeah. So Tasmania, no, sometimes in the summer.
Well,
it snowed like in February in Tasmania, like 2 years ago. It snowed in February.
Yeah,
that's the latitude. Listen, that's the latitude equivalent of Detroit, Michigan, in the United States. It's never snowed.
But we've been having the equivalent because of things like global warming. Like we've been having more extreme weather.
So not the sun.
Come off of mute.
So not the orbit, not the sun, not the tilt of the Earth, right?
No, this is now we're just getting into a different argument. This is straight
your
up.
Claim is that seasons are caused by the frickin' tilt rotation of the Earth. That's changing the weather. Now you're saying that other things change the weather.
It's getting colder there because of global warming.
Did he just say it's not being caused by the tilt? So you don't even know the claim you just brought up.
What? No, it's the tilt on the Earth, like the axis that we rotate on, and it changes relative to where we are around the sun's orbit. No?
Okay, no, definitely not. We would have to be a ball for any of that to be follow. For any of that to follow, we'd also have to be rotating.
Claim. Yes, that is a heliocentric claim. You're correct. That's the claim. But what's the evidence? See, we all know the heliocentric story, dude. We all know it. We're here because there's no evidence for it. Do you understand?
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, where is your evidence that it's not?
Evidence of what?
Because is it like
we don't have the burden of proof. We don't have the burden of proof.
Like,
why would we have the burden of proof?
What are we?
Why do we have the burden of proof?
Are all claims true unless they're proven wrong? I have a unicorn in my basement. Prove me wrong.
Well, that's essentially your argument right now. The Earth is flat,
no,
prove me
that's
wrong.
your argument. That's your argument. No, that's your argument. Seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Prove it wrong. That's your argument.
Okay, now hear me out. A completely unique argument. The Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
Go outside. Oh, I just proved you right.
Go outside, see if you can find any curved oceans. Then you proved me wrong.
You just proved yourself right. Wow.
Yeah. Do you often ask people for evidence that what you experience is real?
Yeah.
I mean, do we have proof it's not a simulation? Prove me wrong.
Dude, it's called a burden of proof reversal. That's what you're doing.
Wait, life's a simulation? Whoa. Is that what I heard?
It could be. Prove me wrong.
Oh.
No.
Just put your hand in fire. No medical advice.
First of all, hold on. No,
how do I know that's not simulated?
Listen, I'm tired of this bullshit, dude. You claimed the seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Yes. That's a positive claim. You asked for evidence contrary to that when you presented no evidence that it's true.
Yeah, but you're presenting no evidence.
No. There is no but, bro. There's no but. You have a positive claim. The tilt of the Earth is causes seasons. What's the evidence for that?
Where's your evidence that it's not?
I don't need contrary evidence. That's called an onus probandi fallacy. It's a formal logical fallacy. You're trying to reverse the burden of proof.
Where's your evidence?
Listen. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So present your evidence for your claim, or we're going to dismiss it, and we don't need evidence to dismiss it. All things are not true, okay, by default.
Okay.
And or else we could just go around saying that seasons are caused by the Earth being a tilting, wobbling Pringle in space. We could do that if things work the way that you're trying to make them work.
And just to jump in for a second. So you showed up and you did ask some questions about the shape of the Earth, flat Earth, but you did say very quickly that the seasons are caused by the Earth as a globe is tilted. And so what he was asking you was really just a simple question. We don't need to know that just, in the back of your head, because you went to grade school and they told you the Earth was tilted. We want to know what is the evidence of that claim. I'm not trying to disprove or prove anything right now. You just said that, and all you're really doing is saying, it does that because I told you so. And we're trying to ask you to just what source could you provide that would show that, and what experiment was done to verify that?
Hell, start with showing us that the world's a ball, dude.
That would.
What? Is it? Huh?
Start there.
What
That's the initial claim, right?
Well, I'd rather
wobbling ball. You got to have a ball.
Okay, let's
let
get down to.
Why don't you answer Edward's question, because that would be rude not to. So he asked you what was the experiment to prove that the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees.
Yeah, let's see. I'll see if I can pull something up just for you, Edward, my guy.
Appreciate it, bro.
See.
Hey, hold on. Hold on, just to make sure you get the right thing. We want the evidence, not the claim of someone else's claim. We don't want an endless string of claims without evidence. We want the actual evidence, like the experiment, like you said.
And we could maybe even help you if you pull something like what what Indio's talking about, we get to point out how it is in fact not evidence. If that's what you have to pull up, you're probably about to bring some evidence, though. So I don't want to ruin it or anything. Like
I've done this hundreds of times. It doesn't exist.
But to be
Google, ask ChatGPT, do whatever you want.
Indio, I definitely know that you've done that, and you all have done this for years. But I do feel that sometimes if it comes to butting heads right out of the gate, it just kind of, I've noticed how the tension rises and it gets a little bit out instead of just like, here's the line, man, go fishing. Go, please come back with the fish that you are obviously going to catch. You've got a whale, apparently. So please reel it in.
And you can cook ribeye. Go get the cow. Let's make some ribeye.
Yeah.
Let's
we want
Give me the cow.
But see, the thing here, we're about the cowbell, right? We want the cowbell. We don't want
Okay.
The first thing we usually have to cover is claims are not evidence of the claims, right? So anyone can come in here and puke out the heliocentric model. I can do it myself. That doesn't make it true. The evidence for it is what makes it true, right?
Absolutely.
So we need the evidence. We can hear claims all day. I don't care about the claims. We want the evidence. And that's why it's contentious, Edward, is because it takes like 20 minutes just for them to even comprehend the idea of evidence.
I feel like he comprehended it just now, though, and he's clicking around on the other side. I've got faith in him.
I would also like to ask you guys a question right now.
Yeah,
so
you
didn't answer the other one, though.
Yeah, no, but I've got a question. I'm still looking.
Because you can't find it.
Now you're going to start to see how it is, Sir Edward.
No, I'm still looking. I'm just asking you a question.
Write your new question down. And then while you're looking up the other stuff for the evidence, we can just continue to bullshit because we're funny, And then you can come back whenever you have found the evidence. You show that to us, and we say, "Hey, thanks, man. We're going to go start a new server." And then you can then ask your question, right? So just do that real quick, and we'll continue to bullshit. We're not going to ban you or kick you out or anything like that. It's a friendly crowd.
He doesn't. Yeah, he made a claim. He might be looking for it. He might find it. I don't think he will, but
he may.
Hey, he may. It's okay,
well,
but
I just want to make sure.
He said he wants to carry that banner for his claim. So come back to us if you can find it. Just tell us. Hey, I couldn't find it. And what's the other question as well? That will be okay.
Yeah, they bring that around. See, we don't want to distract him with his own distractions either. That's like if he's like trying to distract with the question, we don't even want to dig in.
It's kind of like
a child or a puppy, you just got to just don't walk into the road, just stay on the sidewalk. You keep going towards the road, just get back on the sidewalk.
Yeah, you get that. So here's the funny thing, Edward.
Yeah, but
he already believes it. But he doesn't know what the evidence for it is. But he already believes it.
See, and that's a good
magic. That's the magic in there. That's it, man. That's how they.
That's a good point.
It's a great point. I had to chime in.
In your heart, you believe the Earth is flat because it's obviously all that is around you. But you've got this mask or this extra layer of shit on top of it that you're like, no, I believe this other thing. And it's cracked all on the surface and all fucked up.
No, but
some things I found.
Prior to having the evidence for the thing.
He's got answers.
Got something. Hold on.
Yeah, some things I've found. So, one thing that I have found is when I am in New Zealand, right? It is dark outside, right? 5 o'clock. There is no sun. Mm-hmm. In other parts of the world, the sun is out. This has literally been proven by so many things.
I proved it myself. Anyway, carry on.
So, if the Earth was flat, how would the sun not illuminate the whole thing at all times? Because we know how light works, right? It's just rays.
Okay, I'll answer that right after you give us the evevidence for the tilt of the Earth. Right after he gives us evidence for tilt of the Earth, I'll answer that.
No, this proves curvature.
No, it doesn't. You're just such your misunderstanding.
Explain why it doesn't explain curvature.
Yeah, I will right after you give me the evidence. It's going to cost you something.
That is literally evidence. The sun is not out here. It is out other places.
Hang on.
I know that. I have an answer. We've answered this question hundreds, if not thousands of fucking times. You're not clever. Dude, just give us the fucking evidence.
Yeah.
Are you high? One of your bros literally just said he proved it.
That it's dark some places and light other places. Yeah, so what? That works on flat Earth, no problem. You just don't understand.
How does it work on a flat Earth? That's what
I'll tell you as soon as I have the evidence we asked for. Or the alternative is concede you don't have the evidence for your claim.
It sounds like you don't know.
I do, but we asked something of you. We're not going to skip over that and jump to me. We're going to go back. We're going to be on you. Produce what you said you have, and then we'll move to another thing, right? And then I'll present the evidence that it works just fine on a flat Earth, and I'll give you the scientific data, I'll give you the goddamn model, I'll give you everything.
The measurements, the knowledge.
Yeah, so what you said about New Zealand, where is the source? Where is the link, the test, all the scientific method that you claim that prove your claim? Where is that? Where is the how?
Yeah. That's what not you just simply saying it's dark here and light there. That's not evidence.
No, you're falling into the trap. No, we want the evidence for the seasons, or you just concede that you don't have it.
Okay.
Just concede you don't have it. That you actually have no evidence, you're not aware of what that evidence is, but maybe it exists somewhere out there.
He doesn't have it yet, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, you don't have it yet. You'll find it one day.
Tilt proves
probably put Harvard on the end of whatever you're searching on Google. Maybe or I don't know, Cambridge or Princeton or something. That would probably help, refine it a little.
It ain't gonna help because there's no evidence because the inference based upon observing.
Peer reviewed in. Would that help him if he did that?
No, don't you understand? There is no evidence for it. Dude, what aren't you getting?
Hey, are you talking to me?
It is a conjecture based upon astronomy. It has nothing to do. I'm talking to
right,
dude.
Right. Bring that point. Okay, Indio, can you expand on the point? It's based on that mathematical model, whatever.
It's based upon a mathematical model of astronomy. Okay, it has nothing in the ecliptic and where the sun goes, and has nothing to do with anything else because there's astronomical seasons and there are meteorological seasons, and they're weakly correlated. Meteorological seasons are the actual change in temperature, and they lag the astronomical seasons depending on where you live, depending on the terrain, depending on the local climate, depending on how far you are from water, depending on lots of factors. Not the fucking tilt of the Earth.
Not the cartoon that you draw.
Now let me say it again. There's astronomical seasons and there's meteorological seasons, and they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
And when you're a little kid in third grade, they try to pretend they're the same thing, but they're really not. Because they're the same thing. The hottest day of the year would be on the summer solstice, but it's not, right? And the coldest day of the year would be on the winter solstice, but it's not. Right? Right, so there's a correlation, but there's not an exact causal link because there's other variables which determine what the meteorological conditions are. Now, you don't have the evidence for it because it doesn't exist. Okay? I don't know why you can't just admit it doesn't exist, or you don't know where it exists if it did exist. Now, the sun can't illuminate the entire surface of the Earth is because air is not transparent. The sun...
That is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. What?
Google it.
Where's the evidence, bro?
And you'll see... And listen, I can give you graphs. The sun is 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is directly overhead. Why is that?
You want me to say, or are you just going to say I have no evidence?
No, tell me. Why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Why
can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes. Because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you got to clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Yeah, there's more air to look through.
blocking the light. Light attenuates. So light attenuation has to do something with it.
If the sun gets dimmer because there's more air to look through, what happens when it moves away from you? Is there more and more air to look through? And eventually the sun is going to be so far away that its light cannot penetrate that volume of air to illuminate where you are, and it gets dark.
What are you even saying, bro? Could you say that again? Literally couldn't interpret that.
I don't know how I could say that any simpler. Light.
No, go on.
Okay, light has to. Light comes to you, right? Light comes to you. Has to come to you from a source, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Comes through the air. Air absorbs and attenuates light. Filled with particles, water vapor, the air itself absorbs and attenuates light. We know this. There's a name for it. It's called the Rayleigh atmosphere. There's actually equations to calculate what it is. That's where I got the 23,000 times less bright at solar noon versus on the horizon. We know this. We can measure this with photometers, how much brighter it is at noon versus when the sun's on the horizon. Now, the only variable is the thickness of the air. And
how does the horizon work?
The distance of the sun. What do you mean? It's the limit of your vision. So now horizons don't exist on a flat Earth. We're at this level. We're at this level of retardation.
India, we got to go there real quick, man. We got to go horizon.
So there's no horizons on a flat Earth. That's what you would think?
Exactly. Well, that's
what I'm asking.
No, would there be no horizon on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
I'm not making claims. I'm asking you a question.
Well, is there a horizon?
It's the limit of your vision. So there's a limiting angle on which you can see a flat surface. When the angle is too shallow, you can't see that surface anymore. And where that with that distance is, that's where the horizon appears to be. A limiting angle. Right? So when the angle of view to the surface becomes greater than 0.02 degrees, that's the angular resolution limit of the eye, I can no longer see that surface. It's not resolvable. What do you think? Like there'd be like no horizon on a flat Earth?
Is that not a strange claim, considering?
Yeah, it is strange because the horizon is the definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? So if there's no horizon, then that means it's all ground or all sky. Because if you see both, then that's the horizon. So what is it? Is it will we see all sky on a flat Earth or all ground?
I don't know, bro. That's why I'm asking the questions.
Dude, you know how stupid that is. So just stop. You just completely embarrassed yourself.
Hey, on visual, I want to say on
co-parter.
Visual angular resolution, man. I'm gonna go a little farther. I go a little bit farther.
That is wild.
Yeah, you're coping with your stupidity. 100% ground, the 100% ground or 100% sky. No horizon on the flat Earth. Which one is it? 100% ground or 100% sky?
What are you saying now?
What are you saying? The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? That dividing line between the sky and the ground. That means you see sky and ground. Well, if you don't see sky and ground and some dividing line between them, then you see all of one or the other. You see both. There's a horizon. So with no horizon, you have to see one. It's really simple. Which one do we see? Because if you don't, like, no horizon means there's one. Do you get it?
I don't get how you believe this stuff.
No, he doesn't get it.
I don't believe anything. You believe.
There is he believes, but there is a language barrier. Actually, he doesn't get a lot of the terminology.
Yeah, I can tell.
Throwing at him. Yeah, there is a language barrier.
That's why he's just coping, because it's above your pay grade. That's fine, but like, listen, what am I believing exactly? I go outside. I leave my house. The ocean's right down the street. I look. Everything I see is completely flat, and I feel no motion. What exactly am I believing? That the ocean isn't there? That I'm actually moving? I see the sun moving, but that's not actually moving. I'm moving? What am I believing exactly? Tell me. Who has the belief?
Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, who has the belief? See, when you see the sun move, you think you're moving. That's a belief. When you see a flat Earth, you think it's a giant ball that's too big to see. That's a belief. When you go outside, you feel no motion. You think you're just moving too slow for you to feel it. That's a belief. You have the belief, my friend, not us.
No, it's because our feelings relative to gravity. We're not feeling the rotation. You can
rationalize a bunch of shit, but those are our beliefs, right? They're not like reality. They're shit that's in your head.
So we need a list now for all the evidence he's supposed to go gather, right? Gravity, the relativity relative to gravity, the tilt of the Earth. Was there anything else I missed? The curve.
Motion of the Earth around.
It's like I feel like you've just been talking a little bit and getting and obviously getting talked at, but
it's called claim
I feel like you're missing a lot of evidence.
Like, can one of you speak at a time? Because I can't.
Claim stacking. You're doing claim stacking.
You can't understand one of us at a time. So, but sure, like I'll let Indio continue to, yell at you if that's what you prefer.
Well, I mean, I'm just yelling. That's just me, man.
I get it.
I always got a bad attitude.
He's from New Zealand. They're soft. You gotta, you got.
Oh yeah, that's right. Piker is whatever they say.
They have
so just as a
let me ask you three questions. Let me ask you three questions. Let me ask you
sure thing.
So this is called the 3 points. We'll give you a little roll too if you make it through it. So it's basically three, just to see what you know about the globe Earth, because it doesn't seem like you know too much. So the first question is whoever in history, in the past or present or whatever, measured the curvature of the Earth?
Oh.
God knows, bruh. Who's measured the flatness?
It's okay to say I don't know. Me
not
too.
sure. Go on.
A lot of people. Okay, not sure. I don't know. A lot of people don't know the answers to these, so don't feel bad. Not about you. It's just to figure out what you know about your own model. So who now or whoever in history, past, present, future, measured the rotation of the Earth?
Wasn't that literally proven by that one fella with his telescope and all that?
How does that?
That sounds like evidence. His telescope.
The rotation of the Earth, not the motion of shit in the sky. The rotation.
Okay, yeah, no, fair point. Yep. I'm not sure. It's okay.
Fine. So, okay, the vacuum of space, right? There's claim that there's a vacuum of space. And we're breathing air.
Yeah.
So we know that air pressure can only be created when gas is inside a container. Right?
That's the atmosphere.
So do you have any evidence that you can create gas pressure without a container?
Evidence.
Are you disproving the atmosphere? Or asking for proof of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Because don't we... you've just told me two different things.
So there's the second law of thermodynamics, right? And the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure goes to low pressure unless the only way you can stop that entropy from happening is to have a barrier.
And the atmosphere is a barrier made of gases.
The atmosphere is the barrier for the atmosphere.
What?
Yeah, what? Yeah, that's what you're saying.
The gas is
a container for the gas.
So what you're saying, G, is we're breathing in gas, right?
Yeah, that's under pressure. Yes.
Yeah, and you know how different things have different elements, different things have different different compositions. Different elements have different compositions.
Yeah, nitrogen, oxygen, CO2, xenon, bunch of other fucking chemicals.
So to hold an oxygen, the stuff that holds it in is of different property. That's what keeps it in. There's different properties of different gases.
So gases don't disperse. So entropy applies differently to different gases. So the second law of thermodynamics is selective based upon the materials.
So which gases can I use? Hey, which gases can I use to contain other gases then?
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's do some research.
Now we're talking.
Google.
There you go.
Terrible poor, but now we're talking shit about space and he's about to spiral.
I'm trying to give him tips though, bro. Put in peer-reviewed and Harvard and like all the shit you can think of. Really get to it because you're not going to get it on the first page. You really need to get specific
First
with that
page.
shit.
Here we are.
Oh boy.
Cam, your heliocentrism fairy tale model says there's an open system. There is no cap on the atmosphere. So if there's no cap on the atmosphere, there's no container, there's nothing to keep the air from rushing out into the vacuum of outer space. And that's the problem you have, is you believe in a fairy tale because the second law of thermodynamics says you have to have gas pressure, you got to have a container, but your side says it's an open system and there is no container, so nothing can hold it in.
Yeah, I'm reading into my side of things now, but let's dig into your side. What is holding air in your belief?
There is no outer space vacuum.
There is no outer space.
Anything. There's no outer space. The Earth is not embedded in some giant larger space, some giant fucking infinite void.
So, is the moon landing fake?
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Yeah. Cool.
This is buzzy, bro. This is buzzy.
Oh, well, if you why do you think? No, let me ask you a question. Why do you think it's real? Why do you think? What evidence do you have that the moon landing is real? Why do you believe in that shit?
Why do you not?
No, that's not the answer.
Why do you keep trying this burden of proof? I'm asking you what your motivation, why you're believing in it.
Okay, the moon landing was real because it has been proven by other things.
By what?
And if you want me, I'll go look them up.
Listen to what you just said.
The moon landing also been debunked.
Let me repeat it back to you real quick. This is what you just said,
I've previously done a speech on this.
Okay,
so
prove it, right?
You're a doctor or something.
I've already researched it.
Okay, so where's the telemetry data?
I'm researching it now because I did it a while ago. So I have the belief because I have previously done the research.
No, you didn't. You're lying. Okay? You're lying. Because you would know that the telemetry data was claimed to be lost. Yeah, the telemetry data was claimed to be lost. The proof, the actual proof that would have showed where the rocket went was lost.
We lost all that.
Google lost the
The what? I couldn't hear you over the soundboard.
Google lost Apollo tapes, dude. They lost 2,600 bankers boxes worth of Apollo
let's have a look.
You meant NASA, right, Indio? Not Google.
Yeah, NASA. Yeah.
Okay.
Google,
Type that into Google.
Let's have a look.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're laughing, Cam.
Wait, this might be a little in the armor real quick.
It's not something we come up with.
I couldn't hear what you guys were saying because you still talk over each other.
Keep reading what we're talking to each other. You keep reading about the lost tapes that you didn't know about until just now.
Yeah,
keep reading.
That's what I'm doing, but you keep distracting me.
No, man, you already researched it. You already know all about it.
You did a
Tell me why the AGC doesn't work. Why the AGC memory doesn't work. The Apollo guidance computer, why the memory is shorted.
You didn't cover that in your speech?
Because it's old technology, man.
So they built it broken?
Stuff goes wrong.
So they built it so it erased.
Edward, you don't know that for a fact.
You're talking over a lot,
what
dude.
came to the top of your head, bro.
I mean, to know it was a fact means I would have had to been there myself back in 1969. So it is ridiculous, man.
Let's listen to India about these facts because he knows a lot about this topic.
Yeah, so the AGC, the Apollo guidance computer, is wired. So I have a computer science degree. The memory was wired so that it erased itself when it was read out. Yeah, we have the schematics that they printed.
Where's the proof of that?
There's schematics. There's schematics.
Can you show me? It's schematics.
Oh yeah. Can you read an electrical diagram? Can you even read a fucking electrical diagram? Can you even read a schematic?
No clue. But if you pull up a stream and you can go through it, prove your point. Let's have a look.
Yeah, prove my point to what? Someone that doesn't even fucking understand it.
So now it seems like you're not showing the proof.
No, I'm getting
the exact thing you're yelling at me for.
Clown, I'm getting it. You wouldn't understand it even if I showed it to you. I could literally lie to you and you wouldn't even know.
So let me illiterate, right?
we asked you, I heard Indio ask you like 10, maybe 15 times, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? And now Indio is telling you about the memory and all the tapes that has been lost. And now you are asking for his evidence.
That's a sick commentary.
I mean,
that is
how
lit.
hypocrite
Oh
are you?
my other man. What?
Bro,
What
how
do you mean
hypocrite are you? Are you this? You are not this scrutinizing of your own claims, but when we tell you stuff that we've told others thousands of times, right? Then you are like, well, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Is this how you go around in life?
Hold on. I printed I just posted a circuit diagram. Tell me what this circuit does.
Where is it?
It's in the live stream voice text. Tell me what this circuit does.
I don't think he has perms. I don't think he has the perms for the voice text.
Oh, I'll give it to him. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm driving. My bad.
All right.
It ain't gonna last long. He has VC verified. So you can see live stream voice text, the text channel right above this. Cam, tell me what is this schematic? What does this circuit do?
Okay, from my little bit of stuff in high school. And where did you pull this from, by the way?
I posted a link.
Where? Okay, let's have a look.
Right. So back
we need some direct answers at some point there, Cam.
Okay. No, hold on. I'm having a look. Relax.
Let's drop the tap dancing shoes off at the front door.
Uh-huh.
Because all you're doing is tap dancing.
You go to the source to find the answer, right? You don't know by looking at the diagram.
Yeah, no clue, bro. I've been very clear about it.
Right, that's what Indio asked you, so no clue. There we go, we have an answer.
Okay, you don't know what that means, so whatever. What's the point of even going any further? If you don't know
your point. That is the point.
To prove it to who? Someone that doesn't understand it? I could literally make shit up.
Why would you if you are right? What is the point of making stuff up?
Are you doing this to your teachers when you're at school? Prove your point. Huh? Where's your point? What? I mean,
G. I left school to work full time.
Right.
I'm a builder.
You're a builder, right? Okay.
Yeah, well.
That's great. So you build with levels.
The what?
Levels.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So when did you ever account for curvature in your building experience?
I mean, on a very technical level, they're never going to be exactly correct wherever you put them.
That's also correct, right? So you don't, then.
You don't account for it because it's such a minuscule factor.
Right. So who's ever measured then? If it's such a minuscule thing, who's ever measured it? Like over 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles?
I mean, it's different. Like the elevation's different. Like if the elevation is different, then it will change.
Over water, right?
So how much drop in 25? How much drop in 41 kilometers from an elevation of 2.92 meters?
I don't know, G. Check into Google.
I already know what the answer is. I know what the answer is.
Well, then why are you asking me?
Because you're the one making predictions that it's too big.
Why are you asking me, G?
Because you're the one making predictions that it's too big.
You've got the answer.
You're the one making predictions that it's too big. So how can you make a prediction when you don't even know what the size is? How can you make a prediction when you don't know what the size is?
What are you even talking about?
Oh, that's the size. I don't speak English.
You said, "Oh, there's not enough curvature. The Earth is too big."
I didn't say.
I don't speak English.
It's too minuscule.
No hablo español.
Right, so it's too minuscule when you're building a house. Okay, that's great, right?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So let's now go to a lake, right? 20 miles, 25 miles lake. Then we measure the water, right? When you look at the water, when you're at the ocean at New Zealand, right? You stand at the beach and you see one flat line. That's the horizon. You see the water that's all flat, right? In your mind, probably your mind is telling you, well, actually, this is a ball. It's such a huge ball that it looks flat to me, but actually it's curved, right? Level is curved in your mind, but now we have to measure it because you can make up shit in your mind. That's fine. But we can know stuff by measuring. You can know the size of a door when building a frame for a door, then you have to measure it, right? You know how big the frame for the door has to be. Then you measure it, then you saw the frame for the door where the door has to fit in. You have to exactly measure it, correct, Cam?
Holy shit, are you a builder too? You know
I do some remodeling in my house, so I built some stuff in my house, yes.
Yeah, the man.
Right. Yeah. So you have to measure the frame for the door, right? You can't look at the door. Well, it looks like it's the angles are straight, right? So maybe it will fit, maybe not, right? You have to measure it.
Yeah, sure.
Correct?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So let's measure some water then.
Measure some water.
Yeah. Distance over water.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't speak English.
I mean, there's a bubble in your water level.
Fuzzy.
Right? There's a bubble in your water level, which indicates when it's level when you hold it, approximately. Yeah. Okay. So when we want to look at water and then measure if water is flat or not, that would be a good place to start. No? It was India. This was the first thing India told you, right? If water is flat all over the place, then it cannot be a ball. Wouldn't that be a good conclusion?
If water is flat all over the place, then it cannot be a ball.
Yes. So they tell you that. So they tell us, right?
Yeah.
75% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Mm-hmm. If all of the water measures flat, then it cannot be a ball hurtling through space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well, I see what you're saying. So by your so what you're saying is
no hills of water,
bro.
That's what
so what you're saying. So it would be curved. There would be a curve, but the same would go for like land or whatever, right?
No, land could be made up out of topography, right? So, well, if you want to do that, you can go to a frozen lake, right? The lake would be frozen. In your mind, the water has to be frozen curved, right?
Yeah.
It's not. Water's level, right, in rest. And when it's frozen, it's always also flat. You can go to the Bolivian salt flats.
How would you prove it's level? Would you use a little level like we use for building?
No, maybe a laser, right? You use lasers with building. If you want to build a ceiling, right? You set up a laser across the ceiling, and then you tack your frame across the ceiling. Right? A laser could be used. Militaries use lasers to pinpoint targets 20, 25 miles away. You shoot it. Right. So what about lasers?
Do it to some like scale. Is there something that backs us up with something larger than a lake or a ceiling?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, so do you think that we cannot measure something over 25 miles? Is that what you think?
Oh, there's no doubt we can.
Okay. So if we measure pieces of water, right, all over Earth, that would be 25 miles, 30 miles, and we measure, let's say we measure all over Earth pieces of water that is 25 miles long in distance, and they all come out not to curve around a ball. Would you then still think it is a ball? Like disco ball Earth.
So you're saying only over 25 miles?
No, it could be 10 miles, 5 miles. I mean, if you're low enough.
Because there's a claimed dimension. There's claimed dimensions to Earth, therefore it has to curve at a specific rate. Do you understand that? So
no, okay.
So answer my question. If we measure a lot of pieces of water, right? 5 miles, 10 miles, 25 miles, 30 miles, all over Earth, and all those pieces of water do not conform to curvature. They all measure flat. Would the Earth still be a ball in your mind?
What kind of question is this, bro?
So it's a simple question, right? So
you've been asked 5 different questions.
It would
not
need
answered a single one.
You could answer me in my mind.
If
yes,
you up the scale and it comes out.
One second, right? So you could answer me. This would be one of the 1,000 answers you could give me. But one would be, yes, in my mind, Earth would still be a ball, even if we measure all those pieces of water flat, right?
Yes,
then
I'll probably still believe it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that would indicate to me that whatever we show you, you will not believe it, and you will still conform to the globe cult.
Just because there's different things that we've talked about beforehand.
Right.
Yeah,
so
things you didn't have any evidence for.
But all the other things, right? All the other things like the stars and the moon and the sun,
they didn't understand it.
Right. They all rely on if the Earth is a ball or not, right? If the Earth is not a ball hurtling through space, then all those other ideas in your mind, because it all exists in your mind, not in reality, but in your mind. So if all those other so if the Earth is not a ball hurtling through space, then all the other those things can be set aside, right?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. Could you repeat it?
Right. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm not speaking English, though. You've done this like 8 times now. Pay attention. Do we need to translate it into Chinese or something? Because
literally, we've done this before, and you're doing shit other people have done hundreds of times before. It's not clever.
It's not even. It's not even slick.
We were actually talking about it today. The which ones are the most annoying, and the not listening one was the winner of that.
I think
know English.
The globefish, right? So when you tell them something and then after 5 minutes they reset, they don't remember the last 5 minutes, right? They reset. Whoa.
Globenesia, that's what we call it. Globenesia,
right? The goldfish, like 5 minute.
The type of guy who doesn't know a thing he's talking about and then has to pretend that we're the dumb ones.
Wait, what'd you say, Roger?
Yeah, because the thing is that everything that he learned about the globe is nonsense. So he cannot relate the nonsensical claims into a actual functional way of thinking that he can relate to. It's just of the imagination. That's why he doesn't remember anything of the globe. It's just whatever he can make up on the spot about it. It works.
That's why we're here. That's why I'm still here, Jamesy. Hey, shout out to Roger. What's up, bro?
Get the
fuck, man. What up, baby?
It's been a while, yeah, I know.
Welcome back, man.
Thanks.
Roger.
Nah, man.
I've been still lurking in the background, listening on YouTube, but this I had to jump in. I mean, come on.
Cam, you made a reference to scale. You're not even able to make that comparison unless you have measurements of the Earth.
Well, Indio asked him how much predicted drop there should be over a specific distance, and he didn't know. He's like, "Why are you asking me that?"
I didn't even hear that question.
And then
you do the math.
I don't speak English.
And then he had to hide to question about the distance. Oh, 25 miles. Well, what about more? You know, he doesn't even know how much is expected over that distance.
Okay, so the diameter of the Earth, or for you guys, the claimed diameter of the Earth, right, is 12,742. So
let us know if you can prove that.
If you measured half of that, right?
That's a big if. So no one's actually measured anything. So instead of just repeating the claims that we've all heard, let us know if you can prove that. Who's measured that?
I was going to answer the bro's question
you weren't.
from before.
You were making claims. We're not here to have you just watch you stack claims on top of each other like Legos. Pick a claim and then prove it.
I wasn't stacking a claim. I was talking to the bro's question from before.
That was my question.
Just
you got any measurements for curvature then?
I'm not give you a second.
Okay, so 12,742K is the
who
diameter,
measured that?
right?
Yeah, who measured that?
I'm saying that
Before you move on,
give me like 2 seconds.
I'm not going to give you 2 seconds. Who measured that? Because what you can't do is just make a claim and then cash it in later on.
I'm talking about this is the claim. I'm very aware. I'm not saying that this is the fact. I'm saying that
we need the proof.
Claim.
We don't need the claims, friend. We need the proof.
Yes, but
we know the claims.
Okay, so
let me talk for like 2 seconds, please.
Yeah, if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So then if you measured across that, like this is regarding your question, 6,371 with a laser or whatever you say, and you prove that it's flat, then yeah, sure, I'll believe it.
So
that was to answer your question from before.
In your mind,
I'll believe that.
Think,
it's called moving the goalpost.
In your mind, you think a laser would do 1,000 kilometers, right, or 2,000 kilometers. Is that what you really think?
I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I know, but we have to be realistic about it, right? So a laser cannot shoot 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. That is absurd, right?
Yes,
we already talked about this. Why is the sun 23 times less bright on the horizon? Because there is air between you. Listen. Because there is air between you and the sun. The light gets attenuated. It gets less bright, right? So a fog, when you're in a fog, you cannot see across a lake because the light is stopped by the fog, right? So lasers will not do 1,000 kilometers. That's ridiculous. We can do 20 miles, 25 miles, 30 miles. On the ground, when we are at the top of a hill, we can do 100 kilometers because there's less air there to shoot through. So the question back at you would be, what kind of measurement would you take instead of some ridiculous claim like, well, if you could measure 1,000 miles, well then yeah, I would believe it.
That was literally your question from like 2 seconds ago.
That wasn't his question.
That was literally your question.
You gotta clean the airway.
If we could measure 25,000.
No, I was telling you, if we measure spots across the Earth, that was my
He said
proposal.
5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. You weren't listening.
Because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to think that a laser would do 1,000 miles. It's ridiculous.
And it's moving the goalpost because the curve is claimed to be at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the surface. So you moving the goalpost back 7,000 miles it's kind of funny.
Right. So let's talk about the dimensions of the ball, right? So at 1 foot, that is 30 centimeters above the water. If your eye is at 30 centimeters above the water, the horizon, right? The thing in your mind that blocks boats and buildings at a distance would be at approximately 2 kilometers. Okay?
Yeah.
So if you're standing, a guy standing at 1 meter at 80 centimeters, standing with his foot in the water, that horizon would be at approximately 4.7 kilometers. Okay, so after that line, after 4.7 kilometers, stuff would be blocked by the horizon in your mind, right?
Sure.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So what if we could measure that with a laser and shoot it to 40 kilometers? Right? They did this in the Netherlands. They shot a laser 40 kilometers over the lake. The laser was 3 meters above the water. The target was 3 meters above the water. The laser went in one straight line to the target. So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 6,371 kilometers, that laser would have overshot the target by 100 meters, but it hit the target straight in the lens of the camera.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Could you send me that thing?
Sure.
Let's have a look.
I mean, you do understand the basic concept. Like at 10 feet, there's going to be so much curvature, right? At 50 miles, not 10 feet, 10 miles, 50 miles.
That's why I said it's interesting and asked for the source, bro.
Right. So, like, yeah. I mean, sometimes you need a visual. I'll post. I don't know if you're looking at the chat, but
yeah, can somebody post the?
Can you?
I'm a bit rusty with the FE core. I don't know.
Sure thing, Raj. We got you.
Can you see the Chicago skyline?
Where?
I posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so does that look like? You think that's a mirage? What do you think you're looking at? The buildings?
You can't see the ground. You can just see the top of the buildings.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So according to the physical dimensions of the globe you think you live on, we shouldn't be able to see any of those buildings. So,
but then explain me this: why can't we see the ground? Because then the water would be curved, and that kind of goes back to what we were talking before.
Yeah, the angle is too acute for your eyes to resolve it, right? Indio talked about this.
Is that not how light bounces off things? Does it really matter? Like, surely you would see something there.
So listen. If you have your thumb, right? Your thumb, if you put it just before your eye, you can block your whole vision. So if a wave is in the front of your vision, then it could block the whole bottom of that image you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that, right?
Oh, what was that, sir? I was looking at your thing, your video.
So save it all, right? Go look at it when you're not here. So that would be much easier for you to focus now, because I think you have a focusing problem. That's okay.
Yeah, are you talking to me?
That's no problem. That's no problem.
Are you talking to me?
Save it all and then look at it when you can focus. If you have your thumb, right, you can put your thumb just before your eye. That will block your whole vision, right? If you stretch your arm, then it will not block your vision. If a wave is in front of something at the bottom that's close to you, that it will block a part of the image at the bottom that is way further from you. You understand that?
Not really getting your point.
Okay, so if we have a wave, if we have a wave that's close to you, that would block something from an image.
Yeah, if we have a wave, yes.
Okay, so that would be an explanation why you wouldn't see the beach of Chicago. Also, your eyes cannot resolve something that is smaller than 0.2
0.02 degrees.
0.0 degrees. I was looking for the word degrees.
Convergent vanishing point.
So when something is when the angle is less than 0.2 degree, your eyes cannot resolve it anymore, and it will morph into the horizon.
Yeah, it's compressed.
But the whole point was you wouldn't be able to see Chicago, right? It's 35 miles, 40 miles. So the top of Chicago you wouldn't be able to see it at all.
Yeah, it's supposed to be blocked by the physical curve of the Earth, and you're asking why can't I see an infinite distance like Superman? Like, you're not looking at the evidence being presented that you shouldn't be able to see any of those buildings whatsoever.
Right. So the whole point is you wouldn't see the whole city that would be there if the Earth was a ball, but you are then skipping over that, and then, well, I can't see the beach. Why can't I see the beach? Well, bro, come on.
Yeah,
of course,
that's moving
you can
the
explain
goalposts.
This. Yeah. Of course,
it's this is too. Yeah, draw some writing on a table. Draw some writing on a table, and then get right down so you're almost eye level with the table. You're not going to be able to read what's on the table. And then you stand up, you increase that angular view. You can read it.
Yeah, it's like we'll show someone like a mountain 175 miles away that's supposed to be underneath the horizon by over a mile or 2 miles or 3 miles. So there's all tons of different examples. And Glovers will be like, well, how come I can't see the bottom of the mountain? And you just ignore, you move the goalposts, you ignore what your own eyes are seeing. Sometimes Glover will send a photo in and that debunks the globe and they don't even believe their own photo. So it's just a question of like, if you're retarded or not, pretty much.
And the beauty of it, Cam, is that you can do this yourself. You don't have to watch a TV. You don't have to believe in black and white footage that NASA feeds you, right? You don't have to do any of this. You can go outside in reality and do this yourself, right? Go prove us wrong. That's what we tell everybody. Let's go do it yourself. I did it. I saw a windmill park at 39 kilometers. I saw a big red oil tanker at 24 kilometers. I live in the Netherlands. That's one of the flattest lands around. I live below sea level. But you can do this yourself. I mean,
yeah. I get your point.
Do you live near any water, bro? Cam?
What was that?
Yeah, it's New Zealand.
Do you live near any bodies of water or anything? Yeah.
Surrounded by it.
Well, there you go. There's your chance.
Okay, well, no, I'm asking a question. How 28.68k distance calculations? Like, I'm just quickly brushing over that video. Have a look at the distance between the lasers. No? So 28k. How does the laser go that far? Like, it's because I looked at the video. It's a DeWalt laser. It's shown at the beginning, right? Looking at all of DeWalt's products, nothing goes that far. Nothing. So how?
Okay, so are we talking about the FE core? The FE core, right?
Yeah.
Which one?
What was that?
Which one are you talking about? Is it the PDF?
Oh no, the video.
Okay, the video. So greatest laser experiment in history, or the first one. So some background. If you look at the PDF, they show you the used equipment, and the laser was gifted by a company. It's not your laser. It's not a typical laser that you can buy in a store, right? If I'm not mistaken, they used a collimator, which collimates the light beam, because every laser, every light, it spreads out, right? There's no light that moves in a straight line. How do you explain this correctly?
There's no collimated light.
Yeah, it always diverges. Doesn't matter. There's no technology on Earth that makes the light beam straight. It will always diverge. But with a collimator, you can reduce that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then they had a system which it was a panning mechanism. And I'm talking about the test they done in the Netherlands, right? I don't know exactly about the video. When I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the PDF, and it's the last measurement 7. And with that setup, they could pan the laser through to 3 different targets. At the top of my head, it was like 10 miles, 15 miles, 24 miles. So I have to calculate it at the top of my head. So the longest shot was 40 kilometers. So they could pan this left to right to the different targets, and they all hit the target, right? So, and I'm not asking you to do one for 40 kilometers, right? 10 is good. Over 10 kilometers, there should be a drop of 7.5 meters.
I mean, do you think it's possible for a laser to bend over a hump of like 230 feet of water just to go back into your eye socket?
I mean, isn't that literally what light does? Think about that.
No, light changes angles, doesn't bend.
Oh, we're talking about.
Oh, I wasn't talking
hundreds.
about yeah, no, you're right. My bad. Wasn't listening. What? I was talking about hundreds of feet about a laser bending.
Right.
Right. There's a 200-foot hill in front of you, and you point a laser directly at it at level horizontal at the bottom. You think the person on the other side is going to see that laser?
If you point it directly into a hill.
Yeah, or is the laser just going to go into the hill? Right. You get it.
Just going to go into the hill. I get that. I get what you're saying there. But I understand what you're saying. But I am just
coping,
having a look, checking things out. Because
if you pointed it up the hill, is it going to go to the top and then start going down the hill?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Bro, what kind of question is that? Of course it's not. I'm not retarded. Jeez. Relax.
Well, I mean, kind of the globe earthers are saying that that's kind of what's happening. Oh, refraction makes it go up over the hill and then down again.
That's what you'll have to end up saying.
You just said I'm not retarded, but the guys who believe in the globe, you just kind of called them all retarded. And I would agree.
If you keep on defending the globe,
that's like saying because I'm a white person and I say something racist, and all white people are racist. That's like the kind of thing you're saying.
No.
Hey, I'm the only one in here that's allowed to read.
I don't speak for all the people who believe in the globe. They don't speak for me.
That's
we all have our own beliefs.
If you keep on going on defending the globe, if you keep on going and you learn this topic inside and out, and you're still defending the globe, and you come back here, let's say a year later, you're gonna say that the light of the laser is bending around 200-foot hill of water, or the light of the mountain is bending over miles of physical curvature. That'll be your position.
Even better, when a naval ship, right, sees another ship at 30, 45, 50 miles, right, then it's actually aiming its laser at a hologram or a mirage or whatever, right? So it's not there because it's actually over the horizon, right? But light is angling back at the naval ship, so it's shooting the laser at the hologram, whatever. The laser angles over the hump of water, hits the boat, then angles back. So the laser acquiring target acquiring system knows that it is hitting something, and then it shoots at a hologram. The bullet flies over a hump of water and hits the boat. That is what you are claiming then. Okay? Think about it.
Hashtag globe gymnastics.
There's also years of stuff to unpack. The more you dig, all you do is find more evidence. The fact that you've been lied to about everything.
My God, I've been converted.
All you got to do is
believe the Earth is flat.
All you have
Come
to do
on, don't say you've been lied to about everything. Come on, bro.
My whole life is a lie.
Nah, come on, guys. Don't fucking say it. I hate when I hear this.
No. You've convinced me.
Everything is a lie. Everything is fake. Nothing is real. Shut the fuck up.
Name one
the
topic.
Earth is flat. The moon landing was fake. Oh my goodness.
Everything you've ever experienced is real. A bunch of nonsense that was only ever imagined and in your head isn't. Big deal. Everything's the same pretty much as it was.
Yeah, I agree. Hey. You're right.
No worries.
So, just to add something, right, Cam?
I'm a believer, man. I'm on your side.
No, stop that. Nobody believes that, right? Stop that. So well, we all been through this, right? So we've all believed that the Earth was a ball spinning through space with the water sticking onto it, right? We've all nearly nobody here came out of the womb and thought that the Earth was flat, right? We've all been we've been to school and they taught us the heliocentric model, and then somebody or something came along and we made us question it, right? And then we looked at the evidence. Why would they tell you that it is a globe? What is the evidence? Where are the measurements? Right? That's the so saying, well, you've converted me, I believe now. That's ridiculous, right? That's ridiculous. You have to do this on your own. We're not here to convert anybody.
I've seen the video.
Stop capping, bro.
Right. So believe that it is a ball. I don't care, right? Go along with your life. Do what you want. That's all fine, right? But if you want to know truth, then you have to search it and find out yourself. That's what we all did here. We can show you the water, but you have to drink out of it yourself.
Bro, whatever you do, marry a flatter girl, bro.
I know you basically just
like it's
you
in
just
the
looked
works,
at the water and you're like, all right.
It's in the works, Jimsy. You can ask your mum.
Good one.
Thanks, man.
Good one.
Thanks, Walt. Appreciate it.
Good one. Your mama.
Oh, that was.
Try to take your life a bit more seriously, man.
I don't take my life seriously. I'm just here for the lols. Here for the mains.
Like I said, try and take it a bit more seriously.
It's alright, bro. You know, now you're looking at a different perspective from other people. You heard some arguments. You can confirm now that some of the beliefs that you've been holding for a while are just that belief that you cannot demonstrate or verify or experience. A bunch of cartoons have been given to you since you're a child. A bunch of claims on top of claim stacking on top of claim stacking, and you believed it. But it's okay. Now you can move forward and throw the beliefs to the trash if you want to. You don't have to, bro.
I already have.
You do
I'm
you.
a believer.
You do you. But no, you are a believer. If you believe in the globe, you are a believer for sure.
If you don't take your life seriously, how do you expect anybody else to take you seriously?
Oh no, I don't take you guys seriously. What?
Right. So the fun part now is when so after this conversation, right? The fun part is whenever you go to a beach and you see an object that is way in the distance with a binoculars.
I'll be thinking of you, Roger.
You will have to make stuff up in your mind and think, well, actually, it's still a ball, right? So that will be on you.
Especially if I'm going to the beach, I'm not thinking about the
you
earth
and your mind will always be in conflict with each other, thinking, well, right? That is on you. That itch that is in the back of your head, looking at a ship that's 25 miles away. You yourself have to convince you yourself that it is actually a ball. That itch in your head will never go away now, bro.
I hate going to the beach and having an existential crisis. It hurts me every time.
Whenever you go to the beach, definitely do some observation, but enjoy the beach. Not a big deal.
Well, Cam, I'm curious. Why did you come into the server?
Oh, thanks for coming. Oh, we had a little debate. We had our fun. It's all good, Greg.
It wasn't a debate. It was him stacking claims, showing none of the evidence of his claims.
Versa.
So you haven't got the laser test. So the laser test wasn't presented to you?
Oh,
right?
no, that was fair play. I'm proud of you, Roger.
So not vice versa then. So not vice versa then.
But most of my
because I hate liars.
Hey guys,
you're not
can we allow him to reply to Gregory's question real quick?
Sure, I'm
already did.
I just can't stand liars. Sorry.
Well, let's focus on the topic.
Golden chicken wing.
So, I assume they told you about the laser measurements, right?
Yes, sir. That's what converted me, mate.
Well, whether you're being serious or not, I can't tell because I can't really, see the entirety of your expression. But either way, either you came into the server with the purpose of wanting to give yourself pause and allow yourself to accept what arguments were presented to you, or you don't. Either you are curious and value the subject matter and want to know the whole truth about the matter, or you don't. Either you care about the credibility and integrity and honesty and truthfulness of the institutions of the world, including the government and the education institutions, or you don't. Either you care about the knowledge of knowing the truth about the cosmos and all these other important philosophical issues, or you don't. So, it's up to you. But, so with that being said, usually when other users in here interact with a newcomer into the server, right? At best, the purpose is, of course, to talk to someone who, is interested in what they have to say. And usually they care rather highly about whether or not this or that doctrine about the cosmos, including the Earth, especially, is true or not.
Yeah.
And before who, you talking to me?
I agree.
Yeah, we believe you, bro.
So good.
Can anyone tell me something about Redshift? Because I've recently just been subjecting myself to a bit of verbal and intellectual masochism as I'm going into the atheist community Discord server. And of course, they subscribe to what I call the common atheistic beliefs. The cosmic paradigm and the doctrines about light. And right now I'm asking about Redshift again. Can somebody tell me again, what is the doctrine of Redshift?
Not me.
Is that the VI esports team that we all know and love that came second in AVRML?
Isn't it something to do with light going away from you is red, and light coming towards you is blue? Something like that.
Suppose that they've, empirically detected in the same sense that you empirically detect, the car moving toward you or away from you, that the light behaves this way. How did they supposedly do this?
I haven't read up too much about it, but something about the wavelength or something.
You want to read some stuff from Wiki?
I suppose. And that's exactly what they did. They didn't really get. It's kind of annoying. Like, you're in a voice call. Like, why don't you tell me? Talking to them when I'm talking to them. Like, you're in a voice call. Why don't you just tell me? Especially if I'm so uneducated and so rude and so remedial. If I'm so uneducated and so unenlightened, so remedial, then surely you can just tell me. Surely you should be swiftly, slapping me off the floor, since I'm such an easy opponent to defeat, concerning this. Since my skepticism about your doctrine, talking to them, is so easy to refute, then just say it. Why are you struggling? I don't understand. Why are you struggling? Because when you speak about it with so much confidence like that, you know what I mean?
You're wrong. You suck.
I'm wrong.
You're the worst.
I'm wrong. I suck. I'm wrong.
Uneducated.
All the rest, right?
Got him.
But they speak about of course there's Redshift. They speak about the beliefs so confidently, but then when it comes down to explaining me, well, how did you come to know this? They just don't say it. They just can't do it. And then they post links.
The only thing I know about Redshift, and from very limited,
Zuck's played for the name,
is that Edwin Hubble observed that there's only Redshift, meaning there's only light going away from us. and that bothered him because that could mean we're at the center of the universe. And blue shift is when it's coming towards us. It's where the blue visible light shifts a little bit, and when it's going away, the red visible light shifts a little bit. And all he saw was redshift, and he had a problem with that. It's just like most scientists would, because they don't want to be at the center of the universe, so they can't accept it because of Copernicus, the Copernican theory. I wouldn't take that as fact, but that's just what I remember from. I think I heard it from Witsit somewhere along the way.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, like, and they think the doctrine, they think that appeal is so strong. Like, of course, the light couldn't just be red. Of course, it couldn't just be red. No, it has to be indicative that the light is moving through space over time, and it takes this long for it to wave at this oscillation after traveling at this distance for this amount of time, and finally, that's indicative that it came from somewhere that is several billion light years away.
That's still like
all that
baseless assumptions.
I like that point actually, because I'm looking at a red light right now, and it's not going anywhere. It's right there, and right next to it, there's a blue light too. Yeah, they're not moving.
And I'm just asking basic questions, like, before all the textbooks, before all the documentaries, before all the curricula, people just spoke the language that they knew. So I'm just asking questions in the one and only language I know how to speak to make sense out of what is being said and to scrutinize the arguments that may or may not be given to my questions. So you look up at the sky, you look at the star, you see that it's red, and you believe that it indicates the doctrine of redshift and all that stuff I just said. Okay, why?
Prove it. Oh, why? Prove it. I'll say, like, where's your evidence for that?
Okay, I'm back. What were we talking about?
No, don't worry about it.
I was discussing the doctrine of redshift.
The doctrine of spectroscopy, because that's what they have to claim. They have to claim that light behaves in a certain way in the lab, but then that also somehow applies to 100 kilometers or a billion, trillion, whatever size of the universe, which is baseless.
He's muted. Don't worry about it.
Is he a troublemaker?
It's definitely
he was coughing. He was messing around, coughing into the mic in the middle of someone else's sentence. So if you're gonna be coughing into the mic, just mute yourself. No, it was the guy that was speaking to us, our member. I forgot your name, but the other guy was just saying coughing into the mic.
Yeah, that's okay. I think he was mucking around. Yeah, I think the whole thing about redshift is the assumption of how they take how light behaves in a lab and then try to extrapolate it to infinity, literally. So they can't prove that. That's, I think, how you challenge that, because they can always say light does this, light does that, and do all the calculations, but still they can't sample anything from space to that scale. So it's just, like you say, a doctrine, a theory, assumption.
You can do that to probably all of their arguments. The cross of the argument, when you bring it, like you said, Gregory, they can back it up.
I mean, it's just a question. You supposedly measured the
Gregory, check your mic,
behavior of light the same way you measure the speed of a car. You supposedly did the same with light, and that it changes its wavelength after whatever given distance that it is stretching or traveling through space.
That's
how?
a bunch of BS. Just take it out like a bad case of parasites and throw it to the trash. Another adverse reaction to the mind virus. Just don't let it grow in you.
Oh, could I be moved to the cog dis VC?
I got you, bro.
Thanks, boss.
And the irony is that, like, I'm effectively going into the lion's den. These are the same types of people who exhort others to educate themselves about science and rebuke others for not being interested in educating themselves about quote-unquote science. But then when someone goes to them and questions them about their doctrine and even gives a critique about their doctrine, they repudiate that. They rebuke that you're asking questions and not believing what they're saying at face value, and that you're giving critiques and being skeptical, even though they just told you to do that.
But Gregory, you take into account, obviously, there's people that are, their like monetary incentives are based on whatever system they pushing, right? So I think it was today or yesterday there was a guy here saying that. What did he said? He said that his work depends on the globe or something to those lines.
Yeah, he said this morning, Jimsy. The rocket guy from this morning.
So, as far as I know yet.
And when someone has a wall of awards, I built a piece for the satellite that went to the Artemis satellite, right? There's people out there claiming that's what they do.
Right.
And they have a certificate on the wall, and the family looks at that, their wives, their children. I mean, I'm not gonna throw it away just because Jamesy said so.
Yeah.
What's funny is like he didn't even have any direct he didn't have any link with any technology. It was just like running Twitter or something. I don't even know, dude. He said he was like data communications or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of people are just lying for sure. Just making shit up. But there's people that monetarily are incentivized to kind of just stick to the roles.
Like I mentioned before, the sunken cost fallacy. Too many aspects of their lives have been invested into this course of action for them to open themselves up to accept the possibility that they've invested all of these different things in this course of action, which is at worst immoral and false. It's completely bad and no good. So far as I have been able to ascertain, like, this doctrine has not been made even intelligible yet. This doctrine of Redshift. Like, what exactly do you mean? And how did you ascertain this knowledge, supposedly?
Yeah,
they're almost claiming it like it's an evidence of their claim. Yeah, we see the red lights. That means it's moving away from us. And I good that you bring it up because it just falls down with all the other claims. Go ahead.
And I think I've asked that question before, and I think you just mentioned it earlier. That if the very color of the light itself, if the sheer color of the light alone is informative enough to indicate the distance and age of the light source from you, the observer, the distance from you, the observer, and the age of the light itself, can we do that with any light source? Just stand anywhere in the house, point your eyes, or whatever other device, whatever the hell it may be, at any light source, and you'll know exactly how far away it is from you and how old it is.
We don't measure it. I mean, at the house you probably can test it and verify, but look at the sky and just make claims about it. It's just that's why it's a doctrine, like you said.
I mean, doctrines can be true or false, and either it's true or false. And I'm willing to accept an a priori argument. I'm willing to accept premises that are abductive or deductive. But good grief, like, I haven't even been given that.
Since it's kind of silent, would somebody able to give me like more roles? Because I've been here since like 2020, and actually farther than that. I left the server and rejoined. And I've been here for like a long time. I only come in to snoop around and listen, but I've been stuck with the same 2 roles for like 3 years. Anyone?
So which roles do you want? What would you like to do in this server? What role do you like?
I don't
free
know.
roles.
What's
Free
the
roles
most basic stuff?
Thursday. Roles for everybody.
I actually don't know the rules. Let me look around.
I mean, it's a lot of the roles are based in participation. When you open your mic and you say things like, "Oh, the Earth is a globe," and you get the globe third role. Do you like that one? Globe, globe earther role. I mean, you claiming the globe. Or...
Well, I had the theory a long time ago, back in high school, that the globe was actually a cubular. Was the shape of
what?
So it'd be mixed up.
A cubular globe.
Yes. But that was back in like high school and stuff like that. I haven't really put any real thought into a lot of okay, hey, don't ban me. I've been here for like 3 years. Calm down. Someone in the chat saying I'm gonna ban me. But no, that was like a theory. I haven't done any research to any of this stuff. I just kinda like to sit and listen. It's something I find that's like a nice hobby to listen to. Unless I don't know you guys take the laser testing and stuff like that.
So you like listening in the server? That's what you like doing, and you open your mic and you're asking for roles at the moment. But the thing is, the roles are based on participation and based on what, let's say, what you say. Whatever roles are available, someone will hear what you're saying. Oh, let me give him this role. But if you need a specific role to do something like cryptocurrency to see the cryptocurrency chat or moderator or admin, is that what you're aiming for? You want moderator, gold plus silver? That comes with baggage.
Participate more and be here more or gain more roles instead of just kind of snooping around.
Exactly.
Okay, I
yeah.
got it.
But I'll give you roles right now. Free roles, Yemsi. I'll give you roles.
You can give me whatever role you want. I just was like, okay, I'll get 3 roles. I've been here for a while, so I know.
Why don't you get a real role, bro? Step up to the plate, man. The real next role is, this is where the fork in the road begins. You either go left and become a globe earther, or take the right and you're a flat earther. So
I've like a couple years ago when I was on a plane, I looked at a lot of the stuff, and I looked at a lot of the soft flat, the C flat, stuff like that. And so I'm more leaning towards more flat Earth because I've looked outside a plane and I saw for miles there's no curvature of the Earth. It was just flat land. And then looking at obviously how long the C flats are and stuff like that, it doesn't make sense. You would see a curve and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
So you'll be skeptical of the globe? You're skeptical about it, or you still have like a leg in it and a leg out, or are you on the fence, or are you on a tree next to the fence looking?
No. More kind of both feet into flat Earth, but like I've done no research to kind of help prove my idea of it. You know what I mean?
Let me read this screenshot that Donato posted several minutes ago, which I paid attention earlier, so I read it as soon as he posted it. It was relevant to my question earlier concerning the doctrine of Redshift. This is from Edwin Hubble. Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome, and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard the possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity, to escape the horror of a unique position, must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. And then the second one that he posted. Thus the theory might be valid provided the universe were packed with matter to the very threshold of perception. Nevertheless, the ever-expanding model of the first kind seems rather dubious. It cannot be ruled out by the observations, but it suggests a forced interpretation of the data. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors, by the assumption thwarted shifts or velocity shifts, the departure from a linear law off-red shifts, the departure from uniform distribution, the curvature necessary to restore homogeneity, the excess material demanded by the curvature. Each of these is merely the recession factor in another form. If the recession factor is dropped, if red shifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible. There is no evidence of expansion and no restriction of the timescale, no trace of spatial curvature, and no limitation of spatial dimensions. Moreover, there is no problem of internebular material. Kind of a mouthful, but like he just said at the end of this quote, there is no evidence of expansion. You look out at the universe as it is, as it was in the 60s, as it was in the 20th century, throughout the entire 20th century, and as it is now, and as it was at all times, it is not indicative, it does not demonstrate, it is not indicative of any expansion from the supposed, infinitesimal, zero-dimensional point with all matter and energy in space. Sometimes time is in there, sometimes it's not, depends who you ask, in that point, and then rapidly expanding. Mind you, also, on this point, do y'all hear like a recent change in the rhetoric where they no longer say that it was an explosion? They insist that it was not an explosion. They insist that it was an expansion, not an explosion, an expansion. Because I have. And of course, if you insist that it's not an explosion, but it's just an expansion, but also maintain that all matter and energy and space is inside the point, that means that there's no space outside the point. So number one, what is it expanding in? And number two, there is nothing outside the point to pull it out. Everything is inside the point, and then it expands. So whatever is causing the expansion is not outside the point so as to pull it out, but everything is inside the point so as to push it out. A rapid expansion from within the point, aka an explosion. It's not an explosion, but the point source of the expansion is inside the point. Great. That's coherent. Thank you.
That's why I don't like thinking about the globe, because it's just a black hole of brain cells and energy of your brain. I'd rather stick to reality. Most of the time. I can still entertain it sometimes. But damn, that was a... I don't know what that even means, actually. Maybe a language barrier.
And you have to love the part where it's a point. Right? What is a point? That's a mathematical geometric concept. So that's an abstract entity. So supposedly a abstract entity, a geometric abstract concept, has all concreta inside of it. All matter and energy and supposedly space and time. Right? Which of course is ontologically absurd. The point, given that it is an mathematical geometric abstract concept, has no substantial existence. It's not a concrete entity. So it can't contain concrete entities. So it can't contain all matter and energy in it. Neither does it contain abstract entities either, that is space and time. But of course, you can't ever get the time of day to say that, especially in their server. Even if the VC in the server is called religion. Because it's only our religion and our atheistic worldview that is worthy of getting the time of day, that is worthy of a hearing.
I'm gonna head to bed. Y'all have a great night.
You as well have a good one.
See ya.
I'm closer to getting home and going to sleep in a bit. Any questions about the topic at hand? People got questions for Gregory, so go ahead. Go ahead, Gregory.
Oh. What was I saying? The reason I talked about that is because worldview conflicts, fundamental worldview conflicts, including cosmology. And so, of course, there's no better place to begin than at the beginning, because the cosmology doctrine now that they teach about the present situation is taught in tandem with, they're not necessarily, one doesn't necessarily follow from the other. It doesn't necessarily follow that the Big Bang cosmogony doctrine necessitates that the Earth will be a sphere or an oblate spheroid, a pear-shaped oblate spheroid. Neither does it necessitate that it happens in a cosmic vacuum. Neither does it necessitate that it would be one of many humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls. Right? That doesn't necessarily follow. Not logically. So, but it is taught in tandem with it. You see. So when you address the cosmic paradigm of living on a humongous rock ball surrounded by solid liquid, a humongous rock ball surrounded by liquid and gas, flying around in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of other humongous balls of solid liquid or gas, that is usually taught in tandem with the cosmogony doctrine, with the Big Bang, so-called Big Bang, the primeval atom expansion, so-called. And it's also usually taught in tandem with the multi-billion-year-old cosmogony and the whole gradualist, progressivist, macroevolutionism of the whole cosmos. Eventually life spawning. And of course, from the goo to the zoo to you. So it's really just, that's what I'm going to call it. Yeah. I'm going to call it the common atheistic evolutionism. Because that's really the summation of their whole worldview.
Can you repeat it?
What was that?
Can you repeat it? The term that you're going to call it?
Yeah, I'm going to call it the common or academic atheistic evolutionism. Macroevolutionism.
Yeah, because there's a beginning, and from there you can add whatever evolutionary steps they've been taken towards today. And eventually that species might die, and one day we're going to find globes under the ground, and we're going to be like, and maybe 20, 50 years from now, we'll find globes under the ground, and we'll say, look, this is proof that globe stars used to exist.
See? And I have to say this critique, because if that is the worldview, why does logic matter? I mean, really, the whole universe began from virtually nothing. All right, what is in principle, whether they realize it or not, a geometric, mathematical, a specific geometric abstract concept, and then from that expanded all matter and energy, and the bare proto simple matter and energy over several billion years eventually coalesced somehow, right, into everything we have today. From non-existence to existence. From singularity to plurality. From abstract to concrete. From simple to complex, from non-living to living, from insentient to sentient, from unintellectual to intellectual, from without volition, from amoral, amoral to moral. I mean, good grief. Just everything being spawned from its very antithesis, everything being spawned from its very opposite. From illogical to rational. I mean, I already said intellect, but I'll just specify that. From illogic or no logic whatsoever to logic. I mean, for what? I mean, anything that supposedly is real, anything that is real or supposedly is real, I mean, you can just assert, right? You can just assert, well, now it is real. Well, how? It just is, Gregory. It just is real. You see, everything just spontaneously spawned into reality. So why not this? Well, hell, if that's the case, I can just spawn the veracity of my assertions. See, veracity? There you go. Just spawn right there in the essence of my predication. There it is. So what's the argument? What do you mean an argument? I don't need an argument. It's just veracity itself, just spawned in what I said. That's it. I'll be damned.
I got a question about outer space. You know, it's like, I was looking at, well, they say the ISS is like hanging out like 500 to 2000 degrees Celsius. And then the reason for why it doesn't melt is because like the particles are so spread out in the vacuum that it's not really that hot. It only reads a hot temperature. So their answer is pretty much that heat doesn't really transfer in a vacuum. But then there's the sun warming up the earth. So how does...
Thank you.
So I got a question.
I was just thinking that, and then you said it. I'm like, thank you. Heat doesn't really travel in a vacuum, but that heat damn sure is heating up the earth. And we better go with what is that? What is that political? What is the political campaign? We better go green. The Green Deal. There we go. You better hurry up and submit to the Green Deal. Because the earth is heating up because of the sun. And heat doesn't travel very well. Doesn't travel at all through a vacuum. Oh, thanks.
The sun's special kind of heat, you know.
It's not okay for the Christian or the Muslim or whatever to preach their eschatological doomsday warnings, but it's okay for them. It's ridiculous to listen to the prophets of such and such, but it's okay to listen to the doctors of so and so. And what does it matter? I mean, really? So, I mean, number one, heat doesn't travel very well in a vacuum, but that heat is sure enough heating up the atmosphere and it's cooking up everything. We're going to die soon. And we should care. And we should, do the Green Deal. Why? For what? Isn't that just evolution to work? I mean, we're evidently not strong enough. We haven't evolved to become strong enough to withstand that heat. Oh, well. Maybe some other species on some other planet could endure this heat or won't be bothered with this heat and they'll live on. Why should we care? After all, everything just spawned from a point. What does it matter? It's not like the point commanded us to do anything.
Like the point is to pay more taxes, right?
I knew someone was going to make that pun.
That's why this topic is so fascinating. It's like every day I find out some new ridiculous fact.
Ain't that a sentence? Some new ridiculous fact, huh? You know, it's called an internal critique. That's at least what I'm trying to do. It's an internal critique, exposing the incoherency and absurd implications of the premises. As soon as I was about to say something, it's that the universe is several billion years old, the Earth being a few billion years old, and the universe overall being, what, 13, 14 billion years old. Always changing the number. But how do they know this? Well, they look at lights in the sky being a certain color, which supposedly indicates that they are traveling at this distance. They've traveled this distance and are this age. Supposedly, the oscillations of these very specific subatomic particles or elements or whatever are moving at some particular rate, which may or may not be constant, and which it isn't. And so, you know, that's like a clock not moving at a consistent rate, so it's not really telling you the time as it really elapsed. So, you know, there's that. And various substances in the water, in the dirt at the bottom of the oceans, the dirt on top of the earth, the substance within the flesh of various souls, flesh of various animals, and all the rest. The layers of the earth and the bones. But you know the age of the earth by the bones, and you know the age of the bones by the layer of earth that they're in. You know the age of the earth by the bone in it, and you know the age of the bone by the layer of the earth. Isn't this a vicious circle of reasoning? Let's ignore that. Let's also ignore that when we do this same, you know, carbon dating or picking this or that element as the clock that's supposed to indicate how long this thing has existed, that when we use that method on things that we already know the age of that is younger than any of us talking right now, we get exorbitant ages in the several thousand year range or more. Because that's not inaccurate at all. That's accurate enough. You know, when I'm trying to hit the bullseye on the other side of the bar, and I throw it the opposite direction, 3,000 miles across the continent to New Jersey, I was close enough. Because again, of course, the age of the Earth, and after all that time passing by, where gravity is just taking its sweet time to finally coalesce all of this sedimentary substance, all this space dust, together in the humongous ball. Now somehow water came into being, you know, whatever. And the water came into being after all of that liquid fire was all over the earth. You know. We've all seen Lucy, right? That time lapse that they played at the latter half of the movie with that, you know, trippy image sequence, the whole common atheistic macroevolutionism unfolded all the way up to where Lucy was. No. It went backwards. No, it went from the present to the past. There we go. In the movie. Anyway. Pretty much all from me tonight. I mean, I'm really not scared. I mean, especially in their doctrine, like, they don't have any reason to obligate me or penalize me for disbelieving, scrutinizing, and critiquing these doctrines. So, I mean, there is no value in this nihilistic, you know, atheistic world. So why should I be ashamed or afraid to disbelieve and scrutinize and critique these doctrines? Or just disbelieve them, not even be bothered with any critique or scrutiny. Just, nope, I don't believe it. Because I don't have to, given your worldview. So, there's that. Y'all enjoy your evening, alright?
Oh, I didn't even know that radiation doesn't involve particles. It's interesting. It's annoying that they have a excuse, though. Doesn't really matter, but
Well, my problem is with the fact that particles that you can't see with your eyes are a part of some sort of construct, just like the heliocentric model. That's a problem. So we deal with the macro scale, but what about the micro? It all seems to mimic one or the other.
So it's true to say you can't have gas pressure in the midst of a vacuum without a solid container?
Yes. So yes, you're right. So if you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum, absolutely.
So do you know of any demonstrations of gas pressure in the middle of a vacuum without a solid barrier between the two?
No. The fact that planets move around, lots of evidence.
So I meant experimental evidence. So
that's experimental.
What's the independent variable in that experiment?
Okay, I mean, you can drop things in the vacuum.
Talking about an ideal gas expanding against a vacuum.
The vacuum is there's a zero medium, so everything's equally more dense.
Drop objects.
Talking about an ideal gas expanding against a vacuum.
You just take a room, evacuate the air, and drop things, and then they all fall the same.
Gas expanding against a vacuum.
Is that demonstrable in any way?
I'm not sure.
Let's say if I pressurize shoebox inside of a vacuum, I poke a hole inside that shoebox. Is there any way to demonstrate air not going into the vacuum and staying inside the box?
I don't think so. As you said, I think you're absolutely right. If you poke a hole, it will go out. I know. I can't.
The second law of thermodynamics stipulates that you can't have a gas pressure system in the midst of a vacuum. Like a high pressure always goes to low pressure.
Yes, that's true. So it has pressure and it just
goes out into the vacuum.
Yeah, I think people that first encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Nothing? Danny Faulkner, PhD astrophysicist.
Why doesn't Earth's gravity hold the air inside of the shoebox, which is in the midst of a vacuum?
Because the gas has pressure. So it has pressure and it just
goes out into the vacuum.
Sorry, I need to go.
Got it. All right.
Okay, I don't know why you can't just admit it doesn't exist, or you don't know where it exists if it did exist. Now, the sun can't illuminate the entire surface of the Earth. It's because air is not transparent. The sun...
That is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. What?
Google it.
Where's the evidence, bro?
And you'll see... And listen, I can give you graphs. The sun is 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is directly overhead. Why is that?
Do you want me to say, or are you just going to say I have no evidence?
No, tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh?
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Yeah, there's more air to look through.
So you understand the claim about the laser, right? Hitting the target.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we can provide you with the PDF information, lots of measurements that have been done on flat Earth. That's fine. It's not a problem. Trust flat Earthers. But this is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Well, you have to see that the Earth is like, sorry, like this is like not proved, but like it has like gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down, so the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
What? I didn't know that. Do you know that, or you just said that?
What?
Do you just make that up? Bruh.
No.
Well, yeah, if you haven't been high enough to see it curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief, it sounds like a faith. Ways to confirm it.
Okay, for example, in Iceland, when you can get the sun above the horizon for over 24 hours, that can't happen on a flat Earth.
Oh, you're telling me what? You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes, it tells you a lot.
Yes, how
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Okay, so let me stare at the sun. I'm going to tell you what shape the Earth is by looking at the sun.
That's idiotic.
Well, no, you're just like wafting. No? You can't have the sun above the horizon for 24 hours on a flat surface.
So
the Earth can't be flat.
So you live on your idea of flat surface, so just directing the Earth as it is.
Yeah, and so you say, but did you actually check the surface for curvature before you made that determination about it?
Interesting.
You don't have to check for surface. Whether
you don't have to check.
Yes, you do.
Doesn't set for over 24 hours shows it cannot be flat.
Just not how you think about it.
Cannot be flat.
Did you confirm that by checking the surface to make sure it's not flat before you reach that conclusion?
No, that's regardless. It's regardless. It doesn't matter whether I check it or not. The fact that it happens shows that it cannot be.
Well, come on, Fed Bob.
Did you look up the server? Did you look it up? Did you look it up? Did I look up the definition of horizon? Yeah, go ahead and read it out to us. The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of a relevant body.
Where the fuck did you get that definition?
Yeah, where's the
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
You can... Here, I'll give you the link. Yeah, Wikipedia.org/wiki/horizon.
Oh my gosh.
I see it.
So each of those sticks is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 inches apart. They're 3 inches tall. And in both images, the shadow rests exactly at 1 inch. How far away is the light source?
You didn't give me the distance of the other.
They're 7 inches apart, and the shadow is 1 inch. How far away is the light source?
Shadow for the second one. Give me the shadow of the second one.
There's no shadow on the first one. Give me the distance to the light.
Each line is 1 inch. Is what he's saying.
Do you want me to?
Each hash mark is 1 inch.
Shadow is 0 in the second one because I can see it small.
Yes, are you not listening? There is no shadow on the first one. The second one has a 1 inch shadow. There are 7 inches between the two sticks. The sticks are 3 inches tall.
You see those dashes, right? Those are 1 inch marks.
Yeah, fair point, but we don't need two people to explain the same thing in a repetition. It's redundant.
You see it, Bevy?
Yeah, I see it. Let me do
All right, tell me how far away the light is.
And I'm going to assume, even though there's a teeny tiny bit of edge on the other one, also the distance I give you will be relative to the first one without any shadow. Is that fine?
Relative to the first one, it's affecting both of them.
The first one.
Look, based on the first one, no shadow, you could have a light at any distance.
Okay, but what I mean is the shortest distance, i.e. the distance to the face they're standing
It could be an inch away, it could be 10 feet away. You can't tell that by the position of the shadow on the first one. Because it's at 0.
I get what he means. I get what he means.
It's at 0. The light is directly above it.
Am I correct in giving
the light is directly above. The light is directly above the first one.
The distance to the light source is not the same to both sticks. It's closer to the stick with no shadow.
Yeah, that you're literally talking about the same thing, both of you.
So is it fine if I give you the distance to the base, i.e. the closest point of the white? Or the base of the...
So you're going to tell me how far away the light is without a shadow?
Yeah. Is that fair?
With no shadow. And I'd like to see how... I'd like you to tell me how you're doing it.
Trigonometry. Very simple.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'll explain it in words and then I'll do it. So, the light source must be directly above the second one because there's no shadow. Otherwise, it would produce a shadow. So, I'm going to assume that there's a shadow even though there's a shiny. Because the light source is exactly above the second one, or the first one, whatever way you want to call it. And the light is hitting the second stick at such an angle that it creates an inch. We know that the shadow goes out an inch. The rise and run of that angle to which the light is coming from is 1 inch over and 3 inches up. That is your slope. So you have a slope of 3. You must travel over 7 inches to get to the other one. Thus, the light source is 21 inches away.
Incorrect. One of these is also flat and one of them is curved. That's the whole trick of this picture. It's on a piece of polystyrene, and in the second image, it's curved.
That's why the shadow looks like it expands outward on both.
It doesn't expand. They're at the exact same measurement.
What I mean is the shadow on the second
The shadows are at the exact same measurement, and you wouldn't have known it from the ground level.
You can see the curve in the second one.
You cannot see the curve in any of them. No, you didn't see it, buddy. You didn't see it. You didn't see it.
Look.
I didn't tell you to assume it at all.
Yes, you did. You said
you did not see a curve in either of these until I mentioned it.
You said though.
You do realize this is a trick image, right?
You're changing the rules.
I'm not changing the rules.
He's not changing the rules, bro.
You got the calculation wrong.
I made it very clear with you. If you assume that there's zero shadow on the second one and that they're on a flat surface, that the distance would be 21 inches.
Really? Really? So on the flat one, you're saying it was 21 inches away?
You told me these things.
No, you said this.
No, he did not.
You said this.
No.
You said
No,
this.
he did not.
I did not give you a distance to the light, did I? I did not give you a distance to the light, did I?
He did not give you a distance to the light.
You told me the distance to the light was 21 inches.
Bro, I'm done.
So
It's 4 foot. It's 4 foot.
Oh my word.
This is disgusting sophistry. He did not tell you the distance to the light one time.
No, he told you 3. I think he told you 3 separate. No. That's not what he told you. I actually heard it, right? So I would like for you to hear what I heard. I heard him say the distance. The distance between the 2 sticks was 7 inches.
Yes, correct.
The shadow was 1 inch, and the sticks were 3 inches tall. Those were the only numbers that I heard.
Yep.
That's what he told me.
The only numbers I gave. And don't you try and lie and back up on it.
The distance to the light source, sir, the distance to the light source was the thing that you were going to calculate, remember? The thing you were talking about using the stick with no shadow because it had the shortest distance. That one. That was what you were going to calculate, right?
Now here's the question. If the shadows are the same, simply by changing... Hold on. Since the shadows are the same... Since the shadows are the same and the only change is the distance of the light source, what's the variable?
Bro, I'm not even...
Yep, that's right. You lost.
You know why?
You lost. Now I'm going to show you why. It's posting right now. It's posting right now. I didn't change the rules. You didn't understand the game. I didn't change the rules. You didn't understand the game. Flat, curved, same exact shadows, same light. Distance is the difference. You cannot accomplish what you are presuming that one can accomplish on a graph in an orthographic view.
Crickets. Wig snatch.
There's no reason for me to talk to him.
That's right. There's no reason because you lost.
There is no reason for you to continue.
Okay. There's no reason. You have no rebuttal to this. You have been. This is called a complete refutation.
No.
Take the L. Take the L. Show some humility and take the L.
Like, just admit you don't know. That's all you have to say. I don't know, dude.
Okay, listen, we don't need him to admit it because he already did admit it, whether he realizes it or not, and I'll tell you why. He prefaced his conclusion by, if all of these premises are true, then my conclusion is true. However, he doesn't know that those premises are true in the first instance because he hasn't proved them. So he conceded and he failed in totality. Thank you for playing.
I told him I was going to make incomplete modus tollens. So you are correct. I did say that those were the assumptions, and he allowed me to move forward on those.
Yeah, I allowed you to move forward to show you that you can't make assumptions. That's why I allowed you to move forward, because the whole picture is a trap. It lets people move forward operating solely off of assumption. And that's what you did.
Oh.
Now, what did
comment? Hold on, Fred, holy moly. Let me comment here. So, I've done plenty of stints as a professional math scorer, right? And we do not accept. Hold on. Hey, yo, friend. Didn't somebody just yield the floor to somebody that isn't you? That's not your cue to interrupt the person who's speaking. That's very rude. Okay, I'm trying to make a point that in math scoring, right, there's certain questions where they give you certain parameters, right? And there's other ones where you have to use what's given. But never is it acceptable. Well, you didn't give me the answer, therefore I can't get the answer.
We both agreed that the assumptions I was making was fine. Therefore,
no,
I must play by the rules.
No, I let you make your assumptions to show you that when you make the assumption of something that is unknown, you make an ass out of yourself.
Bro, the light distance isn't even the same on those two pictures, by the way.
That's the point. Thank you. Yes, thank you. That is the entire point. Is that from the point of view of not having a distance to the light or knowing it, you cannot make an assumption.
But in your two pictures that you sent before, one of them is clearly curved and the other is not.
No, it's not. You didn't even know that till I told you. Till I told you, my man. Do not lie.
Just bold-faced lying now. You know full well you didn't know the difference.
Look at the picture.
Don't make this any more embarrassing. Don't make this any more embarrassing for yourself. You are arguing like a narcissist. Take the L. Stop. Take the L.
Full and well you did not know the difference in the first place. Stop it.
I told him I could see a shadow, and he
no, you didn't know the difference.
No.
Convexity or flatness of
Gregory,
the floor.
he just changed what he said. He said, "I told him I could see the shadow."
Changed it.
That's not what you just claimed. You said you could see curvature, and you didn't see curvature. You didn't see curvature until I told you about it. You didn't see curvature until I told you about it. We were only talking about shadows. That's it.
Hold on. Let's give him a chance.
All right,
friend,
I'm not talking to him.
You have a device.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
All right. You can see the text channel now, Snackle, to the voice channel right above the one you're in. So. No, we can't hear you, man.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Howdy. Just kicking it, man.
CB, howdy's mom. I'm just kidding.
So what's going on, Snackle? What do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth, bro?
So, I was here yesterday. Some of you might see me in the chats yesterday as Too Bad. Too Bad was my name. My name's Gordon. I go by Too Bad. I'm just like a spaceflight nerd. I know a lot about NASA stuff, rockets, going to space, all that fun stuff. Just want to provide some context for anyone who has any questions, things like that.
Okay, you know about orbital mechanics then.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
All right, what is your... Well, 1 second, Flatsy, before we... Just get some background off of you, Snackle, real quick before we...
For sure, yeah.
Are you of any type of academic scholar of any kind?
So I graduated university with a bachelor's in liberal arts, and I currently work in communications for a spaceflight company.
Okay. Do you have any direct involvement with any like proprietary tech that might lead you to the knowledge of what maybe your stance right now? What do you think?
Well, with spaceflight stuff, there's definitely a lot of proprietary tech out there, especially with all the private companies that are going to space now. It's not just NASA anymore.
Sorry, that wasn't the question though. The question was, what do you have direct involvement with this so-called tech?
No, I mean, like, I'm communications, so I don't really get as involved in like the technical side of how, like, the engineers are the ones that do, like, they have to keep the secret.
You answer phones and relay messages then?
What's the level of extent of your involvement with that? What's the limit to what you do and what you can't do? And, just kind of give us a boundary so we don't overstep it.
Yeah. For sure. No, yeah. I work in communications for a spaceflight company, so I'm helping tell the story of the company to the general public and, how it works. That's why I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to help explain things about how space works, rocket works, things like that, to people who might be confused, just because that's my job. It's what I do.
Excellent. So anybody want to ask any preliminary other questions about what he does so that we can get all that out of the way so there's no miscommunication on that? Anybody in here want to ask him? I mean, pertinent to what he says he does, so we can establish like a foundation for his.
Okay.
Oh, I believe him as long as he doesn't start asking me how to do his job. I'll be like, whoa, Jack.
All right.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to learn us on space travel and stuff, I take it you've been to space then?
No, I've never been to space. I've definitely talked to a lot of people who have. Let's see. I think I've talked to five astronauts who've been to space. Something like that.
I think Flatsy Klein wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you know about orbital mechanics, then you know that they have to have the radius value of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So spacecraft have to be. They have to offset their numbers to account for the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, these rockets literally would not work.
Okay. I guess my main question to you, not necessarily in your field, it's going to go a little bit beyond the boundary there, but how would you have to hold on, I'm trying to word it correctly. I'm not trying
Yeah, for sure. Take your time.
I'm not trying to be rude.
No, not at all.
How would you redeem the orbital mechanics if the radius value isn't correct?
So there's a set radius value that we determined from numerous observations, measurements from Earth and in space to very accurately determine the radius of the Earth. And those numbers are, it's called the R value. And those numbers are directly introduced into the loop system of the guidance, navigation, and control on a spacecraft, the way it steers itself in space. This is the same on missiles or anything really that goes above the atmosphere. You have to account for the curvature, otherwise it will not work.
Okay. Would you say that's pertinent to the information that you would work with, Snackle? Because I would say that you're probably like a communicator for your company, right? You're a spokesperson, so you have to communicate what your company does over to anybody that wants to be an investor. Or am I getting this incorrect? Or you?
Yeah, you're on the right track there for sure. Yeah, it's just helping explain things to the general public, that because I mean this stuff is really technical, right? There's a lot of moving parts to how this stuff works, and people like me kind of are there to help explain things in layman's terms, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. What we want to do is establish the foundation for all this information, because we hear a lot of talk about people saying things, but then they go back and say, no, that's not what I meant. So when we're establishing, when you say the R value, do you mean the radius of Earth, as in per the globe claim, the claim that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions, like the value, right, of what the R value stands for? Like that's something needed for your type of work, right? You can't say, well, that's we can use that, intermix it with other numbers and values, and it doesn't really mean that, like, because I just want to establish, are you using an exact value that is pertinent to the tech? Like
let me rephrase this. I'm not an engineer, right? I am a communicator. These smart guys that sit at NASA and other companies that know a lot about numbers, those are the guys that are like super smart on this stuff, as far as our value numbers going into GNC on spacecraft goes. But also you have to keep in mind that GNC, guidance, navigation, and control on spacecraft, is kind of secretive, because we're talking missile tech, how to steer something.
Can I ask you one question?
Hold on really quick. Let me just finish my thought.
Sasha.
So there's this thing called ITAR, International Trade in Arms something. It's called ITAR, and it's pretty much just any tech that can be used for missiles or guided rockets is kept pretty close knit with that country. So if you're a space company in the US and you're making rockets, you're not allowed to share your algorithms for how you steer your rocket with anyone else other than people in the US, right? Because that could be used by China to send a missile. So these things.
China already has missiles they can send, and supposedly has a space station and all that. So that doesn't compute to me.
So they've developed their own. China is pretty advanced as far as space travel goes, and they have their own people who have calculated those numbers, and they can fly to space and dock. And
I mean, well, not to get into the weeds too much. Obviously, steering. Yeah, go ahead, Sasha.
You said only smart people get that numbers. Are you saying that geometry of the sphere only smart people can realize, not the people who knows the geometry?
This is at least R value is something that's been it's been studied extensively for decades.
I studied 6 years R value.
Right, so that's that's a fundamental part of the way we understand.
I studied 6 years. I measured, and I never find it.
All right. Well,
you should maybe go talk to someone who's done a little more research on it, because there's all sorts of papers you can read.
I did also that.
Sasha, we'll get into
Sasha, hold on, buddy.
Yeah, Sasha, hold on. Let's just kind of this is gonna unveil itself, but one step at a time. Okay, we'll get there, but we gotta wait till he presents everything that he can on his side, so we can establish a foundation for what he does. What is the extent of his knowledge? Because right now it sounds like, I'm going to go back to what you just said, Snackle. There's some information that people are using in different countries that you're not privy to, as far as how they're working with the R value in the tech that they're using it for.
All I know is that if China was not accounting for the R value, I think they would have had some mission failures by now. They are able to go to orbit, and they've actually created a space station. They just actually launched 4 people to that space station yesterday.
So you mean SpaceX didn't just blow something up a few weeks ago?
Oh, they did. Are you talking about the Starship launch?
But let's not get too far into the weeds.
Hang on, flat man.
We want to build on a foundation. So the radius value in those measurements aren't classified, I would imagine.
Yeah.
For China's GNC, it absolutely is.
Not about the extras. We're talking about the foundation of the R value. So we'd like to drill. I personally would love to drill into that based off what you said.
What's the R value?
Hold on.
Again,
you said there's lots of studies and measurements. It's very accurate. So let's drill into that first and make sure that's true, and then we can proceed to steering rocket ships and stuff like that. So, do you know about these measurements or anything like that?
No, again, I'll reiterate, I'm not a numbers engineer. I'm not the kind of guy who sits down and calculates the numbers on
neither
GNC.
Is Sasha or myself.
Right, right. All I know, I'm just coming from a position of someone who knows about this stuff. I work with these people who do this stuff, and yeah, they talk about that all the time. R value is extremely important, and it's fundamental to steering.
But you don't know who came first with that values.
You also started by saying,
hold on guys.
Yeah,
let's keep it chill. So that would be, at the moment, it would be like something you believe has been done, or do you know this to be true?
Well, you're talking like what is the R value? Like, is that certified?
Not just the claim itself, but how it was derived. You know, you're saying, I think you said something about it being measured. It's very accurate. So we would love to drill into those measurements, or how it was measured, or who measured it, or what the method was. And you don't have to be an astrophysicist to know this. If you just believe it, that's okay. But you did say you know, so I just kind of asking you to set out a little bit.
You also claimed you were here to explain it to the layman. So here we are, layman.
Right. So again, I'm here to, like, I can tell you more about rockets and how they work, how to get to orbit, things like that. As far as GNC, guidance, navigation, and control goes on rocket, I'm not the expert there. So I'm going to reserve trying to explain that because that is not my specialty.
Well, let me just say this as well. We're not looking for explanations. We're actually looking to verify things like the radius value. So if you have knowledge about that, we'd love to hear more. We don't really need explanations at this point. We're looking to try to prove some stuff like the radius.
So in the case of the Earth being a globe, it would be something pertinent to let's say the engineers and the people that use the proprietary tech to launch a specific vehicle into orbit. You need to know, let's say, I'll say it this way, an established set of measurements of the size of the Earth, the metrics, let's say, right? So we need to establish how they can actually know they're flying around a ball with the set size of dimensions that they say they are. So,
right.
Right. So you get where I'm going, Snackle?
Yeah, a little bit.
So according to you, you have to explain this to the layman, and the layman has to understand that they know that let's say if I'm an investor and I want to make a sizable donation to your company, I want to know if my investment is going to be secure going to a company that's doing exactly what they say they are with the information that's, let's say, made public to everyone. So we have, just for your understanding, the information of the radius, diameter, and circumference is made known to the public. We can all look this up. You can too. It's public. So we're looking at the information saying, okay, they're telling us what the Earth is, as in the size of the Earth, with these values. Now, the people that are using this tech are people that are a part of your company. So now we're at a place where we're saying, okay, so how does that equate to the engineers and the people that use the tech? How do they know, or how can you convey that to the layman that we are actually sending up vehicles with this geometric size of the Earth? Like, how do we know that? Like, how do I know that you're not just taking my money and running away with it?
For one, a lot of these rockets have cameras on them, and that shows direct evidence of the Earth being round, because you can literally see the video feed from the rocket. And I mean, that's just one form of direct evidence from spaceflight. Another one is
literally. You mean the feed from SpaceX that gets cut out and goes to CGI?
Because we need the foundational part first. Before you said it was a very important part. The radius is integral to being able to do all these things. So we need to drill into that foundation of the radius first.
Right.
So
I can go back again, and I can tell you that I'm not the expert there. I've said this 3 times now. So
no, you don't. There's no requirement for you to be an expert to have knowledge.
Actually, for me personally, I don't want to talk about something that I don't have a background in.
Let me just say this, because you claim to have knowledge. So is it okay? Maybe we can.
No, I would just say that I work.
Redub that as you believe the radius has been measured.
Yes, I do.
Okay. But do you agree it's you said it was a very integral part to all these GNC controls and all this stuff like that. So we agree. It is very important.
That's what the smart numbers people tell me. Indeed.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is when we go speak to those smart number people, they typically say the same thing. Well, I actually don't have the information. Someone else does.
Oh, you must not be talking to the right ones. I should get one of my
I know. Well, please, we'd love to hear from everybody. We've talked to astrophysicists, PhDs, high, low, you name it. But the problem is, they all throw each other under the bus. When we present, okay, we spoke to this astrophysicist. Oh, well, he's just one guy. Throw him under the bus. Okay, we spoke to this PhD. Oh, well, he's just another guy. Throw him under the bus. At some point, we have to realize that maybe those people don't have the answers. Those smart guys over there in the corner that have the answers, maybe that's just not real.
I mean, you're talking about the institutional knowledge of generations.
Science communicator.
That's not knowledge, though. That would be belief.
Let me ask him something. If you're admitting that you're clueless, then how are you the gauge of what expertise is necessary?
Once again, we're going into GNC on spacecraft.
Don't have
not
to
my
chuckle.
expertise.
Once again, you don't have to chuckle. If you're clueless, if you're admittedly clueless, how are you the one that dictates the amount of expertise that's necessary to decipher all this bullshit?
Really workaround question there. But once again,
it's a direct question.
I'm not a GNC guy.
It's okay, bro.
I'm happy to answer questions about how rockets work, how do they get to orbit, how orbits work.
The story.
That's my expertise.
We've seen the movies. Listen, if you're clueless, how are you going to continue to interrupt us and dictate to us the amount of expertise that's necessary to decipher all of this? Yeah. Chuckle. If you're clueless, why are you dictating?
I get what Ross is saying. I get what Ross. Well, let's just bring it down.
Yeah, you sound a little upset.
He's just like some people from Boston, they speak that way. Okay, bro. Hold on, guys. Let's just. If you do you think that you would be able to bring one of those people in here? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I could definitely talk to one of the numbers.
Ooh, that would be very, very good. That would be perfect, because then we could show you what we need.
How would you know which one it is?
What?
Yeah, how would you know which one has the expertise?
I think he knows a couple of guys.
That's their title. They work for NASA doing GNC on spacecraft.
Yeah, well, just if you can get him in here, bro, that would be great. We'd love to speak to him.
I see a lot from flat earthers talking about how they're confused that a rocket goes up and it comes.
No, we're not confused. Going sideways. Let me just.
Do you know what I find?
Hold on.
Do you know what I find?
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on, buddy.
Those are the things I'm trying to clear up.
Hold on. We're not confused. We're looking to prove the claims to be true.
So do you know why a rocket goes up and sideways?
Let him finish his point real quick. I know everybody's eager right now. Let's just point for point. We'll get through it.
Yeah, I see a lot of confusion about how
I know
things get to orbit, and that's something I'm trying to clear up.
We're not confused. So let me just clear that up.
So can you explain to me how a rocket gets to orbit?
We're not in it for explanation. Hold on. We're not trying to explain things. I said this earlier. We're looking to either prove these claims to be true or falsify them. So just restating the claims over and over and over and over and over and over again isn't what we do here. We know the claims.
Like, hold on. How a rocket gets to orbit.
Hold on. It needs a radius value. That's what even you said that. It's integral. Very important key part. So
what else?
What we do is drill into the foundation. Do you have that radius to begin with? And if that's not true, then what are you doing then? How is any of this happening if you don't have a radius?
So can you go straight up and get to orbit, or what do you have to do?
What you have to do is have the radius value. So we can't skip past that. That's the foundation. Even you agreed to this. So that's what we're going to do is drill right into that.
I know you're really stuck on the R value.
No, I know I'm not stuck. I'm not stuck, but we just can't skip past it. I don't know if you ever played Monopoly. You don't just like skip past go and then jump around the board.
We've established that's integral.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Oh my God! Hold on, Sasha.
Hold on, Sasha.
It doesn't matter what else you want to ask us they need. Without the radius, you can't go forward.
You just really want to ask me the thing that I'm not an expert in.
You don't have to be an expert. Listen, you don't have to be an expert, bro.
So I'm telling you that me personally, I'm not going to sit here and try and explain something that I'm not an expert in.
There's no requirement for you to.
I don't do that.
Again, Snackle, I already told you, we're not looking for explanation. So it's okay if you don't need to be an expert and explain things. We're not here for that. We're looking for the information, the evidence, the proof of this radius value. That's the starting point. There's no way around that. We can't skip past that.
Okay, well then I can't tell you much because I don't know about it.
Okay, well then let us know if you can grab those people that do know, and then we'll show you that.
Perfect. So now can we move on from the R value?
Maybe they don't actually know though.
Cool. So now can we move on from the R value talk?
I don't know if we can. Because what are we going to do then?
That's kind of weird.
Say we move on to rockets. What are you going to do? Where are you going to cash that in at?
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to give some context to someone who knows about this stuff.
So the context.
I see a lot of confusion out there about how.
There's no confusion, right? We're not confused. So
tell me how a rocket gets to orbit.
Yeah, it needs a radius value.
This is what I mean. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me just finish telling him. We're not confused about what you're going to try to explain to us.
But no one can explain to me how they actually get to orbit.
We're not here for explanations.
Right, but so here's the issue, right? The issue is that they're.
I'd like to clear that up.
I know that I keep getting interrupted even by my team, but just relax, guys. And you as well, Snackle. Just relax. So what we're doing is we're establishing the point from where the rocket is on the ground to the point where it goes into this medium that everyone claims that it goes to, like people that think the Earth is a globe. And we have listeners because we're live streaming on YouTube. So it's very pertinent to the question, how do rockets go into the vacuum of space, like the way they tell us? So we're establishing the foundation of like the size of the Earth first.
Perfect.
We have to, So we have to know if the Earth is purported to be a certain size. So if it's the certain size that they say it is, we're going to say that's fine. You can say whatever you want. We need to verify that's true. And you're saying, well, I don't think we need to know that. We're like, that's important.
Because that's like fundamental. Yeah, it's like fundamental parts of how we know, how to fly things in space.
Right. So if you don't know the size of Earth, then you can't do orbital mechanics. It's impossible. You need to know the radius value, the circumference, the diameter. You need to know this information if you're going to keep moving forward and to say orbital mechanics is a thing. But if you don't have that, then you're saying.
No, we do have that though. We do. That's the thing.
Okay,
these people have that.
What we don't have is the radius.
That's fine. If you're saying if we have it. So all I'm saying is that needs to be verified. So if there's some way that we can all share this information, like people on Earth should, right? We need to share public information saying, okay, it's not a secret that we should all be able to verify the information that the size of the Earth is what they say it is, so that they can let vehicles leave this Earth and go into orbit with orbital mechanics.
So because what they're not doing is spraying and praying this technology into the sky. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Exactly. And one thing I guess I could say, again, I'm going to reiterate that I'm not the expert on this stuff, but for measuring the radius of the Earth, one of the simplest ways of doing that is looking at shadows and measuring the length of shadows versus time.
You are not an expert, that is for sure.
Well, what I would recommend is
just said that. Thanks.
How about measuring surface itself? How about
Guys,
that?
Calm down. Let's address what he's claiming. No. But you can't. We're not going to shift away from what he's claiming. So let's address what he's saying.
Who did that like back in the 17th century?
I was just going to tell you. If you search in the server search bar, and you can open this up in a browser or tab and look at us up elsewhere. But Eratosthenes has been thoroughly fleshed out. We've discussed this topic very, very much in this server, and I'm sure it's been discussed. Well, just pop it open. You can see that.
I'm interested to read what crackpot theories you guys got on.
Hold
on. It's not.
I actually searched this the other day just for ha-has. Today, as a matter of fact, 7,000 times the word Eratosthenes has been typed in the server, so we're very familiar with it.
And it's not discussion of just us. There's people who are globe earthers who discuss it as well. So it's not just a bunch of crackpipe theories. It's what the claim is. 2 sticks. Shadows, you're measuring the shadows, you got parallel rays. Well, this isn't just some crack pipe theory, this is the claim. So I don't know why would you dub it that though? I don't know why you would say that. If you don't even know what it is.
Oh, again, I could say this 100 times. I'm not an expert in GNC on spacecraft.
It's okay, brother.
I don't know how our value is added into GNC. I am simply here to help clear up any confusion anyone has about how the spacecraft goes from the ground into orbit, docks to the ISS, docks to a different space station, goes to the moon. Any of that kind of stuff. Happy to answer any question.
Yeah, but you're confused. So how are you going to do that?
All right, so we can start. So when you go into space, right, you're going to be going up through the atmosphere. There's no oxygen up there. So that means you have to bring the oxygen with you.
Hold on, let him go.
Wow. So rockets have to have liquid propellant, usually also solid propellant, but they have to bring the oxidizer with them, seeing that there's no oxygen in the upper atmosphere. So for most rockets, that's in the form of like a liquid propellant, like kerosene, hydrogen, and liquid oxygen. Those are the 2 propellants that are used in the rocket. They burn together, they go up, they do what's called the gravity turn. They have to go sideways 17,500 miles an hour in order to reach orbital velocity. Right, so in order to go to orbit, you can't just go straight up, otherwise you'd fall back down. You have to fall around the Earth, which means extreme sideways velocity, which is just you turn on your rocket engine sideways and you go really fast relative to the horizon of the Earth. That allows you to constantly fall around the Earth. So let's say the ISS, which is currently at an altitude of, it's like 90 miles. If you were to stop the forward momentum...
Stop. Okay, I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. You're telling us a story, you don't even know the fucking story, bro.
Okay, I got the mileage wrong.
The ISS is supposed to get 250 miles or 400 miles.
I just looked that one up. You're right, 250 miles.
But why are you, quote-unquote, educating us when your education is currently Googling it?
I don't work for NASA. I don't know the numbers.
Do you think that we don't know any of the things you're telling us and that you're educating us?
No, I'm trying to tell you how it gets to orbit.
You're telling us a story, the story that you learned from somebody else you have no first-hand knowledge of, and you don't know anybody that's personal.
Oh, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with my own eyes.
So you've seen a rocket go up into space with your own eyes.
I have indeed. You should go to Florida and see it. It's really cool.
Yeah, so they take a parabolic arc, right? They go on a
gravity turn. Yep. Yeah, it has to go sideways.
You can call it whatever you want, right? But you don't see a rocket actually go to space. It's out of sight way before it goes to space, right?
No, so it depends on when it launches. So if it launches close to sunset, what happens is the rocket will take off. It'll go up and it'll start going sideways, usually easterly, because that helps with the rotation of the Earth. You actually get a little bit more performance out of the rocket.
God damn,
but
story time again.
So if you launch right before sunset, the rocket itself will travel into the sunlight, even though you're in the darkness, and you get this, that we call it the twilight effect, where you can see the plume of the rocket illuminated by the sun and you can actually see the gases reacting in 0G from the ground.
In 0G?
Yeah, you can see the mist floating away very slowly from the rocket.
It's not less gravity in space, too. It's not 0G.
It's microgravity, you're correct.
Okay, so you're in free fall. That's the claim. You're in free fall. That's 0G.
Yeah, you're falling around.
What are the indicators that it's in space?
So once again, you can visually confirm this by watching a rocket launch.
Yeah, what does space look like? What does space look? No, you're inferring something. Okay, you're inferring. You have a story in your head of what indicates space.
No,
I want to know. You said you see a rocket go to space.
Exactly.
What was the demarcation of not space to space? What was the demarcation?
Sure. So there's this thing called the Kármán line, where it's the generally recognized line of
political
space.
Line. Yeah.
It really is a political line. Yeah. Like I would argue that if you're below the Kármán line, you're still technically in space, but the atmosphere slowly tapers off as you increase in altitude.
Mm-hmm. So is that it? Space? That's space.
So yeah, 100 kilometers is the generally recognized Kármán line for once you go above that.
You've seen a rocket go 100 kilometers in the air with your eyes. How did you measure that altitude? How did you measure that altitude?
I didn't measure the altitude, but I can tell you that.
How did you know it was in space? How did you know how far away it was or how high it was?
You can literally see the microgravity.
So you can measure things with your eyes. You can measure distances and altitudes with your eyeballs.
Yeah, he saw it with his own eyes, so he knows how high.
No, I want to get to the substance of the matter. Like you can measure how far away it was.
Do I have media privileges? Can I post videos in the chat?
We've seen them all. You your media brainwashing shit ain't gonna work, dude. You claim you saw a rocket go to space.
Yeah, no, you can see, you can visibly see the outgassing. Are you going to keep interrupting me?
No, because you came in here to spill a story, dude, and I'm sick of the story.
Yeah, I'm here for a civil discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm trying to get. You don't have the knowledge to answer any questions.
Yeah, you're getting upset. It's okay. Calm down.
No, nobody's upset.
He's not upset. He's just from Boston, all right? Side dog.
Yeah, I'm just a city boy, dude. This is how I talk. So, nobody's upset. I'm trying to get to the substance of your claim that you saw a rocket go to space. You can't tell visually if a rocket goes to space or not. That's a fact. It's not my subjective opinion. That's a fact.
So I posted a video in the live stream voice channel. This is what I'm talking about. It's called the twilight effect. When the sunlight's illuminating the plume of the rocket while you are sitting in darkness on Earth. And this allows you to visually confirm that the rocket is in microgravity.
Okay, so this happens to airplanes. So airplanes in space? This happens to clouds. Are clouds in space?
This happens to contrails at the horizon during sunset. Yes, it's another effect of the sunlight hitting something that's a little bit further away.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessitate space, right?
So the difference is that the outgassing and the contrail of that airplane is not affected by microgravity. It doesn't look and appear to be floating slowly away, right? That's what I'm trying to say here, is that you can visually see the lack of gravity in the form of outgassing being illuminated by the sun at a large distance from where you're standing.
How does this indicate a lack of gravity? And you're wrong about the lack of gravity anyway. We already covered that.
You can see it. I don't know what else to say. Watch the video.
Everything. Yeah, listen, I've seen these videos. We've done this many times before. And all you're trying to do is just repeat your story as if somehow that gives it some factual validity. Okay? It doesn't. Okay? You've seen a plume of gas.
Yeah, and it's moving extremely slowly. If you were in atmosphere, that plume would quickly dissipate and it would fall behind the rocket.
A contrail? How quickly? The contrails don't dissipate. They're illuminated even though you're in darkness.
I'm not talking about the trail itself dissipating. I'm talking about the speed.
Listen, I'm using your evidence for space, and I'm using a counterexample called an aircraft that gives the speed.
I think I might
will you actually stop over-talking me?
I think I might just mute you because you keep wanting to overtalk me.
Yeah, I'm the admin. You can't mute me. I'll just kick you the fuck out.
All right, well, then do that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said,
listen, I'm trying to ask the question, and you're talking over me because you know you fucked up. Okay, so this is why you're talking over me. An airplane has the same visual effects, the same visuals. Does an airplane go to space? Yes or no?
So once again, you're confused on the difference.
Is your
here.
airplane going to space? Yes or no?
So answer the question.
I'm not talking about the trail itself dissipating. I'm talking about the speed at which that trail leaves the rocket. When you see a contrail being formed directly behind the airplane engines, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how long it takes for that trail to dissipate into the atmosphere. Okay, that's what I'm trying to clear up here.
Okay, give me the distinction between what we see with a rocket, right? When you see an airplane that's high in altitude, right, and it's illuminated by the sun when you're in darkness, and your contrail is illuminated by the sun and it's in darkness, and this rocket that's in space, what are the visual differences that we can see?
Right. I was just getting to that. So on an airplane, when it's in the atmosphere, if you look right behind the engines, maybe with the telescope or binoculars, you can see the speed as to which that off-gassing turns into condensation, right? So you can see
the speed. How do we do? No, dude. How do we measure the speed by looking at it?
I'm not talking about measuring speed here. I'm just talking about visual confirmation.
And how do you see speed? I'm asking you a question. How do you see speed?
Right, so the outgassing off the rocket moves slower once you leave the atmosphere. It almost looks like
slower measured how? Relative to what?
Relative to when it took off the ground. You can watch it go all the way from the ground and into space, and by the time it goes into the atmosphere...
Now you're repeating your same claim that it's in space. No. You're trying to prove it's in space. That's what you're trying to prove, right?
Well, this is another thing you can see.
And you're saying it looks different at this point than the other point, and you can tell the gas is coming out faster than the other way, but you're not actually measuring it, you're just looking at it. So
all this stuff is also being measured from telemetry off the rocket, right? It's not like they're not measuring that. I'm just saying as a viewer, when you go to see a rocket launch, you're not getting any of that telemetry, right? Like you can't tune in and hear, like you can hear the call outs from the live stream.
Yeah, okay. That has nothing to do with you seeing a rocket go to space. You've never seen a rocket go to space. You've imagined it in your head. You saw a rocket go in the sky and take a parabolic arc, and you imagined it going into space, but you didn't see it go into space.
Why are you confused about the parabolic arc? That's a fundamental part.
Bro. I'm not confused about it.
Why did you mention it?
Because that's what you actually see. I'm describing reality, the reality of what you see.
Why is that something you have to bring up? That's a fundamental part of going to orbit.
So what?
So you seem
can you take a parabolic arc and not go into orbit?
If you don't do a parabolic arc, you're definitely not going to orbit.
Okay, can you take a parabolic arc and not go into orbit?
Yes, you can. Suborbital craft.
So a parabolic arc is not an indication of spaceflight. The gassing is not an indication of spaceflight. The sun on the freaking rocket is not an indication of spaceflight. You have giving me nothing that's actually an indication of spaceflight, other than you think in your head that somehow these are indicators of spaceflight. Because we have counter examples where it is not spaceflight, but we see these things.
So, like a suborbital launch where it just goes up.
Here we go, right back into the story.
He just steamrolls.
Right back into the story, man.
You've already contradicted yourself, though. You said standing from one position, you can see something go to space, but in the next breath, you said that it has to go around the Earth to get to space. So
that's not what I said at all. So
I'll rewind the tape. I'll rewind it. I mean, this is all recorded, so I didn't just make that.
Go for it. No, where did I say that you have to go all the way around the Earth in order to go to space?
He also introduced a telescope into the equation.
Yeah, like looking at airplane contrails are easier to see with a telescope or binoculars. Yep.
It doesn't tell you that it's going around the Earth. It just tells you that it's going up and coming down.
No. So, okay, let me clear that up. So, when an orbital rocket takes off, right, it usually has at least two stages of the rocket. It takes off the ground. It starts doing a gravity turn. By the time it is leaving the horizon from your perspective, it's already burning its second stage engine. It's already in space. It has to continue burning that engine for a little while in order to go into orbit. Then it's in orbit and it'll continue to go around the Earth. But you can see it from Florida. You can see it get to space. It just isn't orbital yet. It has to continue burning its engine.
Claim that you have no evidence for. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I typed it in the chat. Instead of just repeating the claims, this is one of the first things I mentioned when you joined, is that we don't need just to hear the claims over and over and over and over and over again, which is what you're doing. I've called this a claim repeater. What we're looking is to stick to things that you can actually prove. So what of any of this can you actually verify or validate? That's what we want to know. So far, we can't validate the radius. So right now, we're launching things off the Earth that isn't even a globe to begin with. So that's already a big problem. But Can you present anything that's actual evidence?
You can't tell.
Right now you're
Let me just clear this up.
I'll give him this. I learned something new from him today. Never heard that term before.
Yeah. So visually, you can't gauge. You can't gauge the speed visually by looking at something. You can't gauge its size, and you can't gauge its distance.
So I mean, like I already went over just like the direct evidence of photos and videos from
that would be
in space. But we could go into like circumnavigation too, and like how the fact that people hundreds of thousands of people have.
I have to say this, Snackle. One thing you're forgetting here is that we gave you this one out that you wanted to talk about your rockets going into space, but we didn't even cover how the radius value was even discovered.
We're going back to the radius value.
We never left. We gave you the out because you wanted.
What are you launching these rockets from?
Look, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. I want to ask him a question. Do you think right now, Snackle, you're making falsifiable claims that can be proven wrong?
As far as like the Earth being round, is that your question?
No, the claims your so-called evidence you're falsifying. You think your claims are falsifiable, meaning we can do a test that could potentially prove them wrong.
No. Like I'm.
Okay, so it's pseudoscience, right?
You can't. No, like I was getting at a second ago. There's like thousands of people who have circumnavigated the globe.
Yeah, we know that.
Do you think that everyone at
NASA, going in a circle,
everyone in space?
You're getting into
so now the sociology argument. Like now we're in infantile land.
All of them are in on the sea.
Sorry, we're looking for actual evidence, not your lack of motive. Well, we're looking to validate things earlier. Remember, you said, well, you've already shown us evidence. So how do we validate that evidence then?
I was just getting to that, but you cut me off.
You weren't. You were getting into motive.
Just getting to a lot of things. First it was story time. Now it's I can't believe they would all lie.
So you're asking me for direct evidence that can.
You haven't presented any.
I was just going to, but you muted me.
No, you weren't.
Can I get to my point? Or are you
you got to start with the things you can prove and validate, because so far you've only been
circumnavigation.
Hold on.
Does circumnavigation work on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
No, because you won't end up at the same spot again. Right? That's a very simple fact.
Address that.
Circle.
You don't even listen. Hold on. Can we go back? Look, unmute him. You don't even know how we think circumnavigation works, and you're saying that circumnavigation don't work on a flat Earth.
Correct. Yeah, with the position of the stars.
You don't even know.
If you don't even know, flat Earth circumnavigation would not work. Yeah, that's
okay. Prove that. I want the geometric proof.
Yeah, remember I said stick to things that you can prove.
I want the geometric proof that circumnavigation does not work on a flat Earth.
I mean, I guess go back and look at like reports from everyone who's circumnavigated the globe.
Like Magellan? Is Magellan a good one? Like Magellan?
So are all those people? Did they just
like Magellan? So I just posted Magellan's route on a flat plane in the chat.
He couldn't even appeal to someone. He didn't even know who to appeal to.
You understand that would not work with the position of the stars, correct?
Who did you appeal to? Who did you appeal?
Why would that not work with the position of the stars?
Because the position of the stars, we turn on a globe around an axis pointing toward Polaris.
You're just repeating the claims, dude.
This is not a claim.
You can't even see Polaris from these locations. So what are you talking about?
So how do you think Magellan was able to circumnavigate the globe? How do you think they found their way? No, he used the stars.
They didn't know about the southern stars. So how do you use the southern stars?
What are you talking about? Yeah, they knew about the stars.
The southern stars.
Are we talking about the same person here?
The southern stars. Are you not listening? The southern stars.
Yeah, he was able to use the position of the stars in the southern and northern hemispheres to circumnavigate the globe.
Okay, so without a nautical almanac for the positions of the southern stars, how did he use the southern stars to navigate? The southern stars were cataloged for 300 years after Magellan. What the fuck are you talking about?
I wouldn't say that at all. The ancient Egyptians actually knew a lot about the southern hemisphere and the positions of the stars in the sky. In fact, they built giant monoliths representing them on Earth. So I don't know where.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's totally story time, bro.
That's not story time. It's like basic history.
Basic history.
How long people have known about the stars?
Hold on. What's the primary source for this?
Citation.
Yeah, citation, please. That the Egyptians knew the positions of the stars? I don't know, go look at the Great Pyramids.
No, you said the southern stars. You said the southern stars.
Yeah, so they have elaborate drawings on caves of the
map. On caves?
That's not a citation.
I muted him. I have to stop him. Snackle, post a citation in live stream voice text so we can all see from what you're saying. Because right now it sounds like you're making shit up on the spot. Please post it in live stream voice text, your claim. That's all.
Okay, let me grab one real quick.
And not a claim of somebody else's claim. Primary evidence for it.
Yeah, the only reason why it's getting like this because we're just making claims rain out the short bus window like Monopoly money. We're asking you to find a claim that you can actually verify.
And this is why we need the arena back. This is the exact reason. This exact fucking situation.
Well, he said he was going to bring one of his co-workers that are engineers and stuff in here, so I'd like to see that.
Yeah, like that's another one of my big questions. It's like, you know, because I don't think a lot of people grasp just how many people work in the space realm, in the space industry.
Like you, and you don't know anything.
Well, so in order for any of this to work, and you know, if
you need
was truly hiding that there was a flat Earth from everybody, that would be a lot of people in on the secret. We're talking hundreds of thousands of people.
First of all, that is a false claim. Your idea that there has to be millions of people lying about the shape of the Earth is idiotic.
Why?
Because they are believers.
Because nobody has firsthand knowledge.
They all are receiving the telemetry from the spacecraft directly from the antennas.
Wow. Telemetry, so they look at a screen.
Yeah, they got like extremely crazy antennas at NASA. They can actually
NASA gives them, right? And NASA's Deep Space Network gives them the position of the satellites, right?
TDRS and dissent, yep.
Yeah, okay. So how do I know this? Because we've talked to people about satellites before. Still, no first-hand knowledge.
Okay, so there we go. So
there's still no first-hand knowledge, right?
There is first-hand knowledge. So you have this cool thing.
So first-hand knowledge of looking at a screen generated by a third party.
No.
You have no idea.
So there's these cool people called amateur radio astronomers. They have their own antennas, their own setups, where they're able to receive telemetry off a spacecraft with no connection to NASA, no connection to any spacefaring nation. They individually.
More claims.
It's not a claim. There are hundreds of these people out there. You want me to give you some?
Now hundreds, maybe there's even millions. Do they have any first-hand knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
They're able to directly verify that things are in orbit by hearing them from their own antennas.
No. They're not directly verifying anything. They're picking up a signal within the antenna.
Directly verifying it.
No, they're not. They're picking up a signal on the antenna, and the signal tells them something, right?
They're able to use things like the Doppler effect.
Yes.
Okay, now you're just making shit up. They're not using the Doppler effect. You fucking know it, okay? So just stop making shit up. You're just throwing shit against the wall.
That's
why don't you just show your side? Listen, how many times are you going to be asked for evidence? You just make claims for no evidence.
He was able to independently verify the flight of Artemis 1.
Where's the Egyptian citation? You said we're going to talk about the Southern Stars.
Yeah, this is story time with you. Like, it's a lot of story, but zero evidence. Why is that?
I've given.
No, you've given us lots of claims. Like you've given us 30. You've given us 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 claims. The evidence for those claims is zero, but the claims, there's plenty of those.
So here, I'll post one of the Twitters of this amateur astronomer. This guy was actually able to independently verify the flight of Artemis 1.
Where are the Egyptians now? No.
So he picked up a signal in the antenna.
He independently is able to verify a lot of things.
Dude, what happened to your claim that you were going to verify?
No. He didn't verify.
You were going to verify the Egyptians. Remember that? What happened to that? That one I was waiting for. You just kept.
I know we're so far past that now.
Yeah, I know. We're like going from topic to topic over and over. Like you guys just can't stay.
No, because this is called gish gallop. See, we know what you're doing. We're used to this. It's called gish gallop.
I'm not doing anything. I'm happy to explain.
No, you're gish galloping. You can't actually. As soon as we ask for evidence for any specific claim, you change the subject. And then we ask for evidence about that claim, you change the subject. And then you ask for evidence about the next claim, and all the while, you're just gish galloping. Go Google, since you know how to Google, go Google what gish gallop is. You're doing it. We're used to it.
You ever seen the ISS flyover?
So here we go.
He did it again. Just did it again.
Doing it again.
Yeah, Snackle, you're correct. You're correct. You're not doing anything. But what you're trying to do is snicker and laugh every time we talk. We try to bring
you
up.
You guys are fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Listen to you guys. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Fish scallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments with no regard for the accuracy or strength of those arguments. That's you.
Any value.
Gish scallop.
Yeah, you guys are like very defensive on this stuff. Like, I think you need to be like a more.
Teaching you what gish scallop means.
I think you need to be a little
Stop
bit
tone
more
policing and
open-minded.
listen to the words being spoken.
We used to all be Globers, you clown.
Hey, Snackle, your tone policing is tired. Listen, you're the one who giggles and snickers every time we bring up the actual topic of the server. Whether or not this Earth we stand upon is a spheroid. You want to act like that's a joke and talk about stuff that we've seen on TV already. You're not the first one telling this fairy tale. Do you think we live under a rock? Do you think we live under a rock?
It's funny. Co-partner, dude. Co-partner.
No,
hey, maybe you can find maybe you can spend the next 30 days finding the evidence for the claims you made.
Man, you guys are a joke.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about us instead of the topic because that's what you have to do.
You guys are
no choice.
Guy. Why are you
Before this goes crazy, could I ask him a question very quickly? Just very quickly, old host. Give me a second. Snackle, are you there?
They muted me. Oh, yes, you sound civilized.
Yeah.
Please ask. Ask away.
Just quickly, Snackle. Would you agree that all of us on Earth experience a flat horizon and a motionless Earth?
No.
No. Which part do you not agree with? The
We're
flat
not
horizon?
on a motionless Earth, and we don't have a flat horizon.
He said experience.
Yeah. I said what we experience, right? When you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, don't you?
Yeah. Like as you can only see about 12 miles.
So what about emotion? Do you experience motion?
We see a flat horizon, and what about the motion? Do you feel that? Experience that?
No, you can't feel it because it's
okay. Well, we don't need the caveat.
So we experience a flat and motionless Earth, yeah?
From our perspective, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So then if someone was to come along and say, hey, that flat horizon, it's actually curved, and the ground is actually in motion, we would need someone to prove that, yeah?
Well, yeah, you don't have a reference point to see. Like right now, we're spinning and going extremely fast through space.
So what's the proof
since
for that?
That motion is constant, we can't feel a difference.
That's false. That's false.
Right. Wait. So we need someone to prove that. So let's start with the curvature. Who measured that?
It was first done in the laboratory in the 18th century by
a laboratory.
Yeah. They measured the two masses. It was the first study to directly measure gravity.
Of the Earth. No, the curvature of the Earth. I said.
Oh, you got to clean out the earwax, Snackle.
I don't remember. Yeah, no, you guys. Wasn't it the guy we were talking about earlier?
No.
He didn't
do anything in the lab.
Hold on. We're asking, right, we experience a flat Earth. You agreed. Someone's come along and said, hey, it's actually curved. Who measured that?
I think it was one of the guys looking through a telescope, looking at the motion of stars and planets.
No. I'm talking about the Earth. No, the Earth.
Right.
The curvature of the Earth.
Right. By looking at the motion of the stars and planets, you can determine that the Earth.
No. I'm asking about drop over distance on the ground. You can't look at that. You can't look into the sky and find drop over a distance on the ground. I'm asking who's measured drop over a distance.
Using Airy's failure to prove movement of the Earth.
Hold on.
So the way
ask everybody to shut up so Wolfgang can finish, please.
Guys, we're talking about drop over a distance, like at a lake or something, right? Who's measured that?
Oh, plenty of people. You can do it with a camera and a ship on the horizon.
Okay, well, no, I'm asking who's measured the drop over a distance, not looking at an object in the distance and speculating about it. Who's measuring that drop?
Once again, like anyone with a camera, an ocean, and a boat can do that themselves.
Could you give? No. Well, give us a name of someone who measured that drop over a distance.
Let me go find one. There's plenty of them. 1 second.
Okay.
I've never measured with a camera.
When did we let the occult convention to the live stream?
Well, I just want to throw out there just a pro tip again for Snacko. I would recommend stick to things that you know that you can support without having to Google it on the fly.
That was my whole point coming in here. Is I was going to talk about like rockets, because that's my.
You
guys really want to go into like R values and like how to measure.
We're just trying to hold you accountable. That's all.
You know someone's measured the curvature of a lake, so let's just go and get the name and we'll check it out.
Curvature of a lake. I love it.
You got that?
Hey guys, what's up?
Roger.
Oh, what's up?
Love you, man. How you been?
Yeah, man.
No way. Is this Roger back?
I'm doing. Yeah.
Oh, Roger, you're just in time.
Yeah,
I was just about to get a measurement of a curved lake.
I was wondering if you could get the one with the boat and the red and blue stripes.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. That's going to get
that one. Right?
Large vessel over the horizon, viewed from Hope Cove. Okay, so what was the observer height of that one?
Camera. They have in the description their camera location with coordinates.
What's the elevation height above sea level?
Not sure, but again, this is something you can go do if you have a camera and a boat.
You said it has been done.
A measurement of the curvature.
Yeah, it's been done by like millions of people.
So who? we need that. We're not saying like how can it be done.
Something like very simple.
No. Listen,
we'll go get that then.
Don't you think we've ever done this before, dude?
Do any of you live near the water?
Yes, I live on the ocean. I've done it.
You said it has been done, so we're looking for that evidence.
This guy just said he did it. What was your observation?
You're changing the subject.
I watched the boat sail. Well, I'll give him to him. I watched the boat sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, and it never went over the horizon.
That's crazy. Do you have video of that?
I have pictures of it taken with an iPhone camera.
I'd love to see it. You might be the first one to ever observe that.
Dude, that's nonsense. Dude, I can't even believe you just said that.
He's trying to shift it. He's trying to shift it.
Can I see the picture? Can you send it?
Yeah, I'm gonna post him in the live stream, but until I post it, deal with it. Okay, please.
He's really good at.
We gotta hold you accountable.
Really good at playing stupid. You're gonna win.
Okay.
So have none of you done this?
Hold on,
Snacko. Chill. So Snacko, if we're going to talk about a measurement of the Earth's surface and the curvature or lack thereof, we need to know observer height. We need to know distance being observed. We need to know these details to know what the expected drop over a distance is, to know that that's what's there. Yeah?
Correct.
So you've just given us something that you don't know any of those details for. So do you have someone
the picture that was just posted in general, you can see that you can't see to the bottom of the hole of that boat.
Sorry.
I wonder why that is.
That's not a direct. That's just your inference. We're looking for direct evidence.
I'm looking at the direct photo.
Are you talking about what I just posted?
Yeah, Indio.
That ship is supposed to be 420 feet under the horizon.
And you can directly see the line of the water above the hull of the boat.
You shouldn't even see the boat at all. Like, it's for real.
Dude, are you okay?
You see the line?
Why is the boat there?
Sorry.
Because the hull of the boat has gone below the level. Boats are
right. So it's only the hull. Only the hull has gone below the horizon.
So that boat's 400 and something feet tall.
Wait, guy. So if only the hull has gone below the horizon there, then the globe is debunked. Because it's supposed to be not
lensing effects that can like zoom.
Okay. So now you're going to make excuses about why this boat is seen, but in reality, you are supposed to be finding us a measurement of the curvature, not making excuses as to why we're not observing it. So who was it that measured the curvature?
I don't know. I'm a space guy. I'm a nerd on space stuff.
Right. You can't have space unless
you guys have any questions about that? I'm happy to answer. Otherwise,
where'd you get R? Yeah, where'd you get R? That's my question.
You need the curvature before you have space.
I'll try to get one of my numbers guys on here. But
please do.
Until then.
Yeah.
You had better.
Any questions about rockets
guess
and how
what?
things go to work?
Listen, Guy, we don't have questions about rockets because literally everything that you have to say about them, everything you have to say.
Oh, so you
about
came here to propagandize or proselytize?
No, I came to
your purpose. You came here to proselytize your religion.
No, I came here to give context on something that I can actually speak for. But if you guys
don't know anything about it, you actually don't even know anything about it.
Snackle, this is a learning moment for you, though. You've just admitted you don't know who's measured the curve. Why wouldn't you want to go and find that out?
Because that's not what I came here to talk about. But again, if you guys have any questions about that,
you came here with an agenda. That's what you're saying.
Belief about the
For
Earth is
sure.
fundamental.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
He said for sure.
Snackle, come back another time. You're welcome.
Bring your engineer guy back in here.
Hey, Snackle, come back when you've done more than watch a Discovery Channel documentary.
I make money doing this stuff.
Okay. Someone's getting ripped the fuck off.
You make money not knowing what you're talking about.
Tyson Alley.
Just bring someone who
You make money doing this stuff, but you thought the ISS was at 90 miles elevation.
Yeah, again, I don't work for NASA. I need to refresh on my fun facts.
Anything can orbit 90 miles.
Neither do we. We don't work for NASA
That's
either.
not
We know
even
this
the
stuff.
common line, which you said.
If I was a communicator for NASA and I didn't know that, I'd probably get fired.
Okay, what?
Probably
will.
I didn't know.
You came in here, you tried to bait something that you don't know anything about. It almost worked, but it didn't.
Well, Snackle, you just agreed.
Just because you played Kerbal Space Program a couple times, don't mean
you
shit.
should all go play that game. Great game.
Well, hold on, Snackle. You just agreed
guys
that
will
you
learn our
experience a flat Earth. You experience a flat Earth, and you don't know who's measured curve. So really, you're in a bit of a pickle there.
You're a believer.
Again,
I think
I'm not here to talk about
this guy. This isn't. This
we're not here to talk about.
That's your fundamental premise, though. You can't talk about anything else.
Feel free to just if you guys ever have questions about rockets, feel free to PM me.
Yeah, but everything that you have to say about rockets is invalid without the
Exactly. Don't play Kerbal. You'll probably learn a lot more playing that.
Yeah,
game
because that's how John Glenn got to space, right? Because they played Kerbal.
Game.
He was
your engineering
orbital,
friend
but
in here,
no.
Snackle. Bring your engineering.
Dude,
we want to talk.
this dude's funny, man.
Yeah,
Dude, you're like all around covered. Spitting Scientology, bro. Like Jerry Falwell or something, dude. You're fucking all in the cult, aren't you? You're all in.
Yeah,
I would say that.
Do you realize that you have no first-hand knowledge about anything you're saying, and you don't know anybody that does?
Yeah, I used to be all in on the globe. Yeah, you can't say that about me.
You know somebody that saw the Earth as a ball. Who?
Yeah, bring their ass in here. Bring them in here.
Multiple astronauts.
Yeah, he claimed to be friends with 5
I've seen the Earth as a ball, so you know the Apollo guys.
No. I haven't talked to any Apollo guys, but I've talked to 4 or 5 people who flew on the space shuttle.
Okay, that's not high enough to see the Earth as a ball. So anybody that's seen the Earth as a ball.
On the space shuttle, you were high enough to see the Earth as a ball.
No, you're not. Do the math, dude. Do the math. You're not high enough. Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
Do the math, brother. Do the math.
You can't with one field of view. You can't just look and see the whole Earth as a ball. No, that's Apollo and soon to be Artemis.
Okay, so you don't know anybody that's done it. So that's the point. You don't have any first-hand knowledge. You don't know anybody with any first-hand knowledge. So this goes back to what I was trying to bring up.
There was only 12 people that went to the moon. You know that, right?
Oh, really? So we should put all our eggs in that basket, the 12-person basket.
Yeah, those are the only people we ever sent to the moon.
No, that's how we should live our life. We should go, these 12 people, no way they're lying. We should all fucking think the Earth is a ball because these people, no, these 12 people.
So in low Earth orbit, you can see the curvature.
Yeah, why don't you just answer the question? No, you can't, dude.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so
no, you can't. Do the math, dude.
You're saying we experience a flat Earth. No one's measured curve, but we can believe these 12 people.
That's awesome, guys.
So the space shuttle flew.
My goodness. No, that you're fine. He's obviously a space guy. Why are we just not taking space away from him?
Yeah, Jedi, do space with him. That would be funny.
Oh, it would be funny. My friend, you seem to like space a lot, right?
Yeah. That's what I work on.
That's fine. Moon missions and remote control cars.
I work on space. Sorry.
I know
Dude, the
you're
shit
fine.
coming out of this guy's mouth is so absurd. It's like it's borderline. Like I think he's trolling. Quite honestly.
Well, I mean,
let's let Jedi do the space one.
We'll get there. I mean, we could. This is the point, my friend. We could argue the minutiae about every single story we are told about space. Right? Like I said, moon missions, whatever NASA say that they do when they go to the vacuum of space. You see, the thing is, we've got a problem with the vacuum of space because it appears to violate laws of nature.
How so?
Well, let's put it like this. You know, entropy. You know, it increases. Within the heliocentric model, they appeal to a decrease in entropy, as in a violation in the second law of thermodynamics. For example, well, let me explain, and maybe you can tell me no afterwards, because I haven't quite got there yet. Because the violation is the air that you breathe, and it is uncontained from the vacuum of space. The Earth is declared to be an open system. And when we have an open system, that means there's nothing physically keeping the matter here.
What, do you just not believe in gravity?
Oh, I mean, would you suggest that we could even have a scientific experiment and observation of a natural phenomena where gravity is actually acting on gas? Because gravity is just the direction downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
No, gravity affects all matter, all molecules, including air molecules.
You're just making claims.
That's not a claim. That's like certified science.
Then you would be able to certify it and present the science.
It is, yeah. It's certified in plenty of papers.
You would be able to
gravity
present
affects air molecules.
You can't present that.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold
I
on.
can.
Let Jedi go. Let Jedi go.
You're elucidating to the same point. He is correct when you're saying you are making just declarations, because the observation of gas is it moves freely and randomly in all directions. The consequent of containing gas is gas pressure. If you don't have something physically containing gas, then entropy will increase and the gas will fill the vacuous space outside the Earth. The
You're just
vacuum of
not accounting for gravity because it affects air molecules.
You would have to demonstrate that.
Gravity and air density is like extensively studied for generations. I don't know what to tell you there.
But
Like,
you can't
can go
present.
read
You
countless
can't present what you're saying.
studies. Do you want me to go find you some sources on gravity and air density?
No, what I would like you to do is you to do is, one, provide a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or two, and you can as well, point to a phenomena where gas is attracted to mass, and only going downwards where, when we look at gas, it travels freely and randomly in all directions. So if you can give me a phenomena to start the scientific experiment with, that would be great. Or you can prove gravity, and then I'd get, maybe if I gave it to you, I could still point at the gas and say, well, gravity's not affecting the gas then.
Well, okay, I guess, yeah, the first one was the Cavendish experiment. I just looked this up, by the way. This was Henry Cavendish. That was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses. That was in 1797.
What was the hypothesis? What was the hypothesis?
If you want to go research the Cavendish experiment, I'll leave that up to you. I'm just saying that this is established science. And
questions. Very quickly, before you ramble off and you think you're going to say what you think I'm going to do, no. I'm going to ask you for the hypothesis, because within the question is your answer. There isn't one, so therefore it's not a scientific experiment. Go on, carry on.
You're saying there's not a hypothesis in the Cavendish experiment?
Or you could present it.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yes. Give me the dependent and independent variable, please, of the Cavendish experiment. Say it correctly. Cavendish. Give me the independent and dependent variable. Give me the supposition into the cause and effect relationship. Where's the
I was just looking up like what was the first experiment to confirm gravity.
So,
that's established science.
That's fine. I appreciate this is probably your first foray into this subject. Ultimately, no, Cavendish is not an experiment. Like I said, I ask these questions for specific reasons. If you know what science is, you will know that this is not an experiment. You will also notice that when you said the first, so there's more than one, you'll notice that the second one isn't the same as the first one, because the first one that you mentioned hasn't scientifically been proven. This is why it was superseded by Einstein over 108 years ago. That would be the bending and warping of space-time. So,
right, relativity.
Yeah. So don't give me the one that's old and busted that they haven't proven. Obviously, understanding logical consistency, there's another one that you're going to give me because they couldn't prove the first one. So don't give me the first one then.
But you can independently verify as well relativity just by looking at the photos from the James Webb Space Telescope.
No. The place that you're talking about, space, seems to be violating natural law, and the thing that you're trying to prove at the moment still isn't observably affecting gas. There is not a decrease in entropy because of your fantasy gravity. Gravity has not been scientifically proven. If you want to go into Einstein's, that's just math, not scientific experiment, so no experiment for
Right, relativity is still not a law, but it's fundamental to the way we understand physics and the way our planet works. In fact, it was recently confirmed again from the James Webb Space Telescope visually.
Do you understand what a decrease in entropy is? Do you understand what a decrease in entropy is?
What I'm getting at, you're trying to say here is that all the air should just fly off the Earth. That's what I've been getting from what you're saying.
I know laws of nature.
Open loop. You think all the air should just fly into space? Am I correct?
Okay. According to laws of nature that seem to work quite simply, you are correct. I believe in those laws of nature. Yes. Do you not?
In order for that to make sense, you have to completely disregard the effect of gravity on air molecules.
Which you haven't presented.
So do you know why it's hard to breathe in Denver?
Dude, you haven't proven it yet. You're just declaring it. I've kind of tried to run you through that you've got no scientific experiment for it. Even if I gave you gravity, it's not observably affecting gas, so we can't have the observed phenomena, so can't start the science again. But you're still going to circle us back round to you don't believe in gravity.
Quick question.
Gravity? Hold on. Not quick question.
Have you ever been to Denver?
No.
Snackle.
Quick question. Has this bell rung for you yet? You can't keep a certain gravity because you ain't proved it, Sunshine.
Sorry, no tap dancing allowed here.
For sure, sorry. We're talking about air density here. And
we're not going to move on to Denver. You have to address what he said.
We're talking about air pressure. Thermodynamic air pressure.
Yes, so the pressure decreases as you increase in altitude. That's why it's hard to breathe in Denver and why you'd never want to jump out of a commercial airliner at cruising altitude.
Amazing.
You'd suffocate.
That's amazing. Correct? Can I ask you, how do you achieve gas pressure? What is the definition of gas pressure? I'll give you a clue. It's in the word. Pressure. How do you achieve pressure?
I'm not sure what you're asking. How do you achieve pressure?
Yeah, how do you achieve pressure? I've got gas. I'll help you through it. If I put it in a container, is the consequence of me putting gas in a contained environment that gas is now under pressure, like in a tire or a ball?
No. So if you have ambient air in a container, it's not pressurized, right? Correct?
So
you'd have to add more air molecules in order to pressurize that container.
A contained volume. If you contain gas,
oh my god, this guy. Hard to breathe in Denver. Not the last time I was there. My sinuses cleared right up.
Why aren't you following this? Because you're giving me delta X, gas pressure gradient. It's hard to breathe up there in the sky where the density of the gas appears to be lower.
Yeah, it is a gradient.
I'm taking you back to how you have achieved gas pressure in the first place, because you must achieve gas pressure in the first place, delta, to equivocate delta X, gas pressure gradient. You can only achieve gas pressure within the contained environment. The consequent of...
That's incorrect. You got gravity affecting those air molecules. They pull them to
demonstrate that.
Thank you. Seventh time of circling back to you can't prove gravity, but you're going to assert it anyway, even though I'm going to have to point out that it's not affecting gas.
It does affect gas.
How
then
does it
demonstrate that. Because you're just saying it. We told you earlier, just repeating claims over and over and over again. Show us. Demonstrate it. Prove it. Stop just saying.
Universities do this day to day.
That's a chamber. That's a container. That's a container.
Do you understand?
Replicating vacuum.
You
can't do that without a container.
Do you understand what decrease in
Then do it without a container. What are you talking about?
It exists on your Earth right now.
That's called begging the question and pointing at the sky and declaring your claim to now be true. That's not going to fly.
Yeah, but Jemsy put the links in there, so the citations are there. So if you want to take a look at livestream voice text, Jemsy put all the links there so you can look at the links that are even supported for the claim that gas pressure needs a container. It's a necessary antecedent, Snackle. Can you look at livestream voice text, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. And look at the links that are supported there by the understanding of that the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Right, and you are directly throwing away the idea.
You can't present this
So
idea.
gravity again. 8th time you're going to assert something that hasn't scientifically been proven. 8th time. Do we now need to go to them and ask them? You know,
why are you saying we're throwing it away? These are our, like, we didn't write this shit. We didn't write these words. These were written by chemistry textbooks. They weren't written by us. So why do you say we're throwing it away?
The second citation comes from NASA.gov. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined by the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined.
Can you show us a demonstration of gas not expanding to fill the volume and being restricted by gravity?
NASA.gov.
You guys are going to have to unmute them. Someone muted them.
Yeah, we need demonstrations at this point.
Yeah, you guys keep muting me. I don't know why. Just let me talk.
You do know why, because you keep... Go ahead. You go.
No, we don't want to hear you talk. We want the demonstration. Stop talking.
Yeah, we
You're
only
just making
so
claims.
we can finish our sentences because you constantly speak over us.
Well, hold on. He's just give him a chance.
Once again, that is correct. Molecules are in a constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of a container. That is correct. You are not accounting for the force of gravity affecting those air molecules.
Sorry,
that is all I'm going to say. I know you guys are really stuck on that.
The definition doesn't mention gravity; it only mentions a container.
Yeah, we also asked you for demonstrations of gravity doing that, and you have none.
Hold on. Also understanding you are.
I'm done getting muted. Have a good day, everyone. Please DM me.
You said that already.
Questions.
You said that already. Like 20 minutes ago.
I enjoyed.
Yeah, you already said this. You did this whole preamble 20-30 minutes ago. So.
Yeah, you guys are shuck and jive.
Do we split that way?
That's all, folks.
His baseless claims just got debunked. I just showed gas expanding upwards into a vacuum.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, are you?
How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers. Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Math is reality.
May I?
So 180 degrees. So do you know that we use right angle triangles to mark the latitude lines on the Baltard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are their elevation angles measured by a sextant.
Yeah. Well, you can measure it with a sextant, yes. So
what is an elevation angle?
That she already said it. Use right angle triangles. She's
right angle triangle.
Yeah. How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you can
be more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah. So like if you measure small enough, if you measure a
accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic
model is. Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you're just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is. That's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God. God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
talking about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do
Okay,
understand
we're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome, so the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction. We don't want to go around this.
To just go back to where this started, because you guys asked me about a geometric horizon, and I said that the geometric horizon
you never got to
horizon. And then you guys asked me how we can get to that. So I've been trying to provide you with a method of getting it, although the methods of the tools of being able to use the method that I am providing may not exist as of current. Physics being deterministic, this would result in an accurate prediction if we were able to properly predict everything.
It would exist if you could do it in the real world and you just went into my head and lived in my imagination.
And what fallacy is that by future proofing? What
State to the future fallacy. Technology of the gaps fallacy. Crypto's got them all.
Yeah.
Crypto, the first thing I told you, bro.
Yeah, crypto might know.
What's up, man?
What do you call that? Like appeal to the future? Like what is that?
Yeah, India got it. Escape to the future fallacy.
Isn't that what he's invoking right now?
Absolutely. I said this earlier to him as well. If my claim is true, then I'm right. Well, you're not saying a whole lot here, man.
Yeah, okay, I agree. That is technically what I'm saying. But before you all just start yelling at me,
dude, we asked you nicely. The very first thing is just get to the proving part. If you can't, that's fine. But don't just make claims that you can't back up. So there's no need to yell at you if you're just honest. Like, yeah, look, I don't know, man. I don't know how to.
Ordered. That's even worse for you.
That's worse for you. Oh, it makes
Because
the ball way bigger. The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end. It's just
Why do we have to assume anything?
Like what?
Everything. We must assume something. I must assume that you exist right now. I can't prove you exist. You could just be a simulation. But that'd be illogical of me. So
Can you at least demonstrate that I'm here existing?
No, not really. No, I couldn't.
Okay, so this conversation isn't a demonstration of me existing.
No, I believe you exist fully. I'm fully convinced you exist.
Okay, but that's because I'm here talking to you. So that's the demonstration of my existence, right? So do you have a similar demonstration for the existence? Do you have a similar demonstration for the existence of your geometric tangent point horizon? Okay, Earth curve.
The fact that I can just pull it out of thin air using a level. Simple as that.
You're just gonna pull the geometric horizon out of thin air?
We all know that level is unique. And by definition, a tangent point must be unique. Now, it might not be the quote-unquote exact tangent depending on where you're standing, because, again, the Earth's lumpy. But it's a pretty good average. That's why we call it level. It's an average, you know.
So that was a whole long way of not answering.
What was the question?
Can you show us the geometric Earth curve tangent point horizon that you came in here talking about?
That depends.
On
if you can disprove it.
I think it depends on if it exists or not. So if it does, you should be able to show it to us. Can you?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Okay.
But the same words could be said of flat. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, the same can be said. You can go ahead and say whatever you want, but we can actually demonstrate flat level water, right? On the other hand, right, you can't actually demonstrate your claim of a geometric tangent point Earth curve horizon, right? So you just saying the same thing as us would just be you saying things. Whereas what we say is actually
demonstrate this. A droplet of water on a quote-unquote flat surface makes like a bubble.
Okay.
What is
so a drop of water, therefore
density is not stopping that from flattening more than what it is. Becoming, let's say, molecularly flat.
So a question about water drops, right? And this means that the Earth is a ball?
No.
Yeah, I didn't see the logic stream there either, so can you try again?
The point is, what we consider level, we all agree that what is level is perfectly tangent to what we're standing on. We all agree to that. Whether you're flat or globe, both sides can agree.
Is that a tangent line that intersects a curve at one point?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, it is. Can you show the curve that it intersects?
At multiple points because of the lumpiness, but...
okay, but just start with even one. Just start with even one, because you haven't even got that far yet.
Sure. Of course it does.
Okay, of course. Well, can we see it?
Tangent is a concept. It's not a physical thing.
Okay, now it's conceptual. It's not in physical reality.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have a tough time showing us that. Okay, you're going to have a tough time showing us that.
Convince me that what you call down is down. Convince me. Why isn't it up? Why isn't it right?
No, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to see the geometric tangent point Earth curve horizon that you said that you have.
That don't make no sense. What is the question?
I'm just here to see the geometric horizon that you claimed.
Where is that?
Just here for that.
I don't believe in a geometric horizon. They're slumpy.
What do you believe in? A physical horizon?
Okay, the Earth's lumpy. Is water too lumpy for you to look out over it and see this geometric horizon?
Am I still here? Can you hear me?
Okay.
It just went silent. I don't know what
nice
happened.
Deflection. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, fine. Fair enough. Whatever. Is water too lumpy for you to look out over it and see this geometric horizon?
No, but then you have the issue of refraction.
Okay, so something is there being refracted. How do you know that? Can you show us that something in the first place?
Sure. Drop a penny in a dish of water.
I'm going to drop a penny in a dish of water, and then I'm going to see the geometric horizon that you just said is refracted.
Start with the basics. Light refracting off that penny.
Well, yeah, the basics is the thing that you just said is refracted, the geometric horizon.
Now,
how do you know that if you don't see it in the first place and therefore have to claim it's refracted?
Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
But does your chin refract?
Yes, when you look at your chin, every single time you, as an individual, sees your own chin, you're going to see it through something that has distorted it.
So if I look at someone's chin who's across the room, if I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there? It's refracted?
It will be refracted, but it will still exist, won't it? You can walk up and touch it, and it's still there.
So if I can touch it, then it is there, it's physical?
Yes.
So not like the geometric horizon that you're talking about, which you said isn't physical. You can't see it, it's apparent.
The geometric horizon is physical. We only have apparent access to it optically. Or apparent, yes.
Is your chin geometric or apparent?
My chin is geometric. That's why I can touch it.
So it's not like the horizon then, which is apparent.
It seems to be apparent because I can only ever see it through a distorted mirror or a distorted photo.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none.
Would you be able to measure someone's chin?
Yes.
So it's not like the geometric horizon that you're claiming then?
No, we have measured it again.
Measured what? The geometric horizon?
The radius of the Earth gives you a geometric horizon based on the height of the observer, yes.
Could I see your measurement for a geometric horizon?
It is based on the radius that we have measured.
Who measured a radius? A radius of what?
Do you want names?
What's up?
I'm claiming what every single glober here claims. The Earth curvature is not the horizon. It's not Earth curvature.
Nathan, this observation looks the same every single day. The weather has nothing to do with it.
And every time you see the horizon, you're actually seeing the geometric horizon.
We are not going to see the geometric horizon.
No one's claiming that we see physical geometry.
It's not a visual horizon. And every time you see the horizon, you're actually seeing the geometric horizon.
Is the one that you see.
And the geometric one is the one we don't see, because if we don't see it, it's not a horizon.
It's not a visual horizon, but it is.
So we don't see it, so it's not a horizon.
You are correct. We do not observe geometric horizon.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Changed by refraction. Do your eyes always tell geometric truth? The short answer to that last question is no.
It isn't a physical thing. It's just the point at which geometrically the tangent that you're looking at towards the surface of the Earth. So that red area now is hidden behind the horizon, the physical geometric horizon.
Behind the physical horizon.
Yeah.
Yep. Higher in elevation than it usually is.
The horizon isn't an object. It's just a point a certain distance away from you.
Correct.
The blue area.
Not Q. We don't have a geometric horizon. They're not P. The Earth is not a globe.
We do have a geometric horizon, we just can't see it, but perhaps we better agree to disagree. But I would like to see that butane experiment done again. There is no, the horizon, there is a geometric horizon, but if you walk forward 6 feet, the geometric horizon would move away from you by 6 feet. It's not an exact point, it's just a distance.
So that's apparent. It changes. But can I ask you, if it is an apparent location, the horizon, what is cutting off the bottoms of those ships?
On occasions when you see that, the ship is beyond the geometric horizon and the amount of refraction is not enough to lift them further into view. So that the geometric horizon is hiding them.
So we can see the geometric horizon on some days?
We do have a geometric horizon, we just can't see it, but perhaps we better agree to disagree. But I would like to see that butane experiment done again.
So we can see the geometric horizon on some days?
No, it's hidden behind the water, but there's not enough refraction to lift the image of the full ship above that apparent horizon. At best, what you have done, you would have disproved the radius of the Earth.
Ding, ding, ding! What do we have for her, Johnny?
Andrew Young cites geometric horizon as where the apparent horizon would be if there were no refraction. Equivalently, where the cone with the vertex at the observer's eye and tangent to the sea surface.
So you said the geometric horizon is what? That refracted?
It's where the apparent horizon would be if there were no refraction.
Okay, so it is the horizon that we see because there's only one horizon. The horizon is the refracted horizon, correct?
No.
That's what you just, I'm sorry, you just said that.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Circles.
Yeah, that's what you just said, Brenda.
We don't have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. We just have a horizon. It's just not geometric.
Correct.
Yeah, well then, welcome to Flat Earth. You've just made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do.
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon, and now we do.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
You seem to be double flip-flopping.
We have got geometry, and it's...
No, we haven't. We've demonstrated a geometric impossibility in the black swan image. Ergo, you don't have a geometric horizon.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
Yeah, see, there he goes again. Can't seem to make up his mind. He needs a geometric horizon for his Earth curve maths, but we haven't got one according to him. You've lost. So we definitely don't have a geometric horizon.
I didn't say we did.
We don't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
PBS video, and to be clear, it wasn't the Discovery Channel, but PBS's series called Genius. But what makes the PBS video so rotten is that this helicopter event was entirely fabricated, and it's provable. I made a video on it a while back. Remember, PBS claimed that the helicopter descended behind the curvature and then came up from behind the curvature of the Earth back into view of the telescope. But as you will see, when the helicopter descends, there is a group of birds with a peculiar flight pattern. And then when the helicopter subsequently ascends, the same birds appear and in the same exact flight pattern. Not only that, the waves match as well. Only the image of the helicopter changes, meaning that the helicopter video was added.
As it lands, I got him. I got him. As it lands,
Without question, PBS lied and faked the curvature. And this isn't some simple mistake. This was intentional, as it took serious effort to add a fake image of a helicopter supposedly hiding behind the curvature of the Earth. Why would PBS lie about the curvature? So, to the individual who emailed me that link, send your brother the proof that PBS lied to him and is still used by globe propagandists as proof of the curvature. But here's another big lie about the curvature, this time by National Geographic. Here's a clip from an old video I made on the subject.
But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes begin to disappear, one by one.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle green stripe, that is.
So we've lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen, why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
If you recall, a couple of years ago, there was a skydiver by the name of Felix Baumgartner. Felix jumped from 39 kilometers up.
So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
I love this guy. It's true, with such an insignificant height, you shouldn't be able to see the curvature. And if you can't see the curvature at that height, good luck seeing it when you're on the surface of the Earth. Now, that being said, I don't know exactly at what height you'll be able to clearly see the curvature, but it most definitely is not 39 kilometers up.
Number 19, Mr. Sensible's Mage Project. You can see the curve. I like that one, Mitch. That one's a really good one. Top bloke, that Mr. S.
Mage Project. You can see the curve.
Yeah, I can. And everyone else can, Mitch, can't you?
Sure. That's just so silly. Like, we live on this massive Earth that's 40,000 kilometers in circumference, and you think you'd be able to see the curvature with a hot air balloon. Incredible.
Mr. Sensible's Mage Project. You can see the curve. How high did you go, Mr. Sensible? About?
Well, look, I'll just pause you a second. You can see a curve on your own flipping iPad or whatever it is. You can see the curve. If you're saying that is not Earth curvature, then I'm going to issue you challenge number 2, Mitch, which is to do a debunk video on Mage and get your ass whooped once again.
30 kilometers? Yeah.
38.75, cool. Mitch.
Now, that being said, I don't know exactly at what height you'll be able to clearly see the curvature, but it most definitely is not 39 kilometers up.
At that height, you you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, 30 kilometers.
38.75.
Clearly see the curvature, but it most definitely is not 39 kilometers up.
Richard Branson's space tourism. Yeah, he went about, what, 56, 58 miles up? That's a bit more than your 30 kilometers, isn't it? See if Neil deGrasse Tyson says we're going to see the curve of the Earth from that space tourism site height.
Going into space, no, you're getting a nice view of the Earth, and I don't even know if you're going to see the curvature.
Pause there. I don't even know if you're going to see the curvature. That's what Neil said. I don't even know if you're going to see the curvature.
I did some calculations, and I'm thinking they're not.
He did some calculations, and he thinks that you're not going to.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
He's done some calculations that will give him an amount of curvature, and he believes that you won't be able to see that with your eyeballs. Okay.
So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Mr. Sensible's Mage Project. You can see the curve.
That's just so silly. Like, we live on this massive Earth that's 40,000 kilometers in circumference, and you think you'd be able to see the curvature with a hot air balloon. Incredible.
Yeah, 30 kilometers.
38.75.
Be able to clearly see the curvature, but it most definitely is not 39 kilometers up.
So your map doesn't show Earth curve, your map is flat, but it's definitely capable of showing it, it just doesn't have any.
So how could...
So why are you asking me something? So you don't have any Earth curve in your map? Don't ask me something.
I've not met a single cartographer.
Don't tell me who you've met, just confirm you haven't got drop in your map.
I don't.
Well, so it's flat then. No Earth curve, no 8-inch mile squared then. Why the hell are you believing you're on a sphere when there's no sphericity in your map? So, no Earth curve drop in your map. Now show me one that does have it.
I can't show you.
So no map shows Earth curve? They're all flat then? Hello? Yeah. Do you need the White Knight to help you? Or are you done?
Bring him in.
Are you done?
I answered your question.
Yeah, you told me how flat your maps were, even though they have elevation profiles. Yeah, they can show drop, but they don't show Earth curve drop. Why would they? Well, because it's drop that's capable of being depicted, and it isn't. Which one's got it? None of them. So they're all flat. Why was it that you think you're on a sphere again? Because you were told?
Yeah.
Go and tell the people who told you they're wrong.
So here's the thing I wanted to explain. GPS operates in a 3D Cartesian coordinate system. It is not latitude and longitude. That latitude and longitude comes from a conversion from that box-style system. That's the native coordinates coming out of a GPS system. So here's the thing I wanted to explain. GPS operates in a 3D Cartesian coordinate system. It is not latitude and longitude. That latitude and longitude comes from a conversion from that box-style system. That's the native coordinates coming out of a GPS system. So here's the thing I want.
G'day everybody, Wes Wally here. I know, Mitchell, what you're going to say about this. You're presuming R. Well, fair cop, I am kind of presuming R in this case. But Mitchell, did you know that?
But you're going to need R for that.
What was that, Wally? You're going to need R for that.
But you're going to need R for that.
Yeah, Wally, you're going to need R for that, mate. You're going to need the radius of the Earth. Something's been thoroughly debunked. Any globe claim, you are going to need the radius in the first instance. If you don't have a radius... And this is the #1 globe killer. Hopefully by now, all of you have seen this video by BMLSB69. His observer foot height is only 1 foot. Now that first platform is 6.2 miles away, and platform habitat is 9.4 miles away, with the horizon far in the distance beyond that. Now I'm going to let you just sit there and take this in, because this is the absolute number one globe killer. Modus tollens states, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If P, we live on a globe of radius 3959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance measurement cannot be more than 1.23 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Not Q, the geometric horizon is far greater than 2.73 miles for 5 foot. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a globe.
At best, you would have disproved the radius of the Earth.
But this valid logical conclusion is hand-waved by the globe zealots as word salad. So I'll put this devastating picture in simpler terms. Globe believers must have a physical leading edge, the geographical edge to their sphere, in order for boats to go over it and for land and water to curve around it. It's a fundamental pillar to their religion. If the globe they presuppose has a radius of 3959 miles, then the horizon distance is set by the height of the observer. So what makes this image so devastating is the height of the observer at only 1 foot. The horizon should be 1.22 miles, but even if we set it at 5 feet, the horizon should be 2.73 miles. But we can see the bottom of platform habitat where it meets the water 9.41 miles away, and the horizon above that beyond in the distance, making it fundamentally impossible to see this from 1 foot on a globe.
Be
the globe
a different diameter, perhaps 3960 or 3961. You complete and utter twonk.
Okay,
unless you
so
assert that the globe has a bigger radius.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. At best, what you have done, if that was all correct, at best...
Mitch, I was very careful in what I said. Those penny drop moments were when I was being very sure about what you were saying. And I'm very clear here that at best, if everything you said was correct, and it wasn't, then you'd have disproved the radius of 3959, i.e. it would be a slightly different radius.
A slightly different radius? Well, let's do the actual maths then. Here it is set out for everyone to go over in your own leisure. Using the values from the black swan image of a 1 foot observer height and a 10-mile distance horizon, you can clearly see we have a 264,000 mile radius. But isn't the radius of the sun meant to be 432,000 miles? No, not anymore. It's got to be bigger now. What about the distance to the moon? 238,000 miles. Nope, that's got to be different too, doesn't it, Mr. Sensible? What else does it implicate? The radiuses of all the planetary orbits have to be different too. But that can't be right, can it, Mr. Sensible?
I was correct. I was absolutely clear. At best, you've disproved the size of the Earth, not the shape of
We measure C.
Yep.
We need to know H.
To give us R.
We get R.
Yeah, so we do need to know the height of the stars.
Okay.
But that's okay, because I can just look it up.
Whoa. Al Baruni did not look it up. Like, he used a mountain.
Yeah.
And it must have calculated the height of the mountain.
Yeah.
Which is in your book.
Yeah, I mean, you can use triangles again to calculate the height of the mountain, but I don't want to be here all day.
No, we're going to do that. I didn't handcraft this to look up the height on Wikipedia. Right, so break down these triangles for us. Here we go.
All right, so you want the height. You want to work out the height of the shard as well.
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
And we're doing the whole thing.
Okay, fine. Right, so here's the shard then.
God, I grew a beard for this and everything.
And a very impressive one it is too. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
here's the
Going
height.
old school.
This is the shard.
Yep.
This is the height that we need. H. Okay. We're close enough to the shard that the Earth can be flat. Close enough to the shard that the Earth can be flat.
Gotcha.
So now.
Oh yeah. I'm happy to assume that.
The way that you can do it.
I protracted down.
Is from a reasonable distance away, say here.
Yep.
We can look up.
Gotcha.
At the shard, measure that angle.
Hey. Wow.
I'm going all over the place with the
Yeah.
letters here. And then we'll go a little bit further away and we'll measure it again. B. And then as long as we know this distance here, maybe we'll do like 100 meters or so.
Yep.
Let's call that D.
Call that D for distance, yep.
Then you can use just simple trigonometry
to get the height
to get the height of there.
So that's what we're going to do.
For some reason, you think the Earth needs to turn underneath them.
I have speed that will overtake it. Right. Because I'm going sideways faster than it is.
The Earth is not rotating underneath.
What Kosho's now saying is there's slightly different speeds as the Earth rotates underneath, right, Kosho? It's just different.
That's right, and as it travels across different spots of the Earth.
The Earth is not rotating underneath.
I did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
The Earth is not rotating underneath.
Right.
You and your reference frames have been ruined.
The reason the bowling ball and the feather fall together is because they're not falling. They're standing still. There is no force acting on them at all.
Brian Cox, there is no force acting on them at all.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Maybe that's the thing. Now, literally, it's not a force.
George Musa, 2019. It is literally not a force.
It's for your globe. So you immediately beg the question that you're on a globe.
Don't need to beg the question, we live on a globe. You measure a flat baseline from your eye to the horizon, and from your eye to whatever star or thing you're trying to sight to. There's no R value calculated, dude.
Tool that measures angles from straight lines.
Yep.
Where'd you get a straight line for a sextant, considering you've got sphere-shaped hair?
I don't have one. You measure a flat baseline from your eye to the horizon.
Where'd you get a straight line for a sextant in atmosphere?
I don't have one. You measure a flat baseline from your eye to the horizon.
So where'd you get a straight line for a sextant on a globe?
I don't have one. You measure a flat baseline from your eye to the horizon.
So you can't tell me now where you get a straight line from, coward?
I don't have one.
So where'd you get a straight line for the sextant?
I don't have one. You measure a flat baseline from your eye to the horizon.
You don't have one?
Correct.
It's a tool that measures angles from straight lines.
Yep.
Yo, what's up? Anybody here?
Biggie, what's good, bro?
Hey, what up, Car? Head to work?
What was that?
Are you heading out to work?
Yes, sir. Heading in there.
We've been putting out some good clips lately, huh? Some good content.
Yeah, it's real interesting.
Oh, you had a discussion in the Cogdis chat? Cut the shit. Cut shit. You changed your name to cut shit. What's going on in Cogdis?
We can talk about it later, but it's no good time because I can't be too loud. Forgive me, Mickey, but we can talk about it. No worries, everything is alright. Everything is flowing like it should.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm looking at the text right now.
The text only shows the text version, not the voice, the conversation. Only text. Actually, I'm gonna get on the mic, but on a different mic. I can find it. Be quieter.
All right. And you've been pinged like shit tons, dude.
Good day, Miggy. How's your day? Beautiful day.
Oh hell yeah, dude. Well, lately, like the days just keep getting better and better. I've really refined my health ever since I started the journey, Gemsy. Like since I told you I started my high protein diet, I just did some research more on like the body types that, because there's blood types that actually adhere to different diets, and the body type that I've been looking at right now. I think have you heard about the 3 body types, Gemsy?
Not on that context, like in that format. 3 body types.
Yeah,
No,
let me
not like
hang on. I'm gonna give you something. Give me a second. The video I seen. I want you to just take a look at. Let me see here. I gotta look at my history. Oh, this one. Oops, wrong chat. I just DM'd you right now.
This is some geometry. I don't want to be the triangle one. Hopefully I am the triangle. Or the pyramid. When I was younger, I kind of had that build of the triangle one, but with after the type 1 diabetes, my body just freaking kind of stayed behind.
Yeah, can you see the body types there? Like why I was, well, just the workout sessions like that you do. I mean, not saying what you eat, but like kind of how you metabolize the food. So I think this ectomorph, endomorph, and mesomorph is how they were purporting it. Yeah, so ectomorph is the skinny, wiry type. Endomorph is the heavier set people that eat anything and they get like gain weight fast. And then you got the mesomorph, which is a combination of both. They don't really gain a lot of weight, but they also have the benefit of both ecto and endo. They're like the in between. And the video was saying some people fall in between those categories, but like in between like those three body types, people are somewhere in the middle, you know?
It's 10 minutes, so
Here, let me.
You send me a link with the timing.
Yeah,
Send me to. So should I go to that time? It's 10 minutes, but it's okay.
Oh shit. Oh, my bad. Nah, it's because that's where I was at in the video, probably.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, you know what? Let me just message you right now.
No, it's a good. I got it already. Just gotta backtrack it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna send you the information of like. This is somebody posted this in the comments. I snip it, and then it tells you the timestamps.
So it's a screenshot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a link of what is being said in the video. I mean, on the time. That's what I say. You are the mesomorph. You, right, Miggy? Mesomorph.
No, I wish. I'm in between endo and meso. In between.
So I think I was an endomorph, and I was downgraded with the vaccines to ectomorph.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
That's weird. Well, the body types are kind of like where you're at as far as like your journey in this whole thing. But because like okay, so the reason why they say it this way is ectomorphs are lean and have trouble with gaining muscle mass. So if you have trouble gaining muscle mass, then you're an ectomorph, like the wiry skinny type.
Yeah.
And the endomorph are ones that can gain weight easily and sometimes make great bodybuilders. Like you can bulk up fast. You could easily just gain weight as just as it like if I was to eat like carbohydrates, I pack on the pounds like super quick, like really fast. Like it doesn't take me long to do that. And the mesomorph, they can eat stuff and they don't gain weight like the way endos do. Because they can easily, because like people are just born this way. Like it's not like, you know what I mean? This is just our natural body type. And then some people fall in between those categories. But let's just say if you were to eat carbohydrates, which you're probably not going to indulge in because of your condition. But if you were to eat that, like, would you gain weight? Like, I don't know if you'd be able to do that or not because you just don't you just won't eat that because of your condition. So, but if you were to, would you gain the muscle? And you could build up bulk up fast. The ectomorph couldn't do that.
So when I was growing, I was able to have decent weight. I was pretty strong. I played a bunch of sports, but with the utilization of the insulin daily, an adverse reaction for using the medication, it's the depletion of minerals like magnesium, potassium, and other minerals that are supposed to be part of the body to build the building blocks. And also the consumption of food, it gets exaggerated because when you're injecting the insulin, you have to consume the amount of food. It's just crazy. It's so weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I was able to build a lot of muscle, but then by the longest I was using the insulin, the more I was using it, the more weight I was losing and the skinnier I was getting.
Right.
Difficult to build muscle.
So it switched you to ectomorph. You never used to be that way, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, I was supposed to be an actual the middle one, at least the middle one. I was there.
I find that odd, man. Like, to be honest, if you were a specific body type, then you switched because the mesomorph. Yeah,
The functionality.
you could eat whatever you want, and you could easily lose that weight fast.
I don't gain weight. I eat whatever I want. I can eat whatever I want, and I don't gain weight.
You're more ecto then.
Now with the type 1, with the diabetes, with the type 1 diabetes,
because they were talking about these body types as in like how people adjust to like workout regimens and such, and like the ectomorph, they can work out, and they don't gain the muscle mass. They can't. It's hard for them to gain it. What up, Indio?
Indio is here. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a good time to touch that topic. Then I just don't want to be loud. People sleeping.
No, I'm so interested in, like, forgive me, the science of it all. It's so fascinating to me because, like, there's blood types, body types, and like the different blood types and body types, depending on the diet that you consume, adhere differently to them. So we're all so different, man. It's crazy. Some people can eat the carbs, some people can't. You know, it's just the way it is. It says somebody just really boiled it down to the difference. Here, let me take a screenshot of it. Well, here, I'll put the screenshot in live stream voice text. Then I'll follow it up by a even condensed version of that. Watch this.
It's weird. Never seen that before.
Check this out. I don't mind being closer to endomorph because you can eat less. You don't have to eat a lot. So it's, in a sense, it's kind of like a blessing. Because you can always stay fit as an endomorph, eating less. Ectomorph needs to eat a lot just to keep up. You know what I'm saying?
I think you need body mass on top of the muscle. This is the best combination to have good muscle, and on top of that, good amount of fat.
Yeah, like we're trying to go for a specific body type, you know, and what looks good is, you know, lean muscle mass and that sort of thing.
No, not lean, fatty muscle. That looks good.
Well, I don't know about that, but
like muscle, because we've been sold these skinny people on TV for such a long time, bro. You know, look at this Victoria's Secret. The secret is it has 3 legs, right? But it's skinny. It's skinny. It looks good. Yeah, skinny is good. I like skinny, but practically and energy wise, I think you need some body fat. So whenever you need those reserves, you can use the fat to operate, and then you get some skinny, and then you can eat food to build that again, that fat on top of the muscle.
this shit's fascinating, bro. It was blowing my mind because I was like, I mean, along with the blood types, body types, and I'm just like, so you could actually really pin this down to what blood type you are, what body type you are, and then really get into this, like, specifics of like how you can eat, what food you need to eat, like, so on and so forth. Because like you can't tell the guy who's an ectomorph not to eat the carbos because they can eat the carbos and the shit ton of carbos. But that's not the reason why, you know, of course, don't eat the bad stuff, like the seed oils and all that stuff. But like you can eat just carbs in general. It's not going to affect you the way it does if you're a different body type. I don't know.
I'd rather be big, muscle, and fat on top of that. And if I want to lose it, I'll just go out there in the world and sweat it out. Not skinny. Skinny, no. No. I don't like skinny. I mean, me.
Yeah, you gotta forgive me, Ted Wizard. You said in Ayurveda, the body types are called Bats, Pitta, and Kappa. So, that's alien to me. I haven't heard of that. Don't know what that is. But I'm assuming it's what ectomorph, endomorph, and mesomorph mean. Probably the same thing.
In Ayurveda, the body types are called Bats, Pitta, and Kappa. Bata. Bats, Bata.
Yeah. No, you're an ectomorph? Huh. They get quite intensive inflammation, other symptoms from eating too much carbs and sugar.